The three things I think are challenges with regard to participation, and that's very much in terms of youth. Secondly, it's to do with ensuring that one can, there's a big trust deficit generally in all state institutions, and unfortunately the Commission doesn't escape that. And thirdly, the contestation, the emotion that is part of that contestation is a lot sharper. So because of those three things, the Commission has to take on board things which it may not have had to prioritize in the same way historically. For example, the Commission has for all of the time of its existence embarked on democracy education, but prioritizing voter education, what people can expect, how it will be, etc. Today, it's not enough to prioritize that. So much more has to be done, not on its own, but in collaboration with other actors around democracy education, so that young people in particular are understanding that participation is an essential way in which they can take hold of their lives. Similarly, with regard to things like the contestation, the Commission has had to and will have to ramp up even further its alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. So, Advocate Majola, I think what I'm saying is those are areas that are there and need to be improved on as opposed to a dramatic change.
Okay, no, thank you so much. Thank you for that. May I then pose just another question? The area where you have operated, for example, the IEC, is a very sensitive area. What I would like to know is, can you tell us of a time, long ago, any time, not necessarily in the IEC, where you felt that your integrity was being tested, and what did you do?
Okay, so first of all, I think that I would give two examples. The first would be an example that arises out of the work that I did as the National Director of the Legal Resources Centre. As you I think are aware, the Legal Resources Centre has, since its inception, taken on a number of cases that are cases in the public interest, but are cases against government at various levels. And there were occasions where people who I knew very well, both from times when I was in the constitutional negotiations, as well as from times, some of them from in exile, who would meet me and ask me where, the kind of question, what are you doing, at the moment? And I would say, I'm working as the National Director of the Legal Resources Centre. And they would say to me, the LRC, but that means you're suing us. And I would say, well, I would imagine that that's necessary, and that's a good thing to be doing. So I think the first thing is to be able to hold your own and to be able to ensure that what is, in the first instance, what is good for society is not necessarily something that's good for people who may even still be friends, certainly who might have been friends and people you worked with before. I think it's about being able to stand up and to be independent. The second example that I would give is an example also from when I was a commissioner at the Human Rights Commission. Again, I think that the integrity that human rights commissioners have had to have in the face of very, very agitated people who come forward with many, many complaints, who are attacking the Commission for not taking sufficient action against people who are seen as perpetrators of racism, and who are, as a result of that, sometimes being accused of hiding or apologizing for racists. that's when integrity is threatened, questioned, and I think what's really important is to be able to show to people very, very systematically, without a defensiveness, without any sort of sense of anger, what is the factual basis on which decisions have to be made, because that is what we have to do. We have to apply fact. We have to ensure that fact is brought to the table.
Thank you. I think that's enough. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Advocate Mogale.
Thank you. Sorry. Ms. Love, I know you have spoken extensively about your passion for democracy, but can you give us an example where you amplify your active participation in a process towards democracy?
If that's in order, I'll talk about my time as an electoral commissioner. So as a member of the commission has committees which are there to enable the commission to work in a manner that receives the kind of necessary intelligence from the administration and the executive team in order to have the oversight, but also to make contributions about things that ought to happen. With that background, I chaired the Commission on Outreach and International activities of the Commission, and secondly, the committee that dealt with political party funding. I also was an alternate chair for the Electoral Operations Committee. But in those capacities, I think really I'll work through the examples in all three where my contribution was really in order to enrich the democratic processes that the Commission is already embarked upon. First of all, in the outreach process. The outreach process has seen a huge expansion in the time that I've been there in the arena of engagement with young people in tertiary institutions, in schools, and also through civil society organizations. And I think that that has been very much at the heart of the processes that are underway at the moment, but it has also led to ensuring that there are processes that enable young people to have much more robust information on our electronic systems. The second would be in relation to the observer processes, our domestic observers. In the time that I've been there, we've increased the outreach to domestic observers, including from other Chapter 9 institutions, which has seen us involved in training processes of those institutions, which has seen us involved in ensuring that to register as an observer is much easier through an electronic interface, but has also seen us publishing those reports and following up on those kinds of proposals that have come through. And that's from civil society organizations, faith-based organizations right across the country. And so that level of participation in making our elections strong, for me, goes to the heart of democracy. If you're then looking at work that we've done in relation to our electoral operations, again, just to give examples, our recruitment process in terms of our expansion staff for any election operation is done publicly online. The training processes that people can embark upon in order to prepare themselves to be available for selection and to be knowledgeable is an online training program. And I think that the reason for that is really to encourage people. Much of the work that the Commission has done is to really ensure that these calls for people to participate again meaningfully to make our elections strong. I think that's really the most important thing, is to make our elections. It's a societal endeavor, and it goes to the heart of democratic participation. And the Commission, in the time that I've been there and through the committees that I've participated in, has really been furthering those endeavors in every turn. And lastly, then, in terms of the political party funding, corruption is a huge concern in this society, and in order to enable not just political parties to prepare themselves for that act, the Commission spent an inordinate amount of time with the media, with civil society organizations to say, this is how the act is supposed to work. This is what is supposed to happen. Please help us to make sure that there is adherence to what the legislation says. Again, fostering that participation and democracy.
Thank you very much. And the last one for me seems to become redundant now, because I just want you to demonstrate to us your deeper knowledge of the IEC and how it works.
Look, I've spoken about the committees, but I think really at the essence of any organization has to be the way in which it does the specifics of its activities. And at the heart of that is its values, its strategy, the way in which it manages the people in the organization, the financial management, and also the way in which it continuously tries to upgrade what it does through research, international best practice and exchange, and so on. Now, in all of those things, I would say that the Commission really has gone out of its way to ensure, first of all, that the ethics of the organization in terms of its constitutional mandate are embedded. And that means that starts with leadership. It starts with leadership behaving in the correct way, but it also has to be underpinned by many things, including, for example, the fact that there must be a robust whistleblower policy. There must be a clear ethics policy. There must be a set of values that are not just put somewhere in a document collecting dust, but are repeatedly engaged upon with staff. The training of staff has to be very much of a priority. And again, the online training has been rolled out through the organization, which is not just about what the Electoral Commission does in terms of elections, but also goes to things like how procurement has to be done, so that procurement is done properly and so that we can continue to have the clean audit that we've had for the last 2 years. So those are the kinds of things that I think go to the heart, plus the research and the international best practice. And I think that's recognized internationally in terms of the standing that the Commission has.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Advocate Talega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Love. Earlier on, when the Chief Justice asked you regarding the mandate of the IEC, you flagged independence as one of the concepts around the mandate of the IEC. Would you kindly contextualize independence?
Certainly. I think that the first thing is that there needs to be an independence from any suggestion, any action that would even give rise to a perception of favoring a contestant, a party, an individual above another. I think there needs to be an independence also, as much as we need to work with state institutions. I think there needs to be an independence from those state institutions. I think that is what the Constitution in particular makes sure that Chapter 9s have to be able to assert. And that means, for example, that to the extent that the Commission believes that there are certain ways in which it must go about its activities that are still in compliance with the law, it must have that opportunity to do that and to engage robustly on those issues. I think the third thing is that as part of the independence, the Commission also needs to recognize that it is very much part of an ecosystem that involves civil society organizations, as I've indicated, faith-based organizations and the like. But in asserting its independence, its engagement and its transparency has to be very much at the heart of that. But it has to also be able to keep its distance. So just by way of example, in the work that we've done around disinformation in elections, as closely as we've worked with the National Editors Forum and with civil society organizations in bringing about the 411 platform through which people could report disinformation, we had to insulate that and would always have to insulate that from any kind of way in which there can be penetration into our systems, because our systems have to be robust and independent. And then I think the last form of independence, and possibly one that must underpin everything, is the fact that the people have to be independent in their conduct and be seen to be so.
Would you kindly give us some recent developments around the IEC, including its legislation and any jurisprudence that have arisen?
Certainly. I think that, first of all, the one of the most topical issues at the moment is the Electoral Amendment Act, which was in order to take forward the New Nation Movement judgment by the Constitutional Court to ensure that, in particular, independent candidates would be able to stand for national and provincial office, as well as what is the current situation of being able to make themselves available as ward candidates. And what happened was that when weeks after, and I think it was within 2 weeks after that judgment was issued, the Commission immediately presented to Parliament a timetable which offered various options. And the timetable, for example, made it very clear that should the members of the legislature wish to entertain sub-constituencies within provinces, there were going to be consequences for that in terms of things like demarcation and needing to find a body to do the demarcation, because the Commission doesn't do that. And so times were put in there for those kinds of decisions to be made. Secondly, the Commission presented Parliament with a number of options at every turn in order to enable the members of the legislature to apply their minds as effectively as possible. So I think there's been a big discussion about that. One of the amendments that was then part of the legislation, of course, will have huge implications beyond 2024, and that is the establishment of a panel, which should be happening within the next weeks, in order to ensure that post-2024, a much more holistic and robust examination of our electoral systems is possible without the same very harsh time constraints that I think were available. So that's the one. The second is that there is currently some discussion about the need to amend the Political Party Funding Act, and this Commission itself has suggested a number of amendments that are necessary in order to ensure that from a technical point of view there is much more certainty and clarity. But of course there is then also the issue about how are the independent candidates going to be dealt with in terms of that legislation. The third issue is really, I'm moving backwards, excuse me for doing so, but is the issue around the application that was put to the Constitutional Court in order to seek guidance from the court with regard to the possible postponement of the election during the COVID pandemic. And I think what was very clear from the guidance obtained from the court was the fact that really the kind of injunction that the Constitution has on regular elections is something that trumps many of the other requirements in the Constitution when you are balancing the rights. And I think that that was very pertinent judgment. And again, moving a little bit further back, we still are dealing with issues to do with the Tlokwe judgment, which is the issue that is to ensure that there are redresses. And to that end, not only has the recently introduced voter management device assisted in that process with its mapping capability, but there has also been a significant progress made on geocoding. And I think at this stage, we can say quite confidently that over 90% of the addresses and voters in the voters' roll have that kind of geolocation that is possible because of the new device. I don't know if that's answered your question, Advocate.
Thank you. Thank you. That would be all from my side, Chief Justice.
Thank you. We are familiar with the information you provided to us, and we have received recommendations from other people who think that your appointment would be very appropriate that we have here. But I want to give you 2 minutes to tell this panel anything else that you think is important that we might not have given you a chance to deal with, that you think is important in supporting your candidature. 2 minutes.
Chief Justice, I think that I believe that we're moving to a period where the need to know how elections are managed and dealt with, and the need to have election expertise across the range of the functions is absolutely critical. I do believe that the 2024 elections are going to be the most difficult elections that we've had to deal with for all of the reasons that I've given. And I think that the expertise and experience that I bring to bear, I think that the determination, the hard work ethic, and the independence are really things that can contribute to that in a way that is positive for society as a whole. And I hope that that will also be borne in mind. I do want to appreciate very much the honor, both for being nominated, but for you having shortlisted me to be interviewed. Thank you very much, CJ.
Thank you very much, Ms. Love. We have come to the end of your interview. You will be informed in due course what the outcome is. I don't know within how long, but this panel will not take long to make the decisions that they need to make. But thank you very much for availing yourself once again. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thanks,
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Okay. Switch on your, yes. Did I pronounce your surname correctly?
It's correct, Chief Justice.
Okay, how are you this morning?
I'm fine. How are you, Chief Justice?
No, I'm all right, thank you. Thank you very much for availing yourself for consideration for this vacancy in the IEC and for attending this interview this morning. We appreciate your availing yourself.
Thank you.
I've got on my far right, Advocate Majola, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. And then I've got Advocate Mukhale, who is Chairperson of the Gender Commission, and the Acting Public Protector, Advocate Galega, on my left.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions, and thereafter I will allow members of the panel to ask you questions as well.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Okay. Would you please tell us about your academic and other qualifications?
The highest qualification I'm having is D-Tech Business. And I'm also having M-Tech Business Administration degree. I'm having B-Tech Education Post-School Education degree. I'm having National and Diploma in Electronic Engineering. I'm also having Diploma in Entrepreneurship, as well as a certificate in Business Management.
Well, you must be belonging to the younger generations than me, because I think my generation, when they talk about their qualifications, they start from the bottom and go up. You're starting from the most recent. Yeah, okay, all right. And now, one of the factors that the Act requires us to look at in terms of candidates is, apart from qualifications, is experience. What can you tell, what experience do you have which you think is relevant to this position that you have applied for in the IEC?
I have a vast experience in project management, contract management, which was part of project management. I have a vast experience as a board member. I was a board member for Ellen Joseph Hospital for 3 years. From 2017, I've been, I was appointed as a council member for Tibet colleges till today.
Okay. Will you elaborate to the panel as to how contract management and project management would be relevant to the job at IEC?
I think it will be relevant in the sense when dealing with voter registration projects, as well as voter education projects. That is where I'll be able to apply my experience in order to help the IEC to complete its projects within time, within budget, and within good quality. And also as a contract manager, I was dealing with project managers, dealing with the people who were doing, and I can say the constructions as well, in completing the projects within time, within budget, within good quality. So in other words, I was looking at the project management as well as looking at the construction guys to do a proper job in project management.
And the Act also says a person appointed to this position must be suitable. What can you tell this panel makes you suitable for appointment to this position?
Chief Justice, I think in terms of my experience in reviewing the policies at the Tibet colleges, because I've realized that one of the functions of the members of the commissions is to review the electoral laws continuously. So I think I'll contribute to that excellently in reviewing the electoral laws, because I've experience in reviewing the policies. I have experience in project management. As I've said, I can contribute positively to the voter education project, to the voter registration project.
If you are appointed to this position, would you be available to serve on a full-time basis or on a part-time basis?
I will prefer full-time basis.
You would prefer full-time basis?
Yeah.
Aren't you in a full-time job at the moment?
I'm having a full-time job.
Oh, is that at technology?
At World University of Technology.
Yes. Do you realize that this is a fixed term? This would be a fixed term appointment. After 7 years, you won't have a job.
Yes, I'm aware of that. I'm prepared to take that risk.
You are prepared to take that risk?
Yes.
Okay. And at the moment at the University of Technology, you are permanent, and unless you misconduct yourself or there's retrenchment, you would be there for a long time.
I'm permanent.
Yeah.
Permanent.
But you are prepared to take the risk.
I'm prepared to live and join IEC.
Okay.
I'm prepared to take that opportunity.
Okay, so you'd prefer full time.
Yes, I prefer full time.
But you take part time if that's what is offered.
If I'm offered part time,
only take full time.
Yeah, if I'm offered full time, I'll take full time.
Yeah.
But if you say that we can't offer you full time, we'll offer you part time, I'll also take it.
You'll take it, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I'll now allow Advocate Machola to put questions to you if he has got any.
Good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you, Advocate?
I'm okay. I hear you say that you take whether it is full-time or part-time job. You're quite passionate about the work of the IEC. That is commendable. But can you tell us what is your understanding of how the IEC operates? What does it do? And how would you fit in there? In other words, what do you see as your role in there? How does the IEC operate? What does it do? And how do you see yourself, playing a role in that?
The way I understand it is that the IEC ensure free and fair elections. The IEC is also responsible for voter education, voter registration, It is also responsible to collaborate with the stakeholders, collaborate with civic organizations, collaborate with domestic and international election observers, collaborate with the community. And I hope, since I'm from the education fraternity where I deal mostly with young students, I'll also be able to help the IEC in youth voter education. At the university, we are also involved with what we call community engagement projects. I'll also be able to help the IEC engage the community in the election process.
Thank you very much. You started by saying that you think that the IEC, that not you think, that you know that the IEC has to ensure free and fair elections. Is there anything that any role that you think you would play towards the free and fair elections?
Yes. I can say by ensuring that there's no electoral elections fraud, ensuring that the voter education is promoted, civic participation is also enhanced. The technology that be used by IEC will be of superior quality in order to avoid disputes, so that the elections can be free and fair.
Thank you. The second question really that I would like to ask looks at you. You know, elections are a very sensitive issue because it's often contentious and so on. But I'd just like to look back in your whole history and ask you to tell us of a situation or an incident when you felt that your integrity was really tested, and what was it, and what did you do? You know, what was the outcome of that testing? What is it that tested your integrity, and what did you do?
About my integrity.
Your integrity.
Advocate, what I can tell you is that I'm a very strict person. I follow the rules. Even at the university, I follow the rules just to protect my integrity. I follow the rules. I cannot be easily be derailed. So integrity, once you lose it, the people will no longer respect you. If you lose it, you lose yourself. So one must be careful about integrity. Because in life, you must be honest and be trustworthy.
Are you sure you covered all your questions?
I've covered all my questions.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. Advocate Mohale?
Thank you, Chief Justice. Dr. Govuzela, if you could just explain to us or give us a more in-depth understanding from yourself of how the IEC works. I know you've touched up on free and fair elections, but if it's possible, if you could go deeper in terms of processes and such.
What I can say is that, as I've said before, the IEC is responsible for voter education, is responsible for voter registration, where it will deal with voters' roles. Then it will be responsible for counting the votes. It will be responsible to give the accurate and timely information about the election results. The IEC will also, by all means, try to prevent electoral fraud. It will also work together with the independent domestic and international observers to come and monitor the elections. The IEC is also responsible for youth voter education. It's responsible also for placement of polling stations.
Can I move on to the next question? Are you
Yes,
satisfied? Okay, thank you very much. Again, if you could just demonstrate to the panel your work as someone who has a passion for democracy in any situation that you have ever been, where you're able to demonstrate your passion for democracy.
Come again, just advocate.
Okay. I was saying if you could demonstrate to the panel by giving us some of your experiences or examples of where you were an agent, a passionate agent for democracy, where you showed your passion for democracy, either in your work or any other settings.
Yes. At my work, I promote democracy. In the sense that I don't want any mistake or fraud resulting from poor work whereby we will produce wrong results for the students, whereby even where a student passes the module because of negligence, that student failed. And even at work, I even promote the rights of the workers, the rights of the lecturers, as well as the rights of the students. Rights of the disabled student.
Can I just probe further and maybe in terms of how you promote these, the rights of the students, the rights of disabled students, workers, and colleagues?
You know, the students have the right to protest. They have the right to quality education. And in that manner, I can promote them, promote their inputs toward their rights, the right to better education, the right to better facilities at the campus.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
And how do you, just as a follow-up on that last question, how does promoting the lives of workers translate into passion for democracy?
Come again, Chief Justice?
If I understood you correctly, one of the things you said when you were asked to give incidents or experiences which show your passion for democracy, you said you promote the lives of workers. Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, yes.
Yes, my question, therefore, as a follow-up is, how does promoting the lives of workers translate into an incident of passion for democracy?
The
You
working
want to elaborate?
Yeah, the working conditions must be safe for the workers.
That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, safety at the workplace. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning once more, Doctor. In your understanding, where does the IEC derive its mandate from?
Come again, Advocate.
In your understanding, where does the IEC derive its mandate from?
The mandate to
Of the IEC, where does it derive its mandate from?
I cannot hear you. I cannot hear you properly.
The question is, where does the IEC derive its mandate from?
It got the mandate from the IEC is controlled by the Constitution of South Africa. Then say it get the mandate from the Parliament.
Okay. Since it derived its mandate from the Constitution, this means that independence is at the center of this institution and those who serve it. How would you contextualize this with the position that you've been nominated or applied for?
How would I?
How would you contextualize independence of the IEC to its work?
I can say yes, the IEC is an independent body which manages the elections in the national, provincial, and municipal in the municipal government. And in that, the IEC must be impartial and independent, and not be biased. Or favor any political party in the country. It must be independent.
There's been recent developments around the IEC. Would you state which are these, including the amendments to the Act, as well as development in jurisprudence or case law?
Which developments?
Could you kindly inform us of the developments around the institution that are informed by the amendments to the Act, as well as development in jurisprudence or case law?
I think I have a problem with your pronunciation. At times when you talk, I can't hear you properly.
No, I don't think it's pronunciation. There may be technological challenges, I'm not sure. Maybe the acting PP will repeat the question and I might assist if you still don't hear.
There has been developments
Yes.
around the institution, the IEC. Would you take us through those developments in relation to the Act, as well as in relation to jurisprudence or case law?
Okay. According to my research, the development that I came across, it was that the IEC now implemented online voter registration. Yeah, I think that is the only improvement that I did realize about the IEC when I was doing my research. It was only about online voter registration. And I was amazed why only online voter registration. So why can't IEC have online voter education or mobile voter education for the youth? Why can't IEC use electronic voting machines with appropriate security, or online or mobile voting application with appropriate security?
Are there any court judgments that you can refer to that have pronounced on certain development that needs to take place around the legislation governing the IEC?
Are there any
Court judgments that you can refer to?
Unfortunately not.
There is fine, thank you. That's all from my side, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting PP. There was a big case in 2021 involving the IEC that went to the Constitutional Court. Can you remember anything about it? Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah. Okay, Justice. You know, when I was doing my research, there are some certain articles, 2021 articles, that I came across. But I think I did not see that case. I only, in that article that I came across, 2021, is whereby the CEO of IEC was indicating some challenges affecting the IEC. Those challenges were about the declining number of voters, power interruptions.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about those. I was just looking at this particular one.
Okay.
So even when I say to you in 2021, big case involving the IEC going to the Constitutional Court, you can't remember anything about it. Even when I'm saying everybody was talking about it, about the issue involving the IEC in 2021, you can't remember.
No, Chief Justice, I can't remember. I did my thorough research, but that one I did not come across that one.
Yes.
I have some articles from 2021, but that one I didn't come across.
It was going to affect the whole nation. About the postponement of elections. You can't remember. Okay, all right. I'll give you 2 minutes to tell the panel whatever you wish to tell the panel about yourself that would support your candidature that we might not have asked you. If there's anything we have not asked you about that you feel would support your candidature, please tell us. You have 2 minutes.
Also, I was thinking if the IEC can adopt what we call strategic agility. Strategic agility has 4 components, which are called collaborative innovation, technology capability, internal alignment, and learning organization. So in short, strategic agility means that the IEC strategies should be flexible enough so that we can adapt and adjust them accordingly when you meet the challenges in the external environment. Like in the past, when you are faced with the COVID, we are faced with power interruptions, that is where strategic agility is coming in. So that you can change your strategies in order for you to still do your work in a proper way. So the 4 subcomponents, technological capabilities, simply means that we should use superior technical resources like electronic voting machines with appropriate security, mobile voting application also with appropriate security. Then coming to collaborative innovation simply means that working together with the stakeholders and also working together with other IECs in the other countries so that we can improve on the electoral process. Then we come to learning organization or learning organization is whereby the employees in IEC should continuously attend training sessions or workshop in order to gain new knowledge. Then internal alignment is whereby different departments within the IEC work together in harmony to achieve the strategic objectives. So that is what I want IEC to adopt strategic agility.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this interview. Once again, we thank you for availing yourself. You will be informed of the outcome in due course. Thank you very much. You are released now.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thank you.
Good morning, Advocate Josie.
Good morning, Chief Justice.
How are you this morning?
I'm well, sir.
Good, good. Thank you very much for applying for consideration for appointment to this vacant position in the IEC. And thank you for taking the time to come to the interviews this morning. I'm going to ask you certain questions, and members of the panel here will ask you questions as well. I've got Advocate Majola on my extreme right, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. Then I've got Advocate Mohale on my immediate right, Chairperson of the Gender Commission, and Advocate Galega, the Acting Public Protector, to my left. Okay. Would you please tell the panel about your academic and other qualifications?
Thank you, Chief Justice. I think firstly, I want to start by saying that, one of the reasons why I decided to, accept this nomination is because of my qualifications. I think a lot of it is quite relevant to the work of the IEC. My IS qualifications are a master's degree in law, and I also have a master's degree in business leadership as well. The combination of law and business leadership, I think, makes me, an ideal candidate to compete for this position, because I think this position requires both, skills in regard to the law, because the IEC works in a legal framework, and also as a commissioner as well. I think it's important for a commissioner to have governance and leadership skills. And other subjects that I studied as well, which I think is very appropriate for the IEC, is executive project management, which I've studied at UP and with my MBA as well. I think that's also very appropriate, especially when it comes to the administration of elections in particular. Then my other skills, in my early career, I've also studied a BA Police Science degree as well. So I understand the enforcement environment quite well. And then I've also done a number of programs. I've done when I was legal advisor in the police. I did a little bit of legislative drafting as well. So I understand the laws as well. In particular, if I read and research, I understand it quite well. And then the other qualification would relate much to, for example, in addition to being an advocate, I'm also a chartered director with the Institute of Directors. So I understand things like governance and risk management. I have expertise in that field as well. So I have a combination of skills, I think, that would equip me to be able to accomplish this task. Thank you, Chief Justice.
So in terms of academic qualification, you have got BA in Policy Science and LLB, both from the University of South Africa.
That's correct,
And
Chief
then
Justice.
you have got a master's in law from UNISA as well, and then master's in business leadership, also from UNISA.
That's correct.
At the moment, what position do you hold in what organization?
At the moment, my last full-time job was with the Competition Tribunal, which I departed in August last year. I'm currently working as what we call a non-executive member. I'm focusing a lot on audit and risk committees, governance and investigation committees as well. So I'm currently working with the Water and Sanitation Department. I'm an independent member there on the Audit and Risk Committee, and I've recently joined. I'm chairing the investigation committee of the South African Council for Projects and Construction Management Professions as well. And I've just recently been interviewed for an Audit and Risk Committee for CAT-CETA as well. So my focus is a lot on leadership and governance at the moment.
The positions that you have just mentioned, is there any one of them that is full-time?
No, none of them are full-time. All of them are part-time.
Okay, so at the moment you are not in a full-time job.
No. It was part of my plan to move on to doing part-time work.
Oh, okay. Does that mean that if you are appointed to this position, you would only be available to take it on a part-time basis and not full-time?
Although my preference would be part-time, but I will also make myself available should the needs of the organization require me to work full-time, so I'll make myself available for that as well.
Yes. Okay. So in what you have said, have you covered experience that you believe is relevant to this job?
Yes, I think I have. I think in particular, maybe I should also mention that given that the IEC is a public entity, my skills in, for example, the PFMA, I've got a good understanding of that. I've got a good understanding of having worked for the state for 26 years. I've got a good understanding of the electoral laws, the Commission Act as well, Electoral Commission Act as well. So I've got a good understanding of that over those 26 years.
Yes. And what else would you tell this panel makes you suitable for appointment to this position?
I think one of the key requirements, if I read, the legislation as well, especially the qualities of a commissioner as well, that independent mindset and being free from any party politics as well. If you look at my career from my CV, Chief Justice, I've not been involved with any party politics. I've not held any senior positions in any political party. I come with that independence as well, the independent mindset. There hasn't been any controversy regarding, whether I've been involved in politics or not. I think it's quite clear from my CV as well. So I think that mindset is quite important. And then the other skills is, given where the IEC is and, the focus on stakeholder management, I think I've got the skills, I've got the experience as well, both domestically and internationally as well. Having worked for the private sector for 5 years, I've gained a lot of experience in the African continent as well. So those are some of the skills that I would bring to the Commission.
What is the mandate of the IEC, or the important features of the mandate of the IEC that you can tell us in 2 minutes?
All right. I think importantly is, firstly is the IEC is a Chapter 9 institution, so it promotes constitutional democracy. It manages, if you look at the Electoral Act and the Electoral Commission Act, Commission Act as well, you'll see very clearly its mandate is spelled out there. It manages elections in a free and fair way. It creates a conducive environments for citizens to participate in elections. If you look at its strategic plan as well, it has 4 programs. In addition to the administrative program, I think the other important programs, other 3 programs, number 1 is its election operations. It manages election operations. Number 2 is advocacy. I think it's very important. We've seen from global trends, including trends in South Africa as well, that voter participation has been on a serious decline from the 94 elections as well. So that is, I think, an important mandate for the IEC. And lastly, I think with the recent amendments in 2019, political party funding, I think that's another very important issue that the IEC needs to look at as well. And I think what's coming in the future as well is with the 2023 amendment is the electoral reform consultation panel. I think that would be quite significant for the IEC and its contribution towards a new electoral system for the country. I think for me, those are the important things. And also working with stakeholders, not just stakeholders within the country, being the citizens, political parties, but also observer missions as well. I think working with them, working with organizations where the IEC can do benchmarking as well. I think those are the important aspects of the IEC mandate.
Thank you very much. I will now allow Advocate Majola to put questions to you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Advocate Josie. I see that you have quite a bit of an understanding of the work of the IEC. I may have misunderstood or heard you when you said that it manages elections in a fair and free and fair way. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did.
Okay. I thought well, perhaps there is not much difference. I thought that its aim is to ensure that the elections done are free and fair. But maybe it's
exactly. That's what I meant. My apologies.
It's the same thing. What is your understanding of how the IEC operates practically?
Okay, I'm going to try and see if I can understand the question.
Just briefly.
Yeah. I think the IEC, I think, given that it has an independent mandate to ensure that elections are fair and free, I think, as I said as well, one of its key programs in its strategic plan and its annual performance plan is to manage those operations. And if you look at, for example, the build up to an election, and we have the national elections coming up in 2024. So the IEC would develop a sort of a program or a project plan to manage those elections. And a lot of work goes into managing that project. In addition to voter registration, to logistics, to ensuring that it has sufficient staff. I know they do hire a lot of temporary staff very close to the election, probably in the region of about 200,000 staff. So it's a massive project that the IEC has to manage during an election. Outside of the elections, they also have to engage with key stakeholders. Key stakeholders being, for example, the citizens, to encourage them to register for voting. The political parties themselves that are contesting the elections, the government department where they're getting funding from. So there is a number of things that the IEC has to do to ensure that those elections are free and fair. It's that very environment that I spoke about, that it has to create a conducive environment to ensuring that these elections are free. Now, where they do a lot of benchmarking and a lot of self-assessment as well is from previous elections. So they look at all the areas of improvement and what can be done going forward. Like, for example, if we look at the 1994 elections to the elections now, there's now been an evolution of, for example, online registrations. We are looking at in the future elections of online voting as well. So there is a lot of work that the IEC will have to put in for future elections as well.
Thank you so much. My next question relates to the whole issue of integrity. I guess you understand the importance of integrity in the management of elections and making sure they are free and fair. And I'd like you to perhaps look back in your own history and experience and give me a time when your own integrity was put to the test by some event or events, and how you managed that situation. What was it, and how you managed that situation?
I can't think of any specific incident that questioned my integrity. I believe integrity starts from the time when you are a young person. It starts, it's those values of honesty, in particular, that one develops, when one is growing up, from your family, from your school, from your university, from your peers. I think for me, it's personal to somebody. I cannot think of a specific example, but I can think of areas where I intervened, where I saw governance failures, where there wasn't a promotion of independence, for example. I remember when I worked at local government, I was very concerned about, for example, the integrity of the forensic services department. Didn't believe that when I joined that it was independent, because it reported functionally to the city manager rather than to the audit committee. And I saw that, for me, that was, I didn't see that as being, independent. So I made a lot of efforts, and it took almost a year to convince various stakeholders, from the council to the mayor and to the city manager himself and to various other councillors, that the situation should change, because there's no independence in the outcomes of the investigation. It took a year, but I eventually achieved that goal. So for me, if I didn't have integrity, I wouldn't have challenged that. So for me, I always believe, and this role as commissioner, it's one of the key qualities. If a candidate, if I don't have integrity, I wouldn't be sitting here today.
So if among your colleagues as commissioners, you're all pulling in the same direction, but one of the commissioners, you happen to realize that might have perhaps deliberately miscalculated, votes, but the rest of the commissioners say, everything went properly. There was no miscalculation. What would you do?
If I understand your question correctly, Advocate, you're saying that that factually speaking, there was a miscalculation, and the other commissioners are saying there's none. Is that the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
All
know,
right.
your colleagues say, well,
Yes.
we didn't see it.
Yes. I mean, for me, it's very simple. I mean, for me, the facts speak for themselves. Being a legal person, I believe in the facts and in the evidence. And if the facts speak for themselves, I would speak up. I would say that, listen, these are the facts, and we must act on those facts. So for me, that is integrity. That is implementing and living integrity.
But you may lose your credibility because people will say the rest of the commissioners were there, they didn't see what you saw.
It doesn't matter, because for me, it's about, as I say, the evidence. If I've seen something, and if I can show the evidence that I've seen something and, something was miscalculated, then I think it's my responsibility as an independent person, because that's the independence I bring to, I would bring to the IEC, is that independent mindset of thinking independently and raising the alarm bell when one needs to raise the alarm bell. The entire issue, even before the state capture, around whistleblowers and why whistleblowers get victimized. They get victimized because they speak out the truth. And for me, integrity is about speaking out the truth. And if the evidence is there to speak out the truth, then I must do so. And I'm not afraid to be ostracized or to even lose my job because I'm speaking the truth. I think for me, that's more important than the job itself.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Advocate Mohale.
Thank you. Chief Justice, can I just go back to one point and probe it further, and then I'll come to my questions? Advocate Josie, you pointed out that you prefer to be part-time, but if you were to be full-time, that would still be okay. And I see that you are more inclined towards auditing, financial management, risk, and governance. How would you be comfortable to actually relinquish all the other commitments that you have that seem to be in your area of expertise and knowledge and experience to actually be a full-time in an area that mainly requires of you governance and strategic leadership only?
Yes, Advocate, I would certainly do so. If that's the needs of the IEC, if it requires a commissioner to be full-time, then I would relinquish all those other responsibilities. So that's not an issue.
Okay. Thank you. Now coming to my questions. Can you give us an example of where you participated and showed and demonstrated your passion for democracy?
I would say that there is an early example of, it might not be directly in relation to elections, but it might show, my sort of commitment to human rights in particular. And in my early career, when I worked in the South African Police Service, I once came across several prisoners that were, or several accused that were arrested, and many of them had injuries on them, and I was the detective on call at the time, and I was very surprised by all these bandages these waiting trial prisoners had. So I questioned it, and I questioned the prisoner and asked him, how did you? And then I discovered that it seems that they were arrested by a particular unit in the police, the dog unit. And it seems like, the police officers that effected the arrest utilized those dogs to assist them with the arrest. And to me, in my mind, doing an assessment, I felt it was unreasonable. It looks like the force that was used was unreasonable given the nature of the offense and also given the nature of the accused that were arrested as well. It seemed like many of them were homeless people from my sort of questioning of them. And I immediately, it was a weekend, I called the provincial commissioner. I telephoned the provincial commissioner. We managed to get a hold of him after hours, and I called him out to the police station. And I said, I'm very concerned about this. This is very, very concerning. And thanks to that provincial commissioner, he instituted an inquiry, and the unit head of that particular department was taken to that inquiry and subsequently resigned from the police. And I felt, very vindicated because I stood up, for protecting the Constitution. I thought that was important, and I've done it, on other occasions as well, where I see there are violations of the Constitution or the law. I am not afraid to speak up. I mean, in my career, I've seen a lot of contravention of the PFMA, for example, and I'm quite keen to raise it when I see it.
Thank you. You have taken us through what the IEC is all about, etc. I would like you to take us to a deeper level of what other involvement does it, what else is involved in the IEC over and above the mandate issues that we have raised? Any other deeper aspects of the mandate of this IEC?
I think in addition to managing elections, I think I spoke about that. I won't go any more into that. I think the other big area for the IEC is stakeholder engagement. I think especially with the citizens, I think engaging the citizen. I think for me, one of the biggest concerns, I think, and I think the IEC has raised it in its annual report as well, is getting citizens to participate in democratic elections as well. We've seen there is a market decline, although it's a global trend, but there is a market decline. And I think a lot of it is, some of it might be beyond the IEC. I think there is a lot of, for example, there must be trust issues in the broader sort of government itself as well. So you find people for lots of reasons would, decline to, for example, vote. So the IEC needs to work with key stakeholders, including the government, including, for example, observer missions as well, and other agencies, within the electoral processes within Africa, internationally, like the United Nations, for example, the IMSA as well, working with them to try and see what more can be done to get voters back. I think for me, that's another big area of the IEC's work as well. And obviously, I think, although it's in its infancy, but one of the other challenges for the IEC is funding as well, to look at, various different ways in how it can fund its operations. We've seen that, obviously, with National Treasury, with its cost containment as well, year in, year out, there's lots of pressure on funding government departments as well. So that's an area where the IEC needs to look at what are the different ways in which it can source funding as well, whether through donations, for example, whether through maybe, like, for example, you look at the competition authorities. They get fees from some of the mergers that they oversee. So those are the different ways in which I think the IEC can actually look at funding as well. Then for me, the other big issue, which is I think for the future as well, is technology. For me, it's the IEC has already started to embrace technology, the fourth industrial revolution. But the one big thing I think that the IEC needs to take advantage of is artificial intelligence, to see how they can use artificial intelligence in the entire electoral process cycle, from voter registration to voter education to election security, through evaluation of election. I think that is, for me, the next big step is for the IEC to look at how we can do that. Then the last thing I think quite important as well, when I looked at some of the risks faced by the IEC, for me it would be human resources. If you look at throughout the world globally, there is a great demand for human resources. Even prior to COVID-19 as well, there's been a demand for human resources. I also, do follow up on the competition authorities as well. I've seen globally the competition authority is looking at competition in labor markets. So in the next 10 years, I think this would be one of the big challenges for the IEC, is trying to retain talented and professional staff. So this is something that needs to be on the IEC's risk register. So that would be another big item for the IEC as well.
Thanks.
Chief Justice, may I? Just a small follow-up, yes,
Yeah,
please.
okay.
I'm quite interested in your idea that the IEC should do more to bring voters back, so to say. But many voters say they don't vote because they get nothing out of, the exercise of voting year after year. What do you think would then need to be done to bring them back? Because it's not just laziness, it's not the shortage of means to get to the polling stations. They say at the end of it, for 30 years, it hasn't achieved what they were hoping to see.
No, thank you for that, Advocate. I think I can answer this question twofold. I think the first side to it is that the IEC needs to work with stakeholders, I think, to try and bring this on back. It's not just a IEC problem. I think it's a much broader problem. If you look at the socio-economic and political situation in this country, I think it sort of discourages voters from actually voting. And I agree with you, Advocate, is that a lot of voters at this stage would be asking, why should we vote? Because nothing has changed, as you say, in the last 30 years. There's still, the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality in this country, poverty. So there's still a lot of that in this country. So it's a much broader problem than the IEC. But it's important for the IEC to engage with those stakeholders, the government, for example, and assist the government to try and see how the economy can grow in the next 10 to 15 years as well. So that's the one side of it, I think, is to try and encourage voters to come back. The other second side of the coin is, and I think this is where the IEC, it's a very simple message for me, the way I see it as well, is that if you want change, you have to ensure that, you put your mark to obtain that change. And the only way you can do that is by voting. And we've seen that voters sometimes, when they vote for change. If they are dissatisfied with a particular political party, they would vote against that political party. Now, I'm very encouraged when I see that, for example, in the recent amendment this year, the 2023 amendment, that individual candidates can now stand for public office, which for me is a step in the right direction. I am not 100% sure what will be the recommendations of the new panel that would look at electoral reforms, but I'm assuming that they would probably also put on the table a system, not necessarily voting, might include voting for political parties, but also include voting for individuals as well, which would make it much easier for voters to say that if we do not get change, we can always, vote for change. So for me, that would be the advantage of the IEC pursuing its mandate with resilience and vigor.
Thank you, Advocate Galega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning once more, Advocate Jose. You have flagged the promotion of independence as well as independence individually of a commissioner. Why do you think this is so important in the context of the IEC as an institution of democracy?
Thank you, Advocate, for that question. I think if you look at, in addition to the legislation, what the legislation says, the requirements for a commissioner to be independent. And in particular, for me, independence comes with, on a practical level, is conflict of interest. Whether an individual who is a commissioner, whether that person has a conflict of interest or not. I think, but the issue of independence is that the IEC, it says very clearly in its mandate that it's independent. And I think just to give some of my own experience as well, and how it ties up with the question that you asked, is that I've always worked in environments where I had to be independent, especially in the forensic environment, especially with the outcomes of investigations. It has to be independent. It's for credibility, because if an outcome is not independent, if the person themselves, him or she, is not independent, then the outcomes are not accepted. And you look at elections in particular, the people that accept elections are the citizens. We have close to 50 to almost 26 million people who vote. It's not that 26 million, it's the 50 million plus that's in this country that have to accept that election results. So if the IEC is not seen as being or perceived as being independent, the citizens won't accept the outcomes or the political parties won't accept the outcomes of. So for me, that issue of independence goes to the very reputation of the IEC. If the IEC it's one of the the Chapter 9 institution which promotes constitutional democracy. So for me, that's where it's extremely important for the IEC to always make sure that its reputation is intact.
Thank you. You've alluded to developments regarding the party funding as well as the allowance of independent candidates. Any other developments surrounding the IEC that you can allude to, supported by amendments to the legislation and case law? And what impact do you think this has or will have to the electoral system?
I'm sure I did mention it, but I think for me, the 2023 amendment, beside the independent candidates, I think it's that establishment of that the electoral reform panel. I think the work of that panel will be so instrumental in the work of the IEC going forward. I think it's not just for the IEC as well. I think it's for the broader citizens as well. Those reforms, whatever those reforms are, and the wide consultation that will be done with various stakeholders, including citizens as well, I think it's going to change the trajectory of voting in this country. It might encourage more people to actually join and participate in voting as well. For me, I think that's quite a big development. The last development, I think that was recently as well, is the challenge in the Western Cape High Court with regard to the Political Party Funding Act. That challenge there as well is quite interesting to see what the outcomes of that challenge will be in regard to donations, the threshold of donations as well, the disclosure of donations as well. I think one would hope to see exactly how that pans out. I think the IEC itself, I think, said as well that they're concerned about the many court challenges as well. It does put a lot of impact on their resources and their ability to deliver elections in a short space of time as well. So I think that would, for me, would be another recent development with the IEC. I think it's the my vote count case, I think.
Thank you, Chief Justice. That would be all from my side.
Thank you very much. I'll give you 2 minutes to bring to our attention anything else that you think supports your candidature that we might not have asked you about. But if you have covered everything, you are free to say, I've covered everything.
Just one thing, Chief Justice. I've had a look at the various documents of the IEC, in particular the annual report, and I looked at the one thing I always look at is, because I have a passion for governance, is that I I looked at, the governance framework of the IEC and the work that the IEC has done as to governance. And there are some recommendations around, for example, in the IEC report in the 21-22 financial year, it didn't execute its internal audit plan. For me, that's a governance breakdown. Internal audit is very important to the combined assurance model, and it provides assurances on the effectiveness of internal controls. And for me, that's the area where I specialize in. I have a lot of skills in those areas. Over the years, over the 31 years that I work both for the public sector and the private sector, I developed a lot of skills there. And for me, that's the area I think I can contribute, immensely to. I just thought I'll mention that, Chief Justice. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this interview. Once again, I thank you for availing yourself and coming to this interview. You are now released. You will be informed in due course of the outcome of this process.
Thank you, Chief Justice, and thank you for the panel, and thank you very much for this really wonderful opportunity. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Bongegele Zulu.
Morning, CJ.
I would like to hear what you are saying. Would you like to raise your voice a bit?
Good morning, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making yourself available for consideration for appointment to this position. And thank you also for availing yourself for the interview. I have on my extreme right on the panel is Advocate Majola. He's chairman of the Human Rights Commission. Then on my immediate right is Advocate Mokhale. She's chairperson of the Gender Commission. And on my left, I've got Advocate Zalega. She's the acting public protector. I'm going to ask you certain questions, and when I'm done, I will allow members of the panel to ask you questions as well. Are you fine? Are you nervous? You look
Definitely nervous.
You are definitely
CJ.
nervous.
Yeah.
Relax, drink some water, relax. Okay, all right.
We're just going to ask questions, nothing else.
That makes it easier.
Would you please tell the panel your academic and other qualifications?
I'm in possession of a BProc degree and an MBA.
And
And an MBA.
an MBA. And you got your BProc from the former University of Durban, Westville,
That is correct.
and your MBA from the University of Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal. That's
KwaZulu-Natal,
correct.
yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, if I say KwaZulu-Natal, if I say Natal, it's going to look like you are not so young. Because University of Natal was quite a long time ago.
It's an old name.
Yeah, okay. And what experience have you got that you would say is relevant to this job that you are being considered for?
The commission is a fully legislated entity governed by the Electoral Commission Act, the Electoral Act, well, really governed by the Constitution first and foremost, and flowing down then to the Electoral Act, the Electoral Commission Act, and other legislation that governs, multi-party democracy, funding, transcripts. And as a legal practitioner, I'm quite familiar with, first and foremost, the Constitution, Section 19, governing everybody's right to make their political choices, to vote, and to even stand for public office as well. And of course, the provisions of the Electoral Act, which governs the overall management, execution of elections, and the creation of the institution, which is the commission itself, more governance related. And I have a lot of governance experience. I've served in various provincial and national structures, boards, tribunals, in other ADR forums. So I'm quite versed with governance prescripts. PFMA would come into the fore, the Municipal Finance Management Act and related legislation as well. So I believe I have a 360-degree view really of the overall legislative environment of the Electoral Commission.
Would my summary of what you have said in terms of your relevant experience be fair if I say your experience relates to your legal background and practice as well as governance.
That is correct,
Okay,
Chairperson.
all right.
That is correct.
The Act also requires us to look at your suitability for this position. What can you tell this panel makes you suitable for this position?
First and foremost is my academic qualifications. I am in possession of, as I've alluded earlier, of a BProc, which is a law degree. I'm in possession of an MBA. I'm an admitted attorney, admitted in the year 2000. I think this is my 23rd year in practice. Again, I have a lot of experience in this field of corporate governance. Fit and proper as well. I've never had to stand in any forum really that would deal with my perhaps any form of misconduct, any attack perhaps on my integrity, ethical conduct as well. I mean, in my 23 years as a legal practitioner, as a governance practitioner as well, I have remained in good standing in my profession with the Legal Practice Council and as a corporate governance practitioner as well. And made impact in the institutions that I've served in, with regards even to achievement of audit outcomes, reporting and accounting to various shareholders. I believe I am the best suitable candidate for the position, Chairperson.
Of course, to say you are the best, you would need to have to know what we have got about all the others, isn't it?
Oh, well, just on the basis of what I have, Chairperson, I think I'm right there with all the rest of the players that are before you today.
Yes. Okay. What can you tell this panel is the mandate of the IEC? What is the mandate of the IEC? The main features, the important features of its mandate.
Overall mandate really is to manage the electoral processes and in so doing to ensure that as South African citizens, we experience free and fair election processes, to maintain an up-to-date voters' roll, to maintain a list of political parties that is also up-to-date, to declare the results of elections as per prescript within 7 days of the elections having taken place. I think those are the key features, Chairperson, of the IEC. And I just remembered that there's also the funding issues that manages the funds, or the fund really, that is designated to fund the political parties that are represented in both the national and the provincial legislative bodies.
Yes. Thank you. Just as a matter of interest, I see that you call your law firm Zulu Law Inc.
That is correct, Chair.
And I assume that's based on your surname.
It's based on my surname, that's correct.
But don't you fear that it might give a wrong impression that your firm does Zulu law cases only?
I've received those comments a lot, Chairperson, but I don't even know what is meant by Zulu law. I have not come across any such, but yes, it's just on the basis of my surname and the pride that I carry as Undabezita, really. Chairperson, I mean, there are other senators, you'll have a Naidu law, but because there is no relation to anything, it doesn't carry the weight that mine carries. But I guess it's a blessing, Chairperson.
Well, many years ago, when I was doing my first year at university, I did a course that was called Zulu Law. So there will be a lot of people there who know about Zulu law and think your firm
Yeah, I think
does
that must
Zulu
have
law
been
only.
perhaps a century ago, Chairperson, because in my time, we no longer had the Zulu law in our curriculum.
Well, maybe you might not get the clients who are my age. They might think you're just doing Zulu law only, not commercial law. Anyway, that was just an aside. I will now allow Advocate Majola to put some questions to you.
Ms. Zulu, good morning. I'm now afraid also to disclose that I also did Zulu law because it might expose how ancient I am. But it's good to discuss with you the issues of the IEC. Thank you for making yourself available. I have just one or two questions. The one being your understanding of the operations of the IEC. What does it do? How does it operate? Can you tell us your understanding?
My understanding would be really on the basis of reading the legislation and as an external person looking from the outside in, maybe from just the experience that I have had as a voting citizen, really. So I have said earlier that the institution exists to manage elections and to ensure that we have free and fair elections as espoused in Section 19 of the Constitution. So in doing so, the Commission has a responsibility then to have statistical information. How many voters are out there? And of course, to ensure that voters are registered, in terms of the requirements, age 18, possession of an ID document, and to ensure that voters are given an opportunity to register to participate then in various elections from local up all the way up to National Assembly. So then the purpose is to maintain that voters' roll, to also maintain a register of all political parties that participate in elections, and to collect the requisite fees for registration and for operational issues as well of the political parties, to receive the requisite disclosures, particularly around funding, which is a very controversial issues around the funding and the donors that support the various political parties, to ensure transparency around that, and to ensure as well that all the voting districts are recorded accordingly, and that voters are also assigned to specific voting districts on the basis of where they are ordinarily resident, to ensure that due processes are followed at the voting stations, assigning various presiding officer to oversee and to monitor election processes at the various districts, assigning officers as well, and just ensuring that all processes are in accordance with the Act, the opening of ballot boxes, the counting, of ballot papers, the disqualification of ballot papers that are not in accordance with the regulations, and to then feed those results back to the main center for collation of all that information, so that then the commission is able to declare a overall results depending of whether the elections are being held, whether it's for municipal legislative bodies, provincial or national. So that would really, in essence, be the flow of processes, and of course, to then report the outcomes to the president in terms of the acts to declare the outcomes within 7 days of having held the elections. I hope that is adequate.
Yes, thank you. When you answered the questions that came from the Chief Justice, you said that you have had no attack on your integrity.
Yes.
So I just wanted to understand what do you understand by integrity, and what is important? What is its importance in the work of the IEC?
I believe integrity is at the center, is at the heart of all leadership positions. I don't think that a person without integrity would even survive the world that we live in a leadership position. Leadership talks to the core of oneself, behavioral, in terms of being honest, in terms of being transparent in your position, in terms of openness, as ascribed in the Constitution. Integrity, I don't think it's something that can be taught. I think it's something that is innate, innate in all humanity, really. And then it depends whether that is honed or it doesn't get, to be built up, to be nourished as one grows up. And I think in this, in the environment of the commission, integrity is everything. Really, as an institution that is mandated with ensuring that elections are free and fair. That all citizens get to exercise their democratic rights through IEC processes, through elections. And therefore, I don't think as a country we can afford to have leaders who have no integrity in that position, because that would compromise or would have the potential to compromise processes right across the board and to compromise the very aspirations of our Constitution to give effect to the democratic principles, really.
In order to understand you a little bit better, may I perhaps ask you to look back in your experience, in your previous experience, and tell us, if any, of a situation where your own integrity was put to the test, and tell us also what you did when that happened.
Integrity was put to the test. Nothing comes to mind immediately, Chairperson, on that issue. But maybe I can just make an example of a situation where I had to lead the process of appointment of a of a chief executive officer of an institution, a chief executive officer that had already been serving in a secondment position in the institution that I serve in. And to just ensure that the process was really carried out free from any influence, because if it was a person that had already served under my leadership, I recused myself from the process of the recruitment of the chief executive, just to take away a perception that I might be seen to be preferring a person that had already served under myself. I therefore opted to recuse myself from the process and to allow an independent structure to run with that process altogether, even though there was not necessarily an attack on my integrity, but again, to eliminate the possibility of that, of perception, of having a preferred candidate, I opted to just withdraw myself from the processes and allow an independent panel to run with the process. I think that is the best that I can put forward.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to do one follow-up on the last question from Advocate Majola. Even if it's not an incident where your integrity was questioned, is there an incident where those who know you would say, in that situation, Ms. Zulu demonstrated that she has integrity that you can share with us? Is there any such incident?
I deal with a whole lot of things every day. I'm trying to think of the best
Well, it might not
scenario.
be there. If it's not there, it's not there. You can't.
Yeah, I'm
So-
trying to think of the best scenario.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Not at the
Let's
moment,
move on.
Chairperson. Not at the moment, Chairperson.
Advocate Mohale?
Listen, if I
Yes,
may
one
have a
second.
follow-up,
Yes,
just on
yeah.
this question, thank you. Ms. Zulu, if you would be in a position where you are probably a head of an institution or a commissioner in this instance, and there are internal candidates, would you recuse yourself all the time from the process?
I think it's a matter of assessing each and every situation. I wasn't making a general a principle around the issue. It was just based on the scenario that the person would have come through on secondment through my initiation. You know, of course, with the approval of the shareholder. And therefore, when it got to the stage of the proper recruitment process and that person had expressed an interest, it was deemed to be in the best interests of the organization at that point in time to ensure that we get the best suited candidate, not a candidate that would be deemed to have been preferred, you know, by myself. So under those circumstances, it was an assessment that I would have made at the time, but not at all. You know, it will just depend, you know, in terms of the extent of that perceived, perhaps, a conflict that you want to eliminate, you know, and ensure that everything is run in a transparent manner, you know, and in an open manner as well.
Before I let Advocate Mohale put questions to you, you said that you don't think that if somebody has no integrity, they can survive in this world. Is that right?
Correct.
There are many people with no integrity at all who are not just surviving, but who are doing very well in their own world.
Yes, but that comes before a fall, Chairperson. That always comes before
I'm
a fall.
sure there are many who never fall. Actually, who rise higher and higher and higher because the system that's supposed to make them fall is weak, or because they are protected. And they look at those who are doing the right thing, who have integrity, as not so smart.
But you are correct, Chairperson, because you are saying systems are sustaining them.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? Because without integrity, you cannot be sustainable
Well,
unless there are systems that support.
yes, but
You
the
understand.
fact is they continue, they rise, and some of them become very rich, much richer than you and I.
Well, wealth and integrity, Chairperson, I would always go for integrity.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just Ms. Advocate Mochale.
Thank you, CJ. Ms. Zulu, I've perused your CV and I can see that currently you are in 7 entities where you're providing one or other of a governance and strategic leadership role. I am aware that you have applied for part-time, but how would you cope? I'm asking this against the backdrop of the upcoming elections of 2024, which would be very, very difficult in a new territory to go through for the IEC itself. The introduction of independence and a whole lot of other issues that will be plaguing the 2024 elections. How do you hope to cope in terms of managing your time?
Yes, I'm not quite sure when the CV would have been submitted, but currently I serve in 3 entities, 1 at provincial and 2 at national government level. It's just 3, and of the 3, the 1 is coming to an end at the end of July, or beginning of August. Therefore, in essence, I can say that I'm serving in less than 5 entities at the moment, all part-time as well. So I'm available to provide services to the Commission as and when I am required to do so. And my ability to give the best of my abilities, my skills, expertise, and experience would not be compromised in terms of what I currently hold at the current position.
Can I make a follow-up, CJ? Thanks. From what is in the CV, there's actually 5 of them or so that you are supposed to still be active on in terms of your CV. I don't know if you have resigned from an additional one, but even if it was 2, as I have pointed out, this would be a new and relatively new environment for the IEC and its commissioners. The contestation has increased. The base of people contesting has increased, and even the character by us including independence. And I'm concerned when you say as and when I'm needed. I would imagine this kind of environment actually requires somebody who is available 24/7 beyond as and when I'm required. Would you be able to cope with that?
I don't think I would have submitted to this interview had I believed that I would not have the time to commit to the work of the Commission. I will be available to fully service the institution when required.
Thanks. Just moving on to my second question, can you give us an example of a situation where your passion for democracy came into play or was amplified, or you participated from a point of view of a passion for democracy rather than duty of work?
In fact, what led me to want to stand for office was the experience that I had when I was assigned by the Black Lawyers Association to oversee various voting stations in Groudsville. I think it was local government elections. Is it 2012, 2011? I'm not quite sure. But I remember it was the first time that I was standing for full 24 hours. I never got to sleep. I never got to sit down. And I was serving people who are in the very peripheries of life. Groudsville is a fully rural area. And I had to experience, just teaching people about the voting processes, providing guidance, around voting, filling ballot papers, and to witness the passion that people from grassroots have and the faith that they have in our electoral system. The faith that they have in the outcomes of they having to put their voice forward in terms of who they believe is able to lead them out of poverty, out of the triple threat of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. I think that is where I really witnessed democracy at play. And I didn't just witness it, but I was a participant. I was able to provide the guidance that people required, I think that is ultimately what led me to say, I want to do this. If I get an opportunity to do it at a national scale to ensure that our citizens, enjoy their democratic rights to free and fair elections, I think that would be fulfilling for me. Really, because I think it's one of those instances where you see how far and how wide democracy can go in our country, because no one is excluded in voting processes. So I think that was the best experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chief Justice,
Yes.
my apology, may I?
You want to forward
I
a
hope
follow-up?
it's not going to be a habit.
Yeah, no, okay, all right. Do it. Actually, you remind me, I think I might have one too. But
Yes, you are practicing law, and you are living in a society that has got poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And you have a passion for democracy, and you see how their rights get overlooked or even violated. What I wanted to know is that have you given your time pro bono towards helping those people realize their rights or defend threats to to their rights, as a way of aspiring to see what you said is a future society where people enjoy their rights and their democracy? And if you have, can you say how many cases have you donated your free expertise time freely to people? Thank you. Just briefly.
Yes. Well, I think I do that on a daily basis in terms of the donations that I make to various organizations which go far and wide, outside of South African borders to assist, people, war-torn, ravaged countries, medical assistance, legal assistance, and repatriations as well. And then personally, I do that, in partnership with my church as well, in terms of providing legal advice where possible to those that who can afford, to get requisite legal advice. Provision of food packagings, provision of clothing. I think that is the life that I live as a person, and I'm also trying to just formalize a structure, a foundation that will really be focused on serving humanity. In fact, that is the slogan that I've come up with, serving humanity, for the foundation that I've just finalized a concept document upon, because it's something I do every day, but again, I'm always limited by my resources as well, and I wish I could achieve more. So in that regard, then I'm trying to just formalize and, a structure that will be legally recognized to get the funding to do much more that I'm able to achieve by myself, Chair.
Thank you. The Act says the commissioners can be full-time or part-time. Now, initially, I thought the answer you gave to Edward Mohale about your availability suggested that you were making yourself available on a part-time basis. I think that's what your CV says.
That is correct.
The information. But then you said something that threw doubt in my mind, whether you were saying you stand by what you had said in the documentation, namely you are only available for part-time, or whether you were now saying even if you are required to be full-time, you will make yourself available. I just want us to be clear which is which, particularly because you have a legal practice to run. So I want to know whether you mean that if you are required to be full-time, you will leave your practice.
I'm not quite sure where the chairperson would have picked that up.
Oh, I think you said something like, you didn't think that you would have made yourself available if you thought that you would not make the time.
It was still on the basis
in the context of the question that was put to you, because it was given that you had said in your CV, in your application, you are available part-time.
That is correct.
In the context of the question that was put to you, it seemed to me that you could only give that answer if you were trying to say, even if the job is full-time, you would make yourself available. So I thought, I just want us to be clear what your position is.
Yes. I think my expression of interest was on the basis of a part-time position to the commission chairperson at all times.
Okay, so you are available if it's on a part-time basis, not on a full-time basis.
That is correct, chairperson.
Okay, no, that's fine. That doesn't disqualify you. I just want us to be clear. That's all. Okay, all right. Advocate Talega.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice. Am I the only, together with Ms. Zulu, we're not part of the Zulu law regime. Just wanted to express.
You look too young to have done the Zulu law.
Ms. Zulu, the IEC is obligated through the Constitution to be an independent institution. How would you contribute towards this independence?
independence really is to be free from influence and to be guided by the prescript that governs the institution. To seek guidance within the confines of the enabling legislation, really. And therefore, I think my commitment would be just that I would, in my position, I would never allow myself to be influenced in any manner, shape, or form by external parties, external forces, perceptions, what is captured in the media, various platforms, but really to remain focused on the mandate that is upon the institution, governed overall by the Constitution, by the Electoral Act and the Commission Act and other subsidiary legislation as well. And of course, to ensure that in the event that counsel, guidance, opinion is sought, it is sought from the relevant recognized bodies, that are there to support the effective functioning of the Commission.
Okay. Would you kindly abreast us of legal developments within the IEC, legislatively, through development in jurisprudence, by case law?
The one case that I found to be interesting, really, was I think it's the new national movement case against the president. It's a constitutional court decision that has declared that the Electoral Act is unconstitutional to the effect that it doesn't allow individuals to stand for elections as independents. The Electoral Act only recognizes political parties, and the Constitutional Court has found that to be unconstitutional as it contravenes Section 19 of the Constitutional Act, particularly Section 19(3)(b), which gives adult citizens the right to stand for public office. I remember Justice Madlanga said that, if you read Section 19, you have to read it together with Section 18, the right to freedom of association, and he said that the Electoral Act contravenes Section 19 to the effect that it limits individuals to stand for public office, independently of political parties. And he said, he cited a case of the Law Society of Transvaal against, I think it was Joe Butler, where the presiding judge said that the freedom of association also extends to freedom not to associate. So you cannot limit a person's freedom, because that is the purpose of the Constitution, to extend freedoms to all citizens. So if you're giving citizens the right to freedom of association, surely that right extends to freedom not to associate, and therefore the Electoral Act limits the right that is espoused by Section 18 and 19 of the Constitution, because it addresses elections solely as it pertains to political parties. And therefore, the Constitutional Court has called on the Commission to review the Electoral Act to be aligned to the Constitution. The Commission was given 24 months from June 2020. I'm not quite sure where the review is at, at the moment, but I believe we have passed the 24-month mark. I think that is a very interesting case that has come out that has a direct impact on the mandate of the Commission.
Is that the only development?
I think another one would be around the political party funding processes, the disclosures, yes. That political parties are expected to disclose donations in excess of 100,000 rand. I think that is another important case that has come out recently. And I think I have seen a report on the website showing the disclosures that have been done by political parties. I'm not quite sure whether all have come to the fore, but I know that that process and that system is in place as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Do you remember any IEC case that featured very prominently in the media in 2021 that went to the Constitutional Court that everybody was talking about? That was decided by the Constitutional Court.
Another one. How did I miss it? I'm sure I would remember it, Chair, if you were to remind me a little bit, because, I have an aerial, I pick up everything, current affairs. But I'm not quite sure why that one is not coming to mind at the moment, but I'm sure I'm aware of it.
Particularly because you are a lawyer, you should have at least remembered it. I think everybody
so
was talking about it in
myself.
2021.
Chairperson, I'm sure I know that case. I have
No,
doubt.
I'm sure you know it.
This is an interview, information will just disappear, but I'm sure I know the case, Chairperson. I have no doubt about it.
I'll give you, if you're supposed to cite it in court, it wouldn't help you.
Chair.
If I'll give you 2 minutes to say anything to the Commission that we might not have asked you that you feel would support your candidature. So any additional information that you think you should share with us that we haven't covered in our questions that you think will make us see that you are the best.
Chairperson, safe to say that I'm here to serve my country.
Yes.
Whether I serve my country at local government level, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Whether I serve my country at provincial level, I'm happy. But it is an extreme honor to serve my country at a national level.
Yeah.
Because the impact and the magnitude is that much as well.
Yeah.
I think those would be my closing remarks. I'm here to serve. Where I am required to serve, I will serve to the best of my abilities.
Yes. Now, thank you very much. We'll come to the end of the interview. You will be informed of the outcome of this process. But for now, thank you very much, and you are released. Okay. Eleni Mtembu.
Morning, Chair and panel members.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm very good, Chair. Thank you so much.
I'm very happy that you are not nervous at all.
I have to be strong.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for availing yourself and for coming to this interview. I'm going to ask you some questions and then thereafter give members of the panel a chance to ask questions. But let me first introduce the members of the panel. On my extreme right, it's Advocate Majola, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. On my immediate right, it's Advocate Mokhale, Chairperson of the Gender Commission. On my left, it's Acting Public Protector, Advocate Galeka. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Would you please share with the panel your academic and other qualifications?
Thank you, Chair. I matriculated at Langezwa High School in KZN. I then went to UWC where I completed my LLB in the year 2000. I graduated in 2001. And then I did my articles of clerkship and finished my articles of clerkship in 2004. Then I have completed a postgraduate certificate in labor law via UNISA. Also done a certificate in supply chain management. It's sourcing and supply chain management. I've also done a certificate in corporate governance via UNISA as well. I am currently a first year Doctor of Law student at UNISA. Constitutional and international law. I have been attending a few trainings informally, including the training I got from the Institute of Directors to be a certified director. Yes, I've also attended workshops just to keep up. I recently completed my certificate, my higher certificate in human resource management. Unfortunately, it's not in my CV because I recently, I got it from IQ Academy. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. And your PhD, you said it's in constitutional law and international law.
That's correct, Chair.
Oh, that's very good. Then I would like you are practicing as an attorney as well?
Yes, Chair.
And under the name
Ginamtembu. Yes.
Incorporated.
Yes, Chair.
And you have been practicing as an attorney since 2004?
Yes, Chair.
That means you have something like 20
something.
20 something.
Yes.
Well, no, 19.
Oh, 20. Yes, if we exclude our my articles of clerkship.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
19.
You see, you and I are not good with
number. Same WhatsApp group.
Now, what experience have you got that you can say is relevant for the job that you want to be considered for?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, for the IEC, I wouldn't say I have any formal experience except being involved in community activities where you participate in encouraging communities to vote and participating as a community member in voting activities. However, as a regulatory environment, I have been appointed before in the Gaming and Betting Board. It's a gambling regulatory body in KZN. It's KZN Gaming. And I've also been involved with the KZN Liquor Authority as a chairperson of the local committee. It's a regulatory environment as well. I've also been involved in the Municipal Bid Appeals Tribunal in KZN. It's a tender appeals process where service providers would appeal if they're not happy with procurement systems in the municipalities. So it's also a regulatory environment because you assist in providing mechanisms to deal with those issues. So overall, Chair, I am familiar with a regulatory environment. I'm also involved in the Council for the Built Environment. It's a regulatory body as well because we regulate the built environment professions, which includes engineering and other structures in the built environment sector. I've also been involved with SACSAP, which is the South African Council for Social Services Professions. I was in the professional board for social work. So the environment is familiar to me. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. The Act also requires that we look at your suitability. What can you tell this panel makes you suitable for this position?
Thank you, Chair. A person who's suitable for this position would need to be a leader, an ethical leader, because you deal with political parties and it's a political landscape that has to be managed ethically. And the person has to be sober-minded, well-informed, because there is a lot that you carry on your shoulders. There's no room for mistakes. You have to be somebody who loves the law, because I'm not saying anyone who's not versed in law is not suitable, but I'm saying it should be somebody who's well-versed in legislation, how to interpret legislation, so that you can be able to give guidance. Otherwise, you will not be able to give guidance if you are not well informed. You have to be somebody who has a desire to see South Africa succeeds, because everything we've been working on since 1994 comes down to what IEC is doing, especially now. So, Chair, I would say it should be an ethical leader who's able to understand the processes, understand the legislation, and be able to guide correctly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then what can you tell us is the mandate of the IEC?
Chair, the broad mandate of the IEC, it's promoting democracy through elections. That's a broad mandate. Then the constitution would be specific in saying the IEC has to deliver free and fair elections and manage elections at all spheres of government, and also administer the Electoral Act and promote education regarding electoral processes. Then there would also be functions that are allocated to the IEC by the Electoral Act. Yes, like reviewing legislation and making recommendations. I think that is very important even now because of all the changes that have to be implemented in the electoral processes. The IEC also keeps a register of political parties and independent candidates as well now because of the changes, and maintain a voter's roll and ensure that elections are carried out in a free and fair manner. Yeah, that's basically it, Chair. There's more, but I don't think I can do it line by line.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but you have, you are satisfied that the ones you have mentioned are the important ones?
Yes, Chair, I'm satisfied. Thanks.
Okay, all right. I will then now allow Advocate Machola to put questions to you.
Good morning, Ms. Mthembu.
Morning, Advocate.
Welcome to this interview. You seem to have touched on some of the things that I wanted to hear from you. For example, what the IEC does. You've spoken about, registering political parties, maintaining the voters' roll, and other things. You mentioned that you have also done some work in encouraging voters to people to vote. What exactly did you mean? What did you do?
Thank you, Chair. When you live within a community, you have to participate in the activities that would happen in the area. For example, when it's time to register to vote, if we don't do anything, and then those who are close to us wouldn't know the importance of registering to vote and even voting to choose the leaders that you want to lead your community, especially with local government. Yeah, that is what I mean, Chair, when I say I participate in those campaigns as well. We all have to play a role in this, because the IEC cannot do it alone. I don't think government can do it alone. We all have to play some part. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. I will go to my next question. My question is related to integrity. Can you perhaps tell us of the importance, if any, of integrity in the IEC?
Thank you, Chair.
And why you think it is important?
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. The IEC, I'll repeat what I said earlier. The IEC carries a lot on their shoulders, and it all depends on how the IEC is seen in the community. Because if there would be any elements of doubt towards the IEC, then our democracy would be at risk. Because let's say there are suspicions that the Electoral Commission favors a particular political party over another to an extent that it could allow voter fraud, then everything that we've been working for since 1994 is at stake. So IEC has to be seen as an ethical body that leads with integrity, that would not allow anything that would compromise the way it is seen. It should be trusted, especially because when you deal with political parties and not only political parties, competing interests. You have to be seen that you carry yourself in an ethical manner, which prioritizes ethical values and ethical principles. And we know that integrity aligns to ethical values. So you have to be seen to exercise integrity in everything that we do. We have to trust the vote, the results. If we don't, if the IEC is not seen as an organization that acts with integrity, then it could raise a lot of doubt around the processes that we have to facilitate.
In your own history, in your own experience, have you had situations where your integrity was put to the test? And if so, what did you do? Perhaps let me not continue. Let me ask that.
I was trying to understand the question. I'm not sure, Advocate, you mean where my integrity would seem to be compromised?
No.
Okay.
I am speaking about a situation where a situation occurs to you which deals with, which requires you to seek refuge in integrity, you know, in terms of your reaction to the situation.
Maybe if I can also put it this way, maybe that might help you to understand it better. I think what Advocate Majola is looking for is any incident in your life experience where you had to do something that can show that you are somebody of integrity. You might have had to stand up and be alone in regard to some decision in some instances. I think that's what he's looking for, if that would make it easier for you.
I mean,
Thank you
that's
so
to you, Chief Justice.
Thank you so much. Yes, I have. Yeah, if the question had not been clarified, I would say no. Yes, I have. I remember in one of the entities, I still serve in that entity, but it's with totally different people now. There was a time when we were dealing with a former CEO who was dismissed at work, and then the case has been going on for years at court. But now I found myself in a situation where I had to register a dissenting vote, because I realized that my colleagues know the person, and what they were trying to do is to settle the matter. Yes, it's correct to settle the matter, but it depends on the grounds of settling the matter. Yes, the case had been going on for years, but we had sought legal opinions and got to a point where we are saying, but the legal opinions are saying we cannot settle this matter. Let us allow the matter to unfold in court, and the court will make it. And everybody wanted for the CEO, the former CEO, to be settled at a very the amount was that was being offered was 4 million rands for a person who was dismissed when she was only left with 6 months in the job or on the job. So I was against that decision, even though it made me unpopular. It's like I was standing on the way of what everybody wanted to achieve. But I said no. And unfortunately, the term of office of those colleagues came to an end. And I had to come back and still maintain maintain my views. And when the resolutions were reviewed, and I would still say that resolution was not correct to guide the new people who were coming in. And now I'm happy because the issue has been put to rest. It's in court, the court will decide. If, so there would be situations that would want to compromise you. And for me, it's hectic because I come from the Legal Practice Council. You get, I think we all know that, you get struck off. Yeah, it compromises you. And if I had compromised and decided to align myself to that decision, then I wouldn't be here today, because the money would have been paid and it would be irregular, and maybe I would be we would be all over the news, and I wouldn't have the strength to come here, because I'm here because I know my track record is good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Advocate Majola. Have you had a chance, Ms. Mthembu, to read the Commission's report in regard to Transnet and Denel?
I have, but it's been some time.
Well, if you get a chance to read those, that is now the State Capture Commission report that I'm talking about. If you get a chance to read those parts that relate to Transnet and Denel, you will find things that are very similar to what you had to deal with.
Thank you, Chair.
And it's good that your one ended the way that it did.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Advocate Mokhala.
Thank you, CJ. Thanks, Ms. Mthembu, for making the time. I have perused your CV and I can see that you have sat on many boards, and thankfully all of them are in the past except for one. But I also note that you have been running your practice, which means you know, since 2004, something like that. You've got employees under you, which means it's quite an established a player in the legal space in your area. How then do you see yourself, if you were to be appointed, how then do you see yourself managing both, or even relinquishing, you know, your current situation, considering, as you rightfully pointed out, some of the legislation that has given the IEC added responsibilities, you know, so 2024 is going to be difficult. How do you see yourself managing both situations if you are to be appointed?
Thank you, Advocate. I did think about that, and in my mind, I thought you would ask that question. So when I was still at varsity, studying towards my LLB, many students would talk about their dreams of defending people in court, doing whatever they do in court. The vision I had in my head, I saw myself in a boardroom. And yes, I studied corporate law, but really, I wanted see myself in a corporate world instead of being in court and doing. I had to do everything I've done because it's a journey. In order to get to where you want, you have to start somewhere. So I've been busy at court doing everything for some years. And I came to a point where I'm getting these opportunities to live what I've always wanted to do. So I got people involved in my practice, even though I still exercise oversight and monitor everything. But right now I have 2 lawyers in my office. And I've been training candidate attorneys as well. So for some years, it allows me some space to do what I'm really passionate about. Yes, so I wouldn't have a problem.
No, thank you for your answer. My second question would then be to ask you to give us an example of a lived experience where you demonstrated your passion for democracy.
Thank you, Chair. I know maybe it wouldn't be what you think I'm supposed to say, but demonstrating my passion for democracy can be seen by the way I've been doing things. And when I took a decision that I'm pursuing a master's degree, there were many options, but I decided to venture into human rights because I'm very passionate about issues of human rights. I remember I would see the former President Thabo Mbeki going to these African countries around us, going to Kenya, Tanzania, in peace missions, and I would just be in awe and want to do what he's doing in my own way, of course. But I've had this passion for human rights and democracy ever since. And I was also lucky to be appointed as a council member at Luthuli Museum. It's about the legacy of Chief Albert Luthuli. So when you are involved in that environment, you get exposed to the history of our country. I think even when I'm trying to explain what the IEC does, there's something in me that wants that I think you could tell that I'm very passionate about it, because I love to see what we've had in mind before we ended apartheid, to see everything coming to life at some point. And when I'm following the Constitutional Court judgments regarding human rights and everything, I've noticed that you would, in order to say you are passionate about democracy, you would have to understand the background. And when people would criticize some judgments, but I would say it's a progressive approach that courts have taken to ensure that at some point, democracy and human rights are achieved in full. So everything that happens in courts and around us, it's meant to achieve that democracy and the fulfillment of human rights that we never had before. So I think I've answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Advocate Kalega, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Ms. Mthembu, independence is one of the cornerstones around institutions supporting democracy, such as the IEC, how would you enforce that as a commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. I know sometimes it would seem as if there's no independence because of issues of funding, because the funds would always come from the government. But the Constitution is clear that these institutions, I would make an example of the Chapter 9 institutions. They wouldn't be, if you don't know, you would not recognize that they are independent, and their decisions are independent. They are independent of government, regardless of where their funding comes from. So independence would mean being able to draw the lines, know your mandate. In order to be independent, you have to know your mandate and be accountable, act within your mandate. That is how you maintain independence. As soon as you start to please everybody, then it compromises you, because you now have to take what is not within your mandate. And yeah, I think independent means that you have to be accountable and act within your mandate, and not be compromised by other structures that are not within your lane. You must remain in your lane in order to be independent and be guided by the legislation that guides you and policies that guide you. That is how you remain independent, and also ensure that you are not conflicted when you make decisions. Thank you, Chair.
Why is independence important for an institution such as the IEC?
Very critical, because you are not expected to align to a particular position. You have to be independent and be seen to be independent, because you are dealing with many issues. Right now, with the Amendment Act on the electoral, the Electoral Amendment Act, the way it's been criticized, as the IEC, it's easy when you are seemingly taking side to be compromised, because you have to protect the interest of all the parties in the process. You have to note and protect the interest of independent candidates, interest of the political parties, and we've got many political parties. You have to be seen to be impartial in order to discharge your mandate.
Okay. There's been developments around the IEC. Would you kindly take us through those, both legislative and case law?
Thank you, Chair. I think these days we are talking about the New Nation Movement, NPC, and others case versus the President of the Republic of South Africa. In that case, the Constitutional Court correctly declared that the 1998 Electoral Act, as it was unconstitutional as far as it did not allow independent candidates to stand for election in the national and provincial legislatures. So after that case, the National Assembly was mandated to to make amendments in the Electoral Act. So after those, then the amendments have been made, and the president has already signed that legislation into law. I think it was signed in May. So it comes with many changes because now independent candidates are allowed to participate or contest in the elections, even for the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures. And now this means that the IEC has to review the way it has been working to cater for independent candidates. The IEC has to now maintain not only just a political party register, now it has to be a political party register, and that register has to include independent candidates now. And the way the ballot papers have been printed in the past, where you are voting for political parties, you now have to see the independent candidates there. And even the communication channels where the IEC has been communicating with political parties alone regarding electoral processes, now the independent candidates have to be included. And there would also be changes in the way the seats are allocated and the calculation of votes, and the formula for allocating seats has to change. And yeah, there is a lot that has to be done by the IEC going forward. Even the way things have been done in the past in terms of adhering to the code of conduct, all those things have now to be reviewed to include independent candidates, just to ensure that gradually we achieve what the Constitutional Court mandated the National Assembly, and now the IEC has to do. And then another challenge would be ensuring that all the legislation aligns to what has changed. Yes, the main act has been changed, but the Party Funding Act also has to be amended to cater for funding towards independent candidates. So there are many changes, and the regulations as well. The Electoral Act regulations have to be amended to cater for independent candidates as well. And the standards that the independent candidates have to adhere to. Interestingly, I was watching the news and realized that some people are not happy with the new act, the Electoral Amendment Act, because they are not happy with the way the seats would be allocated. For example, now that the candidates, the independent candidates, would be contesting for elections in the National Assembly, it would the provision at the moment is that the candidate can only be allocated one seat in the National Assembly because it's an independent candidate. And I've heard that there's a problem there, because an independent candidate can get more than enough for one seat. And the votes may be so much that the candidate can even qualify for 3 seats. But then again, when you look at the other side of the coin, you say, how can you give one candidate 3 seats? So there are still many issues to be dealt with. Unfortunately, I haven't had a counter proposal regarding how the issue may have to be resolved. But if I was drafting the legislation myself, I think I would draft it the way it is until I get other opinions and other suggestions. I think I've taken a lot of time on the question. It's an interesting issue, and I'm hoping that at some point I would hear from people who think like me and maybe share ideas. And yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. That will be all from my side.
Thank you very much. I will now give you 2 minutes within which to share with the panel whatever we may not have asked you, which you think we should know that supports your candidature. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I think because my CV is with the panel, I think everything is there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Ms. Mthembu. Once again, thank you for availing yourself. We appreciate it. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course.
Thank you so much.
You are now released.
Thank you, Chair and
Okay.
panel members.
Thank you. and for availing yourself for this interview.
My pleasure.
You may or may not know everybody who is on this panel, but I'll let you know that on my extreme right, it's Advocate Majola, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, and on my immediate right, Advocate Mohale, Chairperson of the Gender Commission, and on my left, the Acting Public Protector, Advocate Talega. Good. I'm going to ask you some questions, and when I'm done, I will allow members of the panel to also ask you questions.
Thank you, CJ.
Okay. Would you please share with the panel what your academic and other qualifications are, please?
I have a BA LLB. I'm an admitted attorney. I have been head of the Human Rights Unit of the Commonwealth Secretariat in London for 6 years. I was the National Legal Officer of the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And I was the Executive Director of the Foundation for Human Rights for 17 years. I was also a director of the LRC at one stage.
Well, you worked for the Legal Resource Center as the director
In
at
Pretoria.
one stage.
That's
I
correct.
worked for the Legal Resource Center as a fellow many years ago. That was quite a low position compared to director. But I see that you have also, you were appointed at some stage as an acting judge of the High Court. Is that correct?
Yes, I had a few short stints, a couple of weeks at a time.
Yes, yes. Yes, and you, how many years did you practice as an attorney?
Well, must be in about 10, 15 years. I'm
Yes.
trying to recall.
Is that inclusive of the time you were at the Legal Resource Center?
I would think so, yes.
Why would you think so? Were you not practicing, or were you just a manager and not practicing, not doing litigation?
I was practicing, yes.
Yeah.
But it's up to 1996, I believe.
Yeah.
That's when I went over to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Yes.
But I was also in private practice for a while. Before
Yes. Okay, all right. Well, I've now touched on experience that you may have. The Act requires that we have regard to experience for this position. What part of your experience would you say would be relevant to this job that you are being considered for?
Well, in terms of elections, I have extensive international experience because my work as head of the Human Rights Unit meant that I was the senior legal person involved in election observation missions around the Commonwealth. So I went to about 9 different countries, primarily in Africa, but also in Maldives, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. And within Africa, it was separately. I went to Mozambique, but I've also been to Zimbabwe observing elections twice, accompanying senior heads of state or ex-heads of state, Professor General Abubakar, for example, ex-President Kwet Masire. They would lead the delegations. And Nigeria, I've been there a few times. Observing elections there, Malawi, Zambia. So initially, as one of the staff members where I would be responsible for the legal aspects, subsequently they invited me as one of the experts as an election observer. The most recent one was late last year. I was in Sri Lanka.
I just want to make sure that my panelists are able to hear you well. I have a sense you are speaking a little soft. I think they hear. Advocate Machola, could you hear clearly everything? Okay. I'm going to ask you to repeat because Advocate Mokhale didn't hear you well, and I also couldn't hear some parts. So if you need to bring the mic closer, please feel free. We are interested in hearing everything you tell us.
Okay.
So again, we're going back to the issue of what part of your experience would you say is relevant to this job that you are being considered for?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I hope this is better.
It may well be that you might not need to bring it close, but if you raise your voice, then it might help. Yeah,
I'll do that.
yeah.
Please just tell me if I'm talking too softly. When I was with the Commonwealth, one of my roles was to be the expert on elections, especially from a human rights perspective, because I was the head of the human rights unit. So there would be both queries, technical queries regarding elections, as well as human rights related to elections. So I accompanied a number of international missions from the Commonwealth to various countries around the world, and the missions would be led by previous heads of state. I've given the example of General Abubakar, who's from Nigeria, who I've accompanied a number of times, ex-President Kwet Masire, the ex-Prime Minister of Barbados. So I've done extensive coverage in Africa especially, and if you start off, I've been to Mozambique observing elections, Zimbabwe twice, Zambia, Malawi twice, Nigeria twice. And then outside Africa, I've been to, as an official election observer, both my time at the Commonwealth and after the Commonwealth, where I was invited to be one of the international experts, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Pakistan. So with regard to elections, I have extensive experience in that regard. The other part which I think is possibly relevant is that as the National Legal Officer, which is a senior legal internal person of the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we're always under intensive scrutiny. And so to act in that situation under the public eye, everything you said is recorded and everyone is trying to trip you up. And so to act under a lot of pressure and being able to hold your position and get people's respect in what you did.
Thank you. In terms of your role in various missions that you were involved in, were you going there to observe the elections that were being held, or was it something else?
Yes, primarily to observe the elections. When I was working for the Commonwealth Secretariat in London, I would be responsible for the legal aspects. So whatever the report was, I'd write about what the legal requirements for the elections were for candidates, etc. And that part of the report would be my responsibility. Subsequently, I wasn't a member of staff. I was then one of the actual observers, and I would be operating on a different level where I wasn't doing the actual writing, but be responsible with the other members of the observer team to give pass our comments on how the elections were in fact conducted.
And you said it was a number of countries in which you did this.
Yes, I at least 9. I can repeat them if you want me to.
Yes,
but
no, that's fine. That's fine. Mozambique was one of them.
Mozambique was before I worked for the Commonwealth. This is when they had the first democratic election. I was sent to Pemba, and I was sent there by an NGO, and we did an internal report for the NGO.
Yes. And how often did you find that there were challenges that made these elections not free and fair?
Some more than others.
Yeah.
There's various legs to the elections, and it starts off with the whole voter registration, demarcation of constituencies, and then the actual elections, and then the recording of the voting, and the collating of the voting. So they varied from country to country. I can give you some examples if you want me to. But when it came to, for example, Zimbabwe, there were always questions about the transfer of the voting results from the polling stations to the head office. That you felt that it didn't correlate. Also in Zimbabwe, the exclusion of large numbers of people who had been in Zimbabwe all their lives, and all of a sudden they were accused of being Mozambican or Malawian, and then excluded at a very convenient time, as they were perceived as not being supportive of the incumbent party. Nigeria was a different situation. Nigeria, sometimes in fact, Nigeria was one of the first places I went to after I left the country to join the Commonwealth, and getting the vote in South Africa was such an important thing to us, and it was so vital that we're now a democracy, and we fought so hard for this. And when you get there and you're at an election polling station, and you leave for half an hour and come back, and the ballot box is full of votes, where's the people, where are the queues? And you actually I got quite upset. This is something sacred, voting. How can you do this? We fought so hard for this. And this was with all the officials there, all the party observers were present. They all said, no, everything was fine. There was no problem. There was a big rush just before you left. So yeah, you got incidents like that. And
how would you handle those situations if you were playing a role where
you can't interfere in the elections, and you can't make comments to the people
if you are
there.
an observer?
You're an observer.
Yes.
So you put it in your report, and you report to your heads of mission.
Yes.
You do a written report to them, and then they decide how they're going to incorporate it into the final report. So it's not something where even if journalists come to you and you at an observer. As an observer at a place, you can't say this is wrong. You'll say no, we're still observing, and we will do our final report. So you have to be circumspect and respect the country and the people in whose country you are. But you would go back to your principles, and they would decide how to incorporate it, and they would balance out between what you saw and what they saw.
But if would you sometimes have a situation where your principals take a particular view about the freeness and fairness of the election, but your view is different?
Yes.
And in that case, how would you handle that? How did you use to handle that situation?
Well, there would be a situation where you can say what you want to say, and you put it in writing in your report. But then whether they include it or not is their final decision.
Yeah.
And you don't contradict them in public.
Yeah.
There are other factors at play. I mean, I can think in Nigeria, we had just come out from a situation where Sani Abacha had died, and then General Abubakar took over for a short while after that. And then Obasanjo ran against him. And so even though there were things that were not right, people wanted that transition from military rule to democratic rule. And so there isn't such emphasis on what was going wrong in the localities that I was in. I was in Benin City, in Benin province. And so they would say yes, but everywhere else they had different reports.
Well, that leads me to the next question, namely that I've got this impression that in certain parts of the world, I don't know whether what parts of the world, I don't know all the parts of the world where this may be happening or may have happened, but I know that it has happened in some parts of our continent, where in addition to the concept of free and fair elections, there began to be introduced another concept where observers and others would emphasize that the election reflects the will of the people. My only impression, and you must tell me whether you know what I'm talking about and what your understanding is, my own impression was that there should be no need to introduce the concept of whether the vote or the results reflect the will of the people or not, if everybody accepted that if elections are free and fair, that's it. And if they are not free and fair, that's it. I got the impression that in some countries, when the issue of whether the elections were free and fair would be raised because some political parties and maybe other certain observers were saying, but this election was not free and fair, then there would be others saying, but it reflects the will of the people. Are you aware of what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. I mean, there was almost a time where they stopped using the words free and fair. Because amongst other things, that there's always an advantage for incumbents, both in terms of resources and access to media, etc. So it's never going to be free and fair. This is not our country, I'm talking about other countries. And so they would use the phrase, it reflects the will of the people, to get around that. But yes, it's in fact common and quite standard. And it's happening in many, many countries, that it reflects the will of the people. And so they avoid saying it's free and fair because for the reasons I've given about incumbency advantages and media and budgets, etc., you can't say it was free and fair. But then you can't just call the whole election off because you're destabilizing the country. So the phrase they used was reflecting the will of the people.
But what would be your position if that kind of situation arose where people said, well, yeah, the election might not have been free and fair, but you can't destabilize the whole country and say and reject the election results? So what would you say?
Oh, not in our country. No, absolutely not.
But anywhere. Let's say you are observing somewhere else and that situation arises.
Because you have to understand the situation you find yourself in. And you're coming in there for a few weeks. And you see there are things which are wrong, but it's not something which is sufficient. You can make recommendations that in future, this is how the demarcation process should take place, and this is how the media should be handling the situation in terms of time, etc. And these are the defects that have to be corrected. But just to then say that, because everyone is looking at you, and almost inevitably the opposition party or the party that loses is looking for a reason not to accept the results. And so you have to be circumspect in those circumstances. But in our country, human right of voting and representing people in parliament must be seen through the prism of our struggle for human rights in this country. And our struggle for human rights was to achieve the right to vote. And so you're not going to compromise on that. But I can't say that's a general rule in every election. There were some times when I didn't agree with the final report, but I was outvoted.
Yeah, well, it's one thing to be outvoted. Impression I'm getting from what you have been saying in the past few minutes in response to my questions is that you may be condoning the application of different standards in different countries compared to South Africa in terms of freeness and fairness. I'm getting the impression that you are saying, look, in some countries, even though it might not be free and fair, you might have to allow the results to stand.
Yeah, it's not so much.
But not in South Africa.
Sure, it's not so much me. Internationally, they stop using the phrase free and fair. They say reflecting the will of the people. Even though the legislation in that country says free and fair. No, it's not absolutely right. I think it's unfortunate that situation pertains. But it's a reality of what's happening on the ground.
But wouldn't a commissioner be obliged to say this is wrong?
Oh, absolutely. And you say so in your report. But yours is one of many reports that are fed to your delegation, and then they pull all the reports together and put out a final position. So yes, I think it is incumbent on you to say so, and I have.
And what if not recognizing the results that are not free and fair will mean destabilizing the country?
That wouldn't be a problem, but that's why the standards that then apply is reflecting the will of the people. That it's not absolutely free and fair in terms of there's not enough media time being given to all the political parties, for example. But then, is it something which is not reflecting the will of the people? Is it something happening across the country? What do other people's views hold? And sometimes we do say that with these problems, etc., this election has to be rerun. And sometimes in certain areas you say that the election has to be rerun. Certain constituencies where you observe what is happening. Some constituencies where the candidates were giving people alcohol before they voted. And so sometimes they don't accept the results from those areas, and that will be rerun. Not the whole election itself. But yes, I think there is sometimes, as an international observer in another country, there are some compromises. But this is why I used to get very upset in the beginning, but thereafter I understood what was happening.
So are you saying to us, you believe that in some countries, it is acceptable for observers or anybody who has a role to play in regard to the election results to say, although these results are not free and fair, we must allow these results to prevail, because if we don't allow them to prevail, there will be instability in the country.
You don't say that explicitly. I mean, if I was to give you an example.
What I mean is,
sure,
what is influencing your mind?
Sure.
To say,
yes,
you go along with those who say, let us uphold these results.
Yes.
Unfair and unfree as they are.
Yes.
Because we don't want instability. That is what you have told us, is that some people are influenced by that reasoning. So I'm asking you the question whether you are saying that that reasoning is correct in some countries.
Well, it's a bit more subtle than that. Let me give you an example. This huge country that I was observing elections in, I'm sensitive that I don't want to create diplomatic incidents. And this was a fault line between the northern tribes and the southern tribes. Dangerous fault lines. Violent clashes had taken place. People had been killed. In fact, some of the local people call the other people settlers, ironically, and this is in Africa. You observe that on the one side of the line, enough ballot papers, lots of polling stations. On the other side of the line, not enough polling stations, not enough ballot papers, long queues, etc., just making it more difficult for people to vote. So you do recognize that, you do report that, you do record that. But you are observing the counting, you are observing the actual secrecy of the ballot. You are seeing that people have not been stopped from exercising their vote, so you can make recommendations that these things have to change. There has to be more polling stations, there has to be more paper, there should be better preparations. And your strong recommendations is what you start off with. So when you go to the next election, you ask, but these were our recommendations before, and this is what our concerns before. And what actually then happened is they moved the entire team of election observers from one province to another province, which was not their home province, to avoid that situation. So yes, you do make those reports, but you do see that it could have been better at the time. And when you go the next time, you raise these issues, and they are in your report, and the opposition parties have sight of your report, and so they also raise these issues in their meetings as party liaison meetings that they used to have. So you make the point, you do record it, but you can't just reject the entire elections, because they shouldn't have had less polling stations on one side of the line and more on the other side.
So under what circumstances would you reject the whole results because you believe the election was not free and fair? Under what circumstances would you say this must not be allowed to stand?
If it was blatant cheating, if it was not reflecting the will of the people, if it was creating a procedural problem.
This thing of not reflecting the will of the people is... Yeah, okay. If you say if there was blatant cheating, is that what you say?
Yes.
But now if the election authorities Electoral Commission, for whatever reason, has given very few ballot papers in a certain village, in a certain area, which is known to support a particular political party, and then given many ballot papers to an area which is known to be supporting a particular political party. Obviously, if these ones have got few ballot papers, their votes will be very few compared to these. And isn't that cheating?
Yes and no. Two things. One is this, that you would report on this and you would make this point and you'd emphasize that the results from that particular polling station should not and cannot be accepted, or that district. And therefore, you'd strongly recommend that that particular area has a subsequent by-election. The decision then rests with the Election Commission, and you make your report available to the opposition. So the opposition then can raise it and use your evidence to make this point. And when they do so, and the Election Commission doesn't accept it, they have their procedures where they would then appeal to their electoral court, and appeal further. And sometimes they feel that they agree if there's sufficient evidence provided, but it's not a decision that's up to you and a foreign observer.
Thank you. We may have covered some of the things that you might have had to say about your suitability Is there anything for this position? Is there anything that we haven't covered that you want to highlight?
No, I don't think so.
Yes. What is the mandate of the IEC?
Well, it's to ensure free and fair elections, to ensure there's proper voter rolls, to ensure that people who are eligible to vote can in fact be allowed to vote, to ensure that there's proper voter education, to make recommendations regarding legislation, how you can improve on the elections. So there's multiple roles that it in fact plays, and also to liaise with the various political parties. And these days they don't say political parties, they talk because of the individuals involved as well, to ensure that you are involving them, they understand you have to be as patent as possible and transparent as possible in what you do.
Thank you. I apologize to my panelists. I'm taking very long on this. Partly that was because of your experience in electoral matters, but also it was partly because of some of the answers that you gave, and I wanted to probe further. I will now allow Advocate Machola to put some questions to you.
Thank you, Mr. Valley. I listened with very great interest in your experiences in the Commonwealth Secretariat and elections around, especially the continent. Can you tell me if we narrow it down back to South Africa, about the role of integrity within the IEC? What role, if any, does it play?
There can be no compromise on integrity. The whole legitimacy of an elections depends on the integrity of the commission. If there's any question as to the integrity of the commissioners, then the election will not be legitimate, and you'll be undermining the democracy in our country.
But then how do we tell whether there is integrity, in people, or what should we expect to see? But also, I just wondered whether you had a situation where you felt that your own integrity was not compromised, but that was put on the line, the risk of it being compromised, and what did you do, in that particular situation?
There can be no compromise on the issue of integrity. If there's any possibility that your integrity is compromised, I think looking at the people we have in the front, I think we're very proud in our country that we're very aware of the struggle that people and the generations that have been undermined because of this crime against humanity, apartheid, that we are still fighting to ensure that our country works and our country is successful, and that we reinforce our democracy. And it's almost as if there's a compromise on integrity, then we are spitting in the eye of all the thousands of people who died, both who were killed and also who could not reach their potential because they were not given the full rights of citizens in any other country. So for me, my whole raison d'etre, my whole life would be under attack. Why am I doing what I've done? Why have I done all this work up to now? So for me, there'd be no compromise. I wouldn't be willing to live with that in my life. And I think our democracy is vital. It's not for us, but it's also for our future generations and for past generations who could have achieved so much and who are still trying to catch up because of what happened in our country. So there would be no compromise on integrity.
Yeah, my point really was not whether there should be compromise. My point was, in your own experience, and you've got vast experience, whether you've come across situations where your integrity was at issue, if I could put it that mild. And I wanted to know what was such situation and what did you do? I think you haven't addressed that part of the word call. Not only in the Commonwealth Secretariat, but in your whole life. You know, have you come across that situation where you look back and you say, you know, this was testing my integrity?
I've been fortunate in the sense that I feel I haven't compromised on that. I say so because I've been publicly interviewed on our local TV and radio stations where I've said things very directly that Professor Majola is aware of some of the meetings where I haven't compromised. And this is now when we've, for example, when the foundations, various foundations, the South African Council of Churches, the Foundation for Human Rights, etc., had a meeting with both the ANC top 5, as well top 6, as well as the political heads on the issue of corruption. We've been very direct and we've made our position very clear, what our views were and what should actually happen. And this is, again, without any compromise, without any fear that you will not get given any positions because you've confronted us. And I think our country has come thus far enough in the sense that you are able to actually say these things directly and make these points and to make our constitution work. So I haven't been in a situation where I have had to compromise on my integrity because I've just refused to do so.
Thank you, Advocate Mohale.
Thank you, CJ. Mr. Valley, I can see you've retired after many years with the Foundation for Human Rights. I just want you to explain how you would cope in terms of your availability, but not your physical availability, but the vibrant person in you that has over the years given to other organizations as it is reflected here, considering that now that you have retired, etc., but also against the backdrop of what we see as the challenging times that are coming ahead in relation to the amendments that have actually been factored into the Act, the legal challenges that will most probably come out of that, but also just the general compromise or effect or impact of all of that on the democracy and the IEC process and elections. How do you see yourself using yourself?
I found the Madlanga judgment in the NNP case versus the president and others very exciting. He has set out the position in the Constitution so clearly. The freedom of association implicitly always also contains the right not to associate with any political party. And I would want to see that being used in educating, especially young people, on how our democracy works. This is what I'd be doing. We in my previous job, we started and are working on human rights clubs in schools, for example. And so I would use this to say this is how the rationality behind our democracy, the explanation of how Constitutional Judge Madlanga arrived at this conclusion, and why it's important for us to understand why we're doing what we are doing. And also there's an opportunity here for us to, in fact, a lot of the election officials, those who work as presiding officers, etc., are coming as teachers, etc., from the school. And shouldn't they be also, when they are being educated, impart that? We started human rights clubs, it could be democracy clubs within schools to do that, to say, this is how we run the elections, this is why we do what we do, and this is the principle we rely on, and why we say that people don't have to belong to political parties. This is the reasoning of Judge Matlanga, and it makes perfect sense. So I found, I think that judgment is very exciting and very positive. Okay. And I would use that as an educational medium, number one for school children, and thereafter for young people who are not in the process yet. I mean, we know that I think it's 75% of people who are eligible to vote have in fact registered. And then of those 75%, I think only 2/3 have in fact voted. So we should target the people who haven't voted or who haven't registered as voters. For example, we should have a blitz on tertiary institutions where a lot of people are, and a large part of our population is under 35. We need to ensure that our democracy works, and to start off with the young people, but use this case to say, this is how our democracy works, and this is the rational reasoning behind what we do. There's not enough of what happens in the courts, especially in the Constitutional Court, which in fact filters down with the people. I think there should be more of that, and I think the Matlanga judgment in fact assists us in doing that.
Just the last one. I think you have touched up on your, which has brought forward your answers that link to your passion for democracy. I just want you to then take us into the IEC, and demonstrate your specific knowledge in terms of what the IEC is all about, and how then, if you were to be appointed, you would actually use that to show, or to use it to take things forward.
Yes, I think I've touched upon that, but I would focus on young people. I would focus on using the people that we are training to run elections to in fact impart that knowledge to young people in the schools where they are in fact, a lot of them are in fact located. But in addition to that, what we need to do is to make that link to say that what is in your interest. I mean, for young people, it's usually employment or education. And if you do not vote, if you do not exercise your vote, then you can't make an impact on that. And it's important to make that link between that vote, which is just not a bureaucratic exercise, and ensuring that our country works in reinforcing the democracy that people have sacrificed so much for. For me, that is very vital, that people get that feel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Advocate Gallagher.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Mr. Raleigh.
Good afternoon.
Within the context of the IEC, how would you describe independence and its impact to the institution and the country?
Sorry, I didn't get the whole question.
In the context of the IEC, how would you describe independence and its impact to the institution and the country?
Oh, I think it's actually vital. What happens is that people often get irrational when it comes to elections, and especially if you feel that you may not win, or other people are getting more support, you're going to try and find, and in fact, try and trip people up. You're going to try and find an excuse to say you are compromising, you are favoring one party, you're favoring this tribe, whatever the compromises are. And that you must guard against. That independence must be absolutely absolute. There must be no compromise on your independence. You are not influenced by anyone, and you must stand your ground. no matter how much insults you get, no matter what mud they throw at you, because you must be transparent and you must communicate both with the political parties, but also with the population at large in terms of what you are doing, your rational reason behind what you're doing, and emphasize your independence, no matter what the attacks on you are.
And what impact does that have?
It legitimizes the election. It legitimizes the choice of the people. It legitimizes, not only is it free and fair, but it reflects the will of the people. That is important, that you in fact make sure that there's no one who can say, no, we were cheated, that we won the elections, or you taking votes that were not properly cast, or you involved people who are not, in fact, allowed to vote. You have to make sure that that legitimacy is there, because then it will undermine the whole democratic process in the country, and it will undermine rule of law.
We've seen some developments in our electoral system. Would you take us through some of those, both legislatively and the case law?
Yes, I think on the one hand, it's very exciting that individuals can stand for election, and the implicit nature of the right, freedom of association in Section 18, which is also freedom not to associate. So that is very useful and very important. But having said so, one of the reasons why we went for proportional representation in the first place was it's easily understandable and it's simple. And so I was hoping that the members of the Election Commission are working very hard in fact, explaining the new system that we'll be using, because it seems to be a bit hodgepodge in some ways. I say this because the recommendation of the Ministerial Advisory Committee were not adopted. And there are certain compromises regarding that. The whole issue of the supplementary votes as opposed to the regional votes. And so I think it must be very important that we have enough material explaining in a simple way how the system works, what supplementary votes are vis-a-vis the regional votes, and why this position was in fact adopted. So the education element is going to be absolutely vital. In fact, it's going to be, one can almost say, like our first election, where there was a lot of very good work done. Yes, of course, we must use social media, but generally, I think the Electoral Commission has been quite good in how it used social media and getting its message across, both in popular songs and TikTok and Facebook and Instagram. But the changes must be made explicitly clear, that people can understand how the system works, also to the election officials, and thereafter cascading down to the voters. So I think a lot of work has to be done in this particular election because of the massive changes that have taken place.
Thank you, Chief Justice. That would be all from my side.
Thank you very much. I would like to give you, Mr. Hanif, 2 minutes in which to share with us whatever we have not asked you, which you think would support your candidature, that you have not shared with us. If you feel that you have shared everything that you needed to share, that's important, that's fine, but I'm giving you a chance to say whatever you haven't had a chance to say.
Yeah, you know, our country is a very strange country in many ways, because you always feel that crisis upon crisis, and look what's happening to us, etc. But there are so many people of integrity, and we need to make sure that those people with integrity are continually reinforced, because otherwise our entire democracy will be undermined. And so that, for me, is vital, that we hold the line, that what we fought for, what's in our constitution, what we're trying to achieve in our country, there must be no compromise. And for me, that's vital. And this is why I'm here before you today.
Just the last question. In the countries in which you participated in one or another in the observance of elections, where they would have this concept of the will of the people, the results reflecting the will of the people, even if they might not be free and fair, would there have been a legal instrument that allowed for this concept of the will of the people, as far as you know, or would that have been just coming from people's talk?
No, I don't think it's contained in the law as such in those countries. I think
Yes.
the countries generally use the word free and
Yes.
fair.
Yes.
But this is in the observer
Yeah.
reports.
Yes. Okay. No, that's
Yes.
all right. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the interview. We
Thank you,
once
Chief
again
Justice.
appreciate your availing yourself. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course. Thank you very much. You are now released.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Professor Majola.
Geraldine Chaplok-Low. Have I got that right?
Yes, good afternoon, Chief Justice. It's correct.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Yourselves?
Good. No, I think I'm fine.
Wonderful.
Thank you for availing yourself once again, because we interviewed you previously, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes.
Last year.
Yes, thank you for availing yourself again. You would have met Advocate Majola, Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission at that time.
Good afternoon. Yes, I did.
And of course, you would have met me. I'm not sure if you met Advocate Mohale, Chairperson of the Gender Commission. She's
Not
to my
last
immediate
time, but
right.
welcome to meet you.
Yes. And to my left, it's Advocate Talega, Acting Public Protector.
Afternoon.
Good. Thank you. The interview very much follows the pattern that last year's one was following. So I will ask you some questions, and when I'm done, I will let the members of the panel also ask you questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Of course, we are aware of the information that you have given to us about yourself and your work and academic qualifications and experience and so on. But we'll ask you some questions nevertheless. The first question I'm putting to you is for you to just tell the panel your academic and other qualifications.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I'm an admitted advocate of the High Court.
You might have to speak up a bit. We are very interested in hearing what you want to tell us.
Yes, I'm an advocate admitted to the High Court. I held an LLB as the highest qualification at this point, and I have a BA in political science, law, and economics.
Yes. I guess that the LLM that was not completed should not be here.
Shouldn't be there.
Should not be here.
Yes.
You earn the right to put it here when you have completed it.
Exactly.
Yeah. The Act requires us to have regard not only to your qualifications, but also to your experience. What experience do you have that you would say is relevant to this job that you are being considered for?
I think the one that I value the most is my attribute that I am a person of integrity, that I hold that in high regard. I am a very energetic person. I am competent in the area that is required for appointment to this particular post. And furthermore, I'm qualified in cross-sectional areas of expertise that is required within the Commission. I have diligence and I am committed not just to the values espoused in the Commission, but also to that in the Constitution as the supreme law of the country.
Yes. Well, a number of the things that you have mentioned in response to this question are relevant, but to other questions that you might still be asked. In terms of experience, what is required is what you have done in the past that is relevant to the job you're being considered for. Obviously, there is only one IEC in the country, if you don't think that in terms of what you have done in the past, there is anything that you can put under experience relevant to this job, that's what you tell us.
Okay. Well, to start off with, I served in the IEC for over 25 years. I was one of the founding officials in 1994. I started out to work at a voting station as a contract worker at the time. I then was appointed on contract in the transitional period from the 1993 Commission into, of course, the 1997 Commission. And during that time, we were engaged in all of the wrapping up of the administrative issues from the 1994 elections, but also, more importantly, crafting the way forward for what a new commission in the permanent structure would look like. So that involved us having to do research, to look at other models on the continent and further afield, and then to, of course, put our heads together as a very small staff component of 15 people, if I remember correctly, under the guidance of Judge Krichler in that interim structure. And from that, we set out a structure. I was the first budget manager, so we looked extensively at the money that would be required, obviously to support a structure for the commission, etc. So following on from that, I've held various positions within the commission. The first was really to look at the finances aspect thereof. Then when the political party fund legislation came on board, I was requested to move across and start that particular unit within the Electoral Commission. After that, I was then moved over again on request to be the first budget manager per se of the permanent structure. And after that, or as part of that particular portfolio, I looked after compliance in particular, which is the broad sway of compliance across just your PFMA and other legislative requirements. And then, of course, I ended up within internal audit, where I then took the responsibility to look at after assurance provision, and in that space to work more closely with oversight responsibilities, not just for audit committee, but also for the commission.
So basically, you occupied various positions as an employee stroke official of the IEC over more than 2 decades. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, but you have not played the role of a commissioner. If you are appointed, it would be the first time?
That would be my first appointment to, in fact, take charge at a level of policy development.
But you have the background of knowing, of having been part of the institution over a long time.
Yes, Chief Justice, and not just part in that sense, but also part of the formulation.
Yeah.
And putting together our policies, putting together our strategies, etc.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's all right. I see that apart from the LLM that you didn't complete because you didn't submit this dissertation on time, did you submit it later and they punished you for not being on time, or you didn't submit it at all?
I tried, but it wasn't successful to do it later. And the main reason why I didn't is because I was assigned to work outside of the country in the DRC elections. Yeah. And that was the period that my dissertation was due. And subsequent to that, the program was actually adjusted quite substantially.
Yeah.
And I suppose the university is right to then feel that too much has changed in the period, yeah.
I see that you also have BA Political Science from the University of Pretoria, as well as LLB from the University of Pretoria. But I see that you have written under LLB that you did it from 2001 to 2004. Is that correct?
Yes, Chief Justice, that would be correct.
But I see that you say you also did the BA Political Science from 2000 to 2002, which
Yes,
seems to suggest that
it was
you
an
may have
overlap.
been doing 2 degrees for 2 degrees at the same time in
some
2
sense,
of the years.
Yes, in some sense there was an overlap, simply because some of the electives that I chose in the political science degree was counted towards the LLB. So some of them I would have completed in that period, and I then completed the LLB in 2004. So there was some overlap, yes.
But it must mean that you were registered, you must have been registered for 2 degrees in 2001 and 2002, because you started your BA Political Science degree in 2000. And then in 2001, that was before you could complete your BA Political Science, you also registered for LLB. So it means in 2001, you were doing LLB as well as BA Political Science. And in 2002, you were doing your 3rd year of BA Political Science and would have been doing your 2nd year of LLB. Is that what happened? Were you registered for both at the same time?
I don't think I was registered for both at the same time. I'm just looking at the certificates themselves. I did definitely finish the BA in political science first before I officially took on the remaining subjects of the LLB.
If you finished the 1
In 2002,
in 2002, and having started the LLB in 2000 and finished the LLB in 2004, which is 4 years, at some stage you must have been registered for both.
I think, Chair, that there must be a correction here, but I definitely was not registered for both at the same time. I know that the one followed on the other.
Yes. Is there somewhere where you are able to check that and
I'm looking
verify?
I'm looking at the certificates themselves,
Yeah.
and that would be quite a silly mistake. One was awarded in 2002 in April, which means I would have finished.
In 2001.
I'm looking at the certificate.
Yes, yeah. But if it was
The
awarded,
The science degree was awarded in April of 2002.
yes, if it was awarded in early in 2002,
Then
it must mean that you must have finished the previous year,
in 2001,
in 2001.
which means I started the LLB in 2002, yes.
But then, because it's a 3-year degree, you couldn't have started it in 2000 and in 2000.
2, 3, 4,
Because 2000, 2001, 2002, that's 2002 is the year you were awarded the degree. That's the graduation ceremony.
Are you talking about the political science?
Yeah,
one?
political science. So when were you registered for it for the first time?
It would have been in 2000.
Because if it's a 3-year degree and your first year for it was 2000, then you could not have completed it in 2001 to be awarded the degree in 2002, early in 2002. You would have completed it at the end of 2002.
For 3 years, I see what you're saying, Chief Justice. So I have to do that correction.
Yeah, but what is the factual position? That's what I'm interested in. Is there somewhere where we can find that? Yeah, the degree, you are looking at the certificate, what does it says you were awarded in
2002,
2002, early 2002.
April of 2002. Sorry, just go back. 9th of April 2002. So if we say it was in December, it would ended in 2001. Then it would have been 2000 and 1999. 3 years.
So when did you register for the
I
BA?
will correct and say it's 1999.
Sorry?
1999.
Yes. But is there somewhere where you can check? I mean, I will never forget my first year at university, which year I was
Well, it wasn't
registered.
my first year.
Was it not? When was your first year?
No, not you saying the first year at university. I was at university before, not at the Western Cape. That I won't forget. That was 1976.
Yes. But how do we know what the factual position is? It's something that's...
Is it bothering you?
Mm.
Chair, I'm going to put it that it was 1999 and that I then started with the LLB in 2002.
But is there a document that can...
I can most probably look to the transcripts, but I won't have them here now. Can I submit the transcripts?
Well, I would imagine a letter from the university, from the registrar of the university.
That'll be good. Normally the transcript give you that.
Well, if you have got the transcript, that's one thing, but it would be good to get an official letter from the registrar of the university.
Will do.
To confirm that you were registered for the BA Political Science from this year.
The dates.
To this year. And you completed, and then this is when
apologies for that confusion.
And also for the LLB, because that is also, there's that overlap we're talking about there as well.
Yes.
Or are you able to say when are you able to say there was no overlap? You were not registered.
I am certain
for both
that
at the same
there
time.
was no overlap. I wasn't registered at the same time for both. The one followed on the other.
So you would say you were, when were you registered for your
2002.
First year of LLB?
2002.
2002. But this one is saying, what is it saying here? Is it saying 2001?
Yes.
But then if you did it in 2000, if your first year of LLB was 2002, then your last year, because it's a 4-year degree, isn't it?
It was 3 years, as far as I know, but I also had lots of credits.
I don't know of any LLB that is officially 3 years, except if you have got BProc, then it will be 2 years. If you BA, it can be 3 years, or the old one, yeah. But were you doing the postgrad or the undergrad LLB? Because the undergrad LLB is 4 years, but the postgrad would be 2 years or 3 years, depending on what your first degree was. I thought this was a 4-year LLB from what I see.
It's an honors degree. It is counted as an honors degree, so 4 years is recognized. But because I had all the credits for the first year, I took a shorter period of time to do it.
You see, the undergraduate one is 4 years minimum that you have got to do. Okay, you don't need to have another degree before you do
Start.
Yeah, the previous one, which was postgraduate, you needed to have obtained a junior degree first because it was a postgrad degree. But it would normally be 2 years or 3 years, depending on your first degree. But your CV says you did it over 4 years. That's why I thought it must have been the undergrad LLB, because during that time there was the undergrad LLB already, isn't it? But other universities still have even now postgrad. Or was it the postgrad, but you did it over 4 years?
It is a postgrad qualification because at that time I already had the political science degree. But I would like to just go back, and then in that letter I'm going to give you, I will just get them to give clarity.
Yeah,
I'm not too familiar with the one historically where the BPROC was still at issue.
Yeah, okay, all right. You let us have that
Yes.
in a matter of days.
What is today? I'm sure by Friday.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. Yes. Yes, please. Yeah, please.
Oopsie, sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Sorry about that. I was just saying you've got University of the Western Cape as listed as part of your academic qualifications, but you then say abandoned due to 1976 unrest. Did you qualify?
I didn't complete it.
Yeah, but it's listed here under qualifications. If you could just correct that, moving to the future.
Okay.
Yeah, because you, like you say, would be list of qualifications. And then immediately after it, you say Bachelor of Commerce, credits obtained.
It's the same situation, so I need to also move it.
Okay, all right. All right. And then the high school as well.
Will do.
Okay.
But it does cause me some concern that you have a number of these qualifications that were not completed being given to us where we are supposed to have your qualifications. How does that happen?
Yes, I think that I will have to remove them if what you want here is only what had been completed, and then I can make a list.
Yes, obviously, because
yes,
if it's not
those are the
complicated,
status.
if it's not complicated, it's not a qualification,
Yes,
is it?
correct.
Okay, all right. We are also required to consider your suitability for this position. What can you tell the panel makes you suitable for appointment to this position?
Chief Justice, I have, as I've explained, I've got the experience in electoral management that I've gained after service of 25 years within the institution. I am a competent person. I bring to the organization a lot of history, and also I have the perspective of the innovation that we have, or that the organization has started, and the view of where going forward that would take us. I think in the cross-section of my skill set, it serves, can serve the organization to improve its, not just its processes, but also its strategies in terms of deepening the electoral democracy that it is required to do.
Yes, thank you. What is the mandate of the IEC?
The Electoral Commission has a constitutional mandate to ensure the free and fair elections. They have to declare results in relation to those elections. And the third aspect within the Constitution is to ensure that they are free and fair.
Okay. I will now allow Advocate Machola to put his questions to you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Advocate Lowe.
Good morning. Good.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you about the operations of the IEC because I think it's obvious that you understand those. But instead, I would like just to pose a question. You have been with the IEC for a long time on the staff side. If you were appointed as a commissioner, what would you propose as improvements or changes that the IEC should consider? In other words, what value add would you bring about in that whole mix?
Thank you for the question. I think perhaps I should start to say that there are real challenges facing the IEC, given where we are as a country and also with the developments of late. And the first of that, obviously, is the new changes that is brought about by the New Nations Court case and the fact that independents are now able to stand for election. So looking at where we are from a more policy strategic perspective rather than administrative implementation, I think what I bring is that cross-section where, as an insurance provider, we needed to work within that divide. I think for where the IEC is currently, the last election, the local government election, already was a watershed moment in that, in terms of innovation, we've had to find ways and means to digitize, and that was done through the voter management device. However, that would not, in my view, be the only point where we now can stop. So in my view, I think that going forward, the Electoral Commission and my take on it and my contribution towards the committee would be that we basically go back to the drawing board. It's been 30 years since the Electoral Commission basically was founded. And we now need to sit back and say, okay, how do we take all of improvements forward? How do we improve how we do our liaisons? How do we improve and make our processes to be more sleek? How do we manage within the limited budget that is currently an issue? How do we do more with the less that we have? So basically, I think strategically and policy-driven initiatives is where I would want to make my mark, to say that we can relook how we've done things and we can find efficiency gains through all of that. And we can also then improve the way that we manage the implementation on the ground. At issue also has been, if you look at the reports in the press, that some concerns were raised within the last elections around the fact that our counting procedures and some of the at voting station level, there were some questions around it. So for me, that would be a focus area of how we can bring this about. I also think that having started to digitize around the device that was deployed and assisted really to bring about success in that shortened electoral timetable that we had, we need to still push, as we already foresaw some years ago, that in time we will need to go for electronic counting. This has been an issue within the organization that had been discussed at length, and I think time has come to move on that score to try and build trust in the ability of the organization to make that process be acceptable. And then further beyond, I do think that the issue of electronic voting, which was not accepted politically some years ago when we did some of the research in the organization, has to come back to the fore, although I would not rush and say that as a country we are ready for it, but certainly it is something that we need to start planning for. The world, unfortunately, is moving to in a digital world quite fast, and I don't think we can be left behind in that score.
Thank you for that. I think that the work of the IEC depends a great deal on the integrity of the commissioners, the staff, and the processes that are applied in the institution. I would just like to know from you, if you can look back in your lifetime and let us know about an incident, if there was any, which kind of tested your integrity. I am not here talking about an incident that compromised you, but something that was challenging to you in the way of challenging, your integrity. I don't know whether I'm clear.
Sorry, let me attempt to answer. My understanding is that you need me to speak to areas of work and or incidences whereby I would think the adage that talk about, you have to do your work without fear and also not make compromises. I think that is what you need me to speak to. I think
more or less, more or less. I wanted to make an example, but maybe you can proceed. Yes,
I think within my time in the IEC, one of the most challenging portfolios that I've held was certainly the challenge to start and put together an independent audit function. Now, when I look at the time that we started that in 2007, around about there, I think even within public sector, the whole understanding of internal audit as an independent function was not well received and well understood. But as it goes, we in the IEC was very welcoming to a function that was truly independent. And that doesn't mean that you are beyond reproach. It just means that you need to be able to assert your views and also to take management along with it. So I can say that in doing that work, our focus on the core business elements was very much, it was difficult initially for access, which we've resolved with the support of the electoral, the Chief Electoral Officer as the accounting officer, and also support from the Commission. But within the ranks of management, I don't think that it was initially well received. And that's because people have a view that audit is focused on money and on the processes that the AG will be focused on. I think it was very difficult to assert that our view as an internal audit function at the time was that the organization's mandate is one that one can describe as service delivery. And for us to make sure that service delivery happens, we need to basically look to see how well or not the mandate is being delivered on. So that has taken us to points of quite contentious and contestation with management within the organization, which, as I say, was not a deal breaker per se, but we needed to basically assert the mandate that we had as internal audit to be able to look into these issues. I think we've delivered good work in relation thereto, to bring management along and to understand what that is. But indeed, it did call on the accounting officer to intervene a few times. We've had to rope in the audit committee as well, to rope them in to try and mediate between the differing parties, being ourselves as internal audit and management. And from the position where I led the organization, the Department of Internal Audit, it did really call on me to dig very deep to stand my ground. So when you talk about examples where integrity was not compromised, but you had a challenge with it, you needed to try and bring people along, because for me, it was not a negotiable. What we had found in our investigations and or work that we did, I had to defend. I had to defend it not because it was the thing to do, but because we had double-checked and we were sure of the facts and figures that we had found. We've done a lot of work, for instance, on the voters' roll initially. And that was an area, that work we started already in 2008. It was quite early, long before we've had the groundbreaking case, the CRUM case. But it was difficult to do that work. And it was difficult to bring management around to accept, firstly, that we had the mandate to do it, and secondly, that the seriousness of the matters that we had raised had to be given priority. So it was not something that one could compromise on. So I think as much as there were lots of challenges with regards to where do you stand and where do you see yourself, as sometimes people felt you were not part of the organization, you were basically worse than the Auditor General. But these things needed to be addressed. And I have been known in my time to have escalated issues through the Audit Committee, also to the Commission, because I had felt that the risks that management at that point in time was almost willing to take was not acceptable. It was at a level that was compromising the organization.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I've answered you.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think you've given us enough information. I just worry about the time. Perhaps I should hand over back to the Chief Justice. Thank you. CJ.
Thank you, Advocate Majola. Advocate Mohale.
Thank you, CJ. Advocate Low, as you pointed out that you spent 25 years within the IEC, obviously as part of management and secretariat, how do you, if you were to be appointed, how would you handle the transition from secretariat to commission? Why to commissioner? Why I'm asking this is because a lot of C9s and other such bodies, your SOEs, etc., are battling with what some people may see as interference, when it's just sometimes sheer lack of understanding of one's role. But secondly, avoidance of accountability to the strategic leadership, which in this case would be the board. How would you hope you will, with as much harmony as possible, transition so that you, much as you know, and you've got this wealth of knowledge and advantage, you will keep to where you're supposed to keep?
Thank you for the question. I think that question that you raise goes to the heart of what one has to understand under the word governance. And when you talk governance, there's always this tension, because as the commission, who is ultimately accountable, one can understand why they would want to be somewhat hands-on, because at the end of the day, it is their necks that are on the line. However, if we look to King and other corporate governance frameworks, we also understand why the implementers, the administration, has the right to be given the room to implement what comes from the commission as directives, etc. I think that for all the C9s, as you call them, that is some tension that's not really and truly being resolved in law. And when we go back to that ASMAL report, which we've not, I think, as a country really dealt with, we are fortunate, I think, in the Electoral Commission that through the years and through the various sets of commissioners that we've had, in that internal audit function I spoke about, it was one of the advisory roles we were trying to play, to say, in your corner, yes, there is the right to have oversight in a way that gives you enough information that you know everything is on track, because should it fall down, you are going to have to answer, yes. And for the administration to accept that level of necessary information, correctness of that information, ready information, regularity of information, that needs to flow. That openness and transparency would be the better way to navigate a difficult space. And I must say, within the last few years that I was there, certainly with this very last commission, that space has been really working well. And it is in more than one way. I can call it a gentleman's agreement, as I said, because within law it's not quite clear where what is. But it has been working well. The Commission has its committees. It sits regularly with the CEO and his management team. There's a free information flow. And when there is a suggestion of overreach, if I may call it that, I think they've also found mechanisms to work through that in a very amicable way. Thank you.
My last question would actually be telling us about your passion for democracy. That's what the question is. But basically giving us examples of where You have come in as an agent of democracy. You have used yourself as an agent of democracy to galvanize society or to participate even.
I think anybody within the commission that knows me a bit well will say, as my previous boss, may his soul rest in peace, used to say to me, he used to say, I don't know what you want within finance. You should go, we used to have a democracy development department at the time. You should go there because you are forever lobbying for the rights of people and what we as finance in our strict compliance requirements are overseeing the human element within transgressions, etc. I think I'm very passionate about democracy simply because of my experiences growing up as a child in a poor community. And when the call at university level or even in high school came for us to work towards change, that passion has not left me. I participate still in forums in community where we work towards motivating young people to not become despondent in the way that life has, in some ways, given them a bad hand. That is one of them. I think that through such fora and also through being a role model in your family, beyond your family, extended family, and those kinds of things, you are instilling some sense of hope on the one hand, but also respect for the constitutional order that we have. We know of late that there's been quite a few rumblings about the murmurings about the fact that the Constitution may not be delivering on its promises. And those are debates in circles where I move that are quite, I can say sometimes it becomes a bit heated when one has to defend how it takes time, obviously, for us to work through all of the issues that we certainly inherited, and for sure we've created some of our own in our time. So I think democracy is broad. It's not just about electoral democracy. And I remember coming up with this term electoral democracy in discussions in the organization. Mine was always to say one should never try and box it in. Yes, of course we have a niche responsibility, as does anyone. Or the other Chapter 9s. But we have to remember that our Bill of Rights is a broad perspective. There's many social issues that comes to bear in the way that we, as each of the Chapter 9s, will deliver on the mandate, and one should never lose sight of them. So I advocate for it. It is a passion of mine. People have asked me, why did you spend not why did you spend, most people will sometimes say, why did you waste so many times working in one place? Because in my history of employment, I've not stayed that long anywhere else. But it's because of this passion. It's because I believe that the mandate of the IEC is very serious. Not any more serious, most probably, than the other Chapter 9s, but it's important that we hold up democracy. And that is the one institution I know that without giving the electorate that regular intervals of expressing their wishes, we will not be able to survive. Thank you.
Judge, can I just follow up? Sorry, thank you very much. Advocate Low, just to follow up on what you've pointed out, that actually, one of your immediate supervisors would say, I don't know what you're doing in finance. Now, how are you going to manage yourself from a self-awareness perspective? That now you're not that person who is speaking for staff, but listening to staff and actually giving the line of march. just that transition. I just wanted to understand it. And why I'm interested in it, because as I was saying, I know a lot of C9s where commissioners in particular do not understand what their role is. And you end up with the darling commissioners versus the other commissioners, or staff that has a enmeshed relationship with commissioners, and commissioners actually encourage that instead of managing it. Sorry, Chief Justice, just to...
Yes, thank you. I think that within my years in the organization, we've seen that. And as I say, you know, this democracy is a maturing democracy. And within the Chapter 9s as well, obviously there was and still is growing way we grow in the ways that we do things. Now, I go back to the vantage point that I had that I have made you aware of. I think in internal audit, you already have that differentiation. Yes, I used to work within the administration in other portfolios, and when you go to internal audit, this is now where you see that because you have to also set that line to say, we've made these findings, we've looked at your area, you have to basically sever some of those ties that you would have had with your colleagues within the administration. It's not an easy process. And of course, one has to respect people's dignity. You have to really try and let them down firmly and not, you know, make it to be if, buts, and maybe. You need to be very sure that this is the line that you are taking. And people in time will understand why you do it. It's always necessary to explain the roles, that in this role, this is where you sit. You cannot become a conduit for members of management to influence you. You have to use your independent mind. The information you need, you should get through the Chief Electoral Officer, and he in turn can give you access to staff, need that be. But as a commissioner, you know, you've sort of given an example. There's also sometimes pet projects where you are more interested in this than in the other thing. And the commissioners have, as I said, sorted out quite a few of the governance issues that we had reported on, and they now move as a collective.
Thanks, CJ.
Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Advocate Chaploklo.
Good afternoon.
I just want to take you back a little to the issue of the qualifications. I just have one question. I see that you obtained a postgraduate diploma in corporate governance from the University of Johannesburg in 1997. What qualified you to register for this postgraduate diploma?
In 1997, I'm just double checking this. I think that in that year, in 1997, the University of Rand, what is it called now, UJ, the Rand Afrikaans University. I remember that I had to give them a list of prior learning elements and motivations, and I had to get some people to, as you know, attest to my competence, etc. in that course. So I did not at that point in time have a degree. I had all these attempts that I had made, but on the prior learning element is where they had admitted me to start that particular diploma.
Okay. What do you understand by the concept of independence in the context of the IEC, and what impact does it have?
I think firstly one must recognize that the Constitution sets that the Chapter 9 institutions are independent, and that simply means that they stand apart from control by government, and that they answer basically to the National Assembly, but they are able to make their own decisions, and not just with regards to how they implement the mandate, etc., but they have to still conform to the rule of law and to the Constitution. But the independence per se speaks to the fact that they are not to be controlled by a government.
What's the impact of that independence on the country, on the institution?
I think the first impact is that upholding that independence is very important for our democracy, because it helps to build trust. It helps to make sure that as a Chapter 9, you have some element of responsibility almost to be a check on government per se. And the more you assert your independence and not sway to influence, be it from political parties, be it from government, that helps to foster respect for the work of the Electoral Commission, and it builds trust in its processes and the fact that it can, in fact, deliver on its mandate in such a way. The independence and impartiality requirements of the Commission are right up there to as a buttressed as the basis of how electoral democracy has to function.
Would you share with the panel recent developments around the IEC on its legislation and case law?
I think what comes to mind most recently is the New Nations case. This was groundbreaking. There's been a few that's come before the matters that's come before the Constitutional Court, where in some way or the other, as an institution, we've been found wanting in that there was some element of constitutional invalidity. And the New Nation case is one of the latest. Historically, there's been a few. There's been the prisoner's vote, which, if I remember, was an August case. The August case, as we used to call it, for the right for prisoners to vote. There was also a case, if I remember the name now, for overseas voters. I think it was Richter or something like that. And now we have the New Nation. We've obviously also had the CUM case in terms of voters' roll, etc. But what is groundbreaking, I think, about the case of independent candidates having to, or being able now to stand for office, is the fact that it will have material changes, of course, to not just the Electoral Act, but also the whole regime of how we used to go through the election of representatives for all of the legislatures. The case, I think, is groundbreaking in that the Constitutional Court had looked at the issue of it had to analyze the political rights in the Bill of Rights. And against that, it needed to go and it needed to understand what it was that was meant with the freedom of association. What was the whole gist of what that was? And on those two, I suppose, elements is where the court had found that the right to freedom of association was, in fact, unreasonably limited. And it did not withstand the test in Section 36 of the Constitution. So what that implies for the Electoral Commission per se is that a lot of system changes will have to happen. A lot of the candidate nomination system will have to be adjusted. There's a whole new formula that needs to be reworked for the allocation of seats per se. And then there's a lot of wording in acts that may be, and regulations that deal with electoral management, where at first we used to always refer to party or parties. We now have to make that word inclusive of independent candidates per se.
Thank you, Chief Justice. It will be all on my side.
Thank you, Acting Public Protector. Advocate Chapluk Law, I'm sure you appreciate the importance of us clearing anything that is not clear about the qualifications, because the type of institution that we would be recommending you to be appointed to, if we recommend you, is an institution that must really be seen to be good. So we want to make sure that we clear anything that might be unclear. So with regard to the postgraduate diploma that Advocate Galega asked you about, which you obtained, you say, on the basis of prior learning, if you could also get us a letter from the registrar to say that. I've had a look at your LLB certificate. It bears the date of 2nd September 2004, which means that if it was the postgraduate one and you did it for 3 years, you might have completed it in 2003, or maybe if there were semester courses that you still needed to complete, maybe you completed it, the last courses, by June of 2004. There might be those possibilities, but yes, obtain the necessary letters that will just clarify those things. Is that all right?
Correct. I will do.
Okay, all right. Yes.
Chief Justice, may I please, with your permission, intervene with regard to the diploma?
Yes.
I used to teach, or I used to be a student, and I started by doing a diploma in law. And it was on the basis of the matriculation certificate that I was admitted to do the diploma in law.
Yes.
The retired Justice Franz Komu also did the same. You know, we were together in the same class.
Yes.
At the time, the universities allowed people to do both degrees, you know, without a prior qualification, but only a matric certificate.
Yes.
And diplomas without a prior qualification.
Yes.
You know.
So it's possible that it's that situation.
So to me, this is not postgraduate. It simply says diploma.
Yes.
If we're talking about the same thing, I'm
well,
not
the
sure.
one is written postgraduate, the one that we are talking about.
In
1996.
Then I'm mistaken. Chief Justice, yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Thank you.
No, but we just want to make sure we everything is clear.
No problem.
Thank you.
Chief Justice. Thank you.
I now give you 2 minutes, which you must use to share with us whatever we might not have asked you, which you think needs to be told in support of your candidature. But if you feel you have said everything, obviously I will accept that. But just in case there is something
that I need
that
to
you think we
ask.
didn't give you a
Yes.
chance to deal with.
I think, Chief Justice, you were more than just thorough in your questions as a panel. I appreciate. I think coming after lunch is not a good idea because you've been refreshed and invigorated.
Well, the candidate
But
gets refreshed too.
well, I don't know about sitting there and being nervous type of thing, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much. I know you are capable and you will make the best decision going forward. And to whoever gets to be appointed, I wish my best of luck.
Yeah.
It's an important portfolio.
Yes.
And it's important work, not just for us in this room, but for the country.
Yes.
We need the best person to be appointed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course. But otherwise, I once again want to thank you on behalf of the panel for availing yourself for this interview. You are now released.
Thank you very much. And my apologies for this academic qualification page. I shall correct it.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
This Chairperson.
How are you this afternoon?
I'm fine, thank you.
So you may have thought you would never meet me again.
That's how I thought, Chief Justice, because it's never-reaching to sit before the Chief Justice at any given time. But here I am.
But you find me now. I'm going to put questions to you again.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but let me thank you, Dr. Dintwe. I see now you are also Professor Dintwe, for making yourself available for consideration for this position and for taking time to come to this interview. We appreciate that very much. I'm going to ask you a few questions, and then I will allow members of the panel to also ask you questions. Let me introduce them to you. On my extreme right, it's Advocate Majola, is Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. On my immediate right is Advocate Mohale. She is Chairperson of the Gender Commission. And Advocate Galega is Acting Public Protector. You probably know the faces, or at least know the names. Yes. Okay, all right. We have got your information that you have given to the panel concerning you, your CV, and so on, but we are going to ask you certain questions. And at the end, I will give you about 2 minutes to tell us whatever we might not have asked you that you feel would support your candidature. let's start with your academic and other qualifications. Just tell the panel what your academic and other qualifications are.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone, your esteemed panelists. My name is Dintwe, it is there. And I obtained a Bachelor of Criminal Justice from the then University of Bophuthatswana, now the Northwest University, in 1998. And it was followed by a Bachelor of Technology in Policing, majoring in Management Leadership. And then I proceeded into the science fields, and I completed my Masters of Technology in Forensic Investigations. And then that was followed by Doctor of Literature and Philosophy, D.Lit. et Phil, in Police Science from the University of South Africa.
I may be mistaken, but I thought when you appeared before me in the commission, you said you were also pursuing some legal degree, or did I misunderstand?
No, that is correct, Chief Justice.
Yes.
In fact, I am now registered for the 4th year modules in the undergraduate LLB.
LLB.
Yes, and
thank
I'm
you.
just at the brink of completing
Yeah, you're
that.
about to finish.
I am about to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think you have made a lot of progress. You have made a lot of progress. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. The Act requires us to have regard to your experience, and I would like you to share with the committee what part of your experience you believe is relevant to the job that you are being considered for.
Thank you very much, Chief Justice, and your fellow panelists. Now, in my preparation, I sought to look at what are the roles, the functions, and the powers of the Electoral Commission itself, because, I mean, if you become a part of the commission itself, you do not want to look at yourself as an individual, but as a part of the team. And those functions, if you look at them, we are talking about in Chapter 2 of the Electoral Commission Act, you are looking at about 16 or so functions. And there are 3 specific functions there where I am of the opinion and would like to submit to this panel that I am experienced and qualified to be able to roll them out. The first one is the one which deals with voter education. So I've spent a lot of time in academia, dealing with teaching. Apart from that, I've also obtained some qualifications in the ETDP, that is your Education, Training and Development field, which deals with the design and the development of learning programs, which deals with skills development, which deals with I've got an assessor program as a qualification. I've got a moderation as a qualification as well. Now, when you look at that particular function where the commission is expected to roll out a voter education, irrespective of where you are doing it, whether you are doing it to certain political parties, whether you are doing it to the citizens of the country, or whether you are doing it to any other stakeholder that you may think of. That is one area that I could contribute to this particular commission, if I'm so appointed. The second one deals with the issue of research. Now, the commission is required to conduct research as it is related to electoral matters. Excuse me. So that is an issue that I've done a lot of research, both in the academic field, but also in the advocacy space, where we will be looking at any other issue. In fact, I am currently, and I think that the chairperson mentioned that you now realize that I am a professor, associate professor. So we are dealing with research as well in the space where I am currently. And what fascinates me is that, sorry, I've got a student who is actually looking at the role of law enforcement in elections. So it is a master's dissertation, and I think that the space within the electoral space, or the electoral space itself is so fertile in research, and that is one of the other contributions that I could deal with. Now, I hope that Professor Majola, Advocate Majola, is not going to look at me with squint eyes. So, because I come from the intelligence space. Now, in the intelligence space, we deal a lot with cybersecurity. And we cannot avoid the fourth industrial revolution. At one point, whether we like it, how painful it may be, we are going to go into the e-voting space. We cannot avoid it forever. It's painful, it's scary, it's risky, but I am of the opinion that one day we will be sitting there and using ICT, information and communication technology, as one of the voting systems. And there, I am so much glued up with the issues that deals with cybersecurity. I know exactly how our system can be attacked by internal and external forces. I know exactly how the firewalls of the Electoral Commission can be attacked by internal and external forces. But moreover, I was involved at a particular point in the development of a national policy on cybersecurity. It is still in the development stage, and I think that my contribution in that regard to the Commission and to the electoral process at large could be of assistance to the Commission. And those are the three things, because I'm a team member. I will be a team member if so appointed. I thank you.
No, thank you very much. And then, can you tell us what makes you suitable for this position? Some of the things might be things that you have already told us, but this gives you a chance to mention any others that you might not have mentioned, but you must just indicate if some of those you have mentioned also fall under suitable as far as you are concerned.
An electoral commissioner is not a manager, so you are not going there to run the institution. Within the commission, there is an appointment of a CEO, the chief electoral officer, who will run and become an accounting officer. I see my role mostly as that of an oversight. So that may be an issue that I didn't mention previously, but I come from an oversight space. And, well, of course, because I was the Inspector General of Intelligence for a period of 5 years, from 2017 until 2022. Now, in oversight space, there are 3 issues that are very much important. The first one is the independence. The second one is transparency. And the third one deals with fairness. So when I was doing oversight, those were the issues.
I'm sorry, you said the third one deals with?
Fairness.
Fairness, okay.
Yeah, so when you oversee someone, when you oversee somebody, or when you are an auditor to an auditee, there must be transparency, but there must also be fairness, because you cannot make a running commentary on what you get to see and understand. Now, and this could be a weakness. I like coining concepts, and I will conduct a research around the particular concept. So when I was the Inspector General of Intelligence, I came up with what is called service-centric oversight. Service-centric oversight means that you are not looking for faults. So you're not a fault-finding mechanism or institution, but you are looking at what are the weaknesses within that particular structure, and then come up with implementable recommendations so that you can assist and close that particular gaps. So there is a thin line between service-centric oversight and management, because then where I was sitting, I could not run the institution, but I could come up with what are the weaknesses, what are the recommendations, and assist those who are in that particular institution to plug into those particular faults or gaps, and then be able to actually move forward. So those are the three other areas that I think can be used to depict and demonstrate my suitability as a commissioner, as a potential prospective commissioner of the Electoral Commission.
What is the mandate of the IEC?
Is to conduct fair and free election. If the chairperson allows me, I could narrate that further.
Yeah, just the important features of the mandate.
The important features of the mandate is actually to also guard against anything that could be could be regarded as a risk to fair and free and free elections. Let me put it this way. Elections are a cornerstone or a backbone of any democracy. And it is through elections that we get to find peace and stability in any constitutional democracy. So the mandate really of the commission is to ensure that there is peace and stability at the macro level. At the micro level, one is able to actually break that down and say, what is it exactly that you could be doing to ensure that? There is one caveat, because one have to be very much careful when you really talk about this. So here we are also talking about the review of legislation. And because of the separation of powers, one doesn't want to really overemphasize the role, that particular role, because there could easily be an overreach or crossing into the other sphere that actually don't belong to yourself. Now, the review of legislation is not that you are legislating. And the review of legislation is not that you are interpreting that particular legislation. But in certain instances, the commission may decide to cause a particular authority to do something. So not really doing that particular thing. My experience, Chief Justice and Chair and the panelists, is that even if we say that there is legislature that develops legislation or which enacts different pieces of legislation, the people on the ground have an advantage of really working on that particular legislation and then nudging, influencing the legislature so that that particular legislation will be more practicable and will be more relevant to what the people on the ground are actually doing. I would have loved Chief Justice to make an example of the public protector. I don't want to do with that.
Yes, okay, all right. Thank you. I will now allow Advocate Majola to put his questions to you.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
But it's good to...
Do you remember sitting next to him?
I was, but it's not only that. In fact, Advocate Majola, Professor Majola, was also my professor then in the University of Botswana.
Oh, you see, he doesn't remember his students.
There are now too many Chief Justice. Some of them I don't remember.
Then we can see his product.
Yes. Well, yes. You have kind of given us your vision, your understanding of what is involved in the work of the IEC as well as the mandate of the IEC. And you then said there are certain things that you could talk about, and I'd like to pull you to those things to say, in your understanding, operationally, what does the commission do? What are the things that it does? The mandate is to conduct free and fair elections, as you say, but drilling a little bit down, what does it do?
One of the other issues that come to my mind now is the registration of the voters, and it's an important thing as much as what because Advocate Majola is allowing me to go a little bit down almost to an operational sphere of the commission. So it will be the registration, but registration is basically twofold. So you'll have the registration of the voters themselves, but what is most important for the commission again is the registration of the political parties themselves. The new developments, and I hope I will not be getting that question later, and that I'm not putting the cart before the horses. But the new development, as far as the mandate or the operational issues of the commission themselves, is that it has to also deal with the issue of party funding. And almost manage that, receive the declaration of what that funding was, and to look at the threshold, whether it was adequately reported or not. And obviously, if not, then the third function, which then deals with the compliance with the code, that the political parties will have to deal with. So, in other words, if a particular political party did not follow that particular issue, then it becomes the issue of the commission to deal with that. The other issue will be the issue of dispute resolution. Very important again here to make a differentiation. You'll have administrative disputes, which may sit with the commission and can be resolved at that particular level. But with legal disputes, then we've got an electoral court which will basically deal with that. I just wanted to bring in that caveat to show that the commission will also have to match in a particular way to ensure that it did not encroach upon the other authorities that are supposed to be working with the commission itself. The issue of voter education, the issue of research that I would have mentioned earlier. So those becomes the roles that are so much regulated and well explained within the Electoral Commission Act.
Thank you so much. May I then touch on the issue of integrity? What, in your view, is the importance of integrity in the work of the commission and of the Electoral Commission?
Thank you very much, Advocate, for that question. And maybe I should preface this with what was said by one of the rulers of the then USSR, the Soviet Union, just before Gorbachev, who was asked, "How does tomorrow look?" And he said that, "Oh, definitely, today is better than tomorrow." Where there is lack of integrity, we cannot guarantee tomorrow. Now, integrity for me is a state of mind. Whilst other people will see it as something that needs to be achieved, it cannot really be achieved, but it's something that needs to be continuously instilled with any other person who gets involved in any institution, whether in the state or in the private sector. And integrity is also not only a reality, but it is also something which is based on perception. So in other words, if Setlhomamaro Dintwe claims to be a person of integrity, it should not only be about what I'm saying, but it should also be about what people can see from his conduct and all those other things. And integrity is very much important. I do not want to put any other institution before the other one. The IEC has done it. They conducted the research and they had a seminar in 2022. And one of the findings there was that the Independent Electoral Commission was the second most trusted institution after the judiciary. I don't know if the statistics still suggest the same, but within the commission, within the electoral process, integrity is very much important, because if there is lack of integrity, we could be running into serious problems. We've got statistics, Advocate Majola, of how many people were killed in some of our sister states, countries here in Africa. We know the embarrassment which comes with a particular political party going to court to challenge the elections, like it was the case in Kenya, and what kind of embarrassment you will have. And so integrity should be visible, should be present, both within the commissioners themselves, but most importantly, within the institution itself, because it is through the commission where we can really claim that there is integrity in the electoral process itself.
Thank you so much. Chief Justice, thank you.
Thank you. Just before I allow Advocate Mkhale to put her questions, can I do a follow-up on Advocate Majola's last question? Are there incidents in your life, in your work environment, which you can share with the commission, with the panel, which demonstrate, which reflect that you demonstrated that you were a person of integrity in a particular situation that you might wish to share with the panel?
Thank you, Chief Justice. So this is in the public domain. In fact, it was reported widely in the media. When I became the Inspector General of Intelligence, I was vetted, taken through the security clearance process, and I passed it with distinction. And I think I surprised myself, because at that particular age that I joined, so I was just shy of 40 years, and being a boy who grew up in the rural areas and so forth, I think there could have easily been things that I could involve myself in. But one of the issues that was questioned was 25,000 rand that I would have received from an international organization called IPES. IPES stands for International Executive Police Symposium. So they would have called me to go and facilitate a conference, or in fact run a workshop. So I was a sort of a guest speaker in Kerala. Kerala is South India. So I went there and I had forgotten about that 25,000 rand. So I could not explain it. So what showed the integrity is that I went and investigated it myself. So I told the vetting officers, hey, I can't remember where this 25,000 rand was coming from. So it was paid in US dollars, so it could have been just something around 1,000 or 2,000 US dollars. But when I checked, I was able to explain each and every cent which was in my account, which came into my account as well. And that was one issue which showed my integrity. Apart from that, then, there was a challenge to my security clearance. So there was this particular gentleman who just wanted to create a cloud around myself. I went to court to actually litigate against that because they decided to unlawfully withdraw my security clearance. And they did not give reasons, really. They wanted to do a lot of other things, Chief Justice, and I think that the South African citizens and society will have to know this. I would have explained it earlier
You did,
in the
yeah.
commission, yes. But
Yes.
an example was that what they will do in the intelligence space, they will send a woman, especially when you are unmarried somebody. So they call it a honeypot. So they will send somebody, beautiful lady, to go and do those particular things. They could not pass about it. They tried a lot of other things, threats, and so forth. But what is important about this, Chief Justice, is that I could account for each and every cent. I was never caught stealing from anybody, stealing from the organization. I was never accused of tender fraud or any other thing in their past experience.
I guess you don't really mean you were never caught. You mean you never stole.
I never stole something. Please bear with me. It's English.
Okay, thank you. I will now allow Advocate Mukhale to put her questions to you.
Sorry. I was just saying, I just started off by saying my first question would have been about your understanding of the IEC, but I think you have so far tackled that question sufficiently through the CJ and Advocate Major. Now, I just want to ask you about your management of time. The position is looking for a full-time person. You are studying and seeing by what you have achieved so far. You have always been studying, so I suppose that much you are coping with. But how else would you manage your time if you were to be brought full time into the IEC if you are appointed? I just want to also as you are answering, just to clarify for us what you are doing currently, because I'm not sure if it's coming through clearly in your CV. Yeah.
Thank you, Advocate. Let me say that I'm unemployed since March 2022. And it is by choice. So when I completed my tenure on the 15th of March 2022, I decided to take a breather. And I did not get peace because then I got approached by different institutions, one being my former alma mater and my former employer, University of South Africa. They wanted me to assist with certain things. And the other one is that then I became, in inverted commas, a consultant for the Solplaki University. So I just wanted to sit for about 6 months or so and deal with certain issues. Not that I was overwhelmed by my previous position, but it was just a decision that I had made at a particular point. Can I say that, Chief Justice, when I appeared before you and Advocate Mukhale, I was single. So I got married only on the 29th, on the 29th of October, 2022. So that was also one of the other reasons. I just wanted to start this family, sit with it and give them time. So time management is not a problem to myself currently, is that I gave in to the university. So I'm supervising master's and doctoral students at UNISA. I'm sitting with a list of 13 of those students. But it's an off-campus thing. I'm not going to the campus, and it's postgraduate qualifications, so I don't have to go and teach and all those other things. So I'm doing it offsite, and I'm able to deal with that particular issue. If it is a problem for the commission to really do remunerative work outside, I know how am I going to deal with that exactly. So I just have to give them a nice notice to them and be able to focus on this particular thing. I'm very, very scared about it. When I went to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, some of the universities wanted to still continue supervising. I told them that I will not be able to deal with conflict of interest as and when that comes into issue. So I promise that I am available full time and I will deal with these other issues. But as it is now, I am not, connected to any employer on a full-time basis.
That
Well,
would be all from me,
that would be all.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. But you are not supervising those doctoral and master's students for free, isn't it?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's a remunerative work.
Yes.
But it is based on a fixed contract. So it's something that you just inform that I'm no longer able to do this particular thing. As long as we give them enough notice, they
Yeah.
will really understand.
Okay. So, but I think it might not be accurate to say you are not employed, isn't it? You have a contract with UNESA in terms of which they gave you doctoral and doctoral thesis of students and master's dissertations, and you supervise and promote those students and for a fee. Is that correct?
Yeah. May I rectify not a fact,
Yeah.
but a language? I
Yeah.
am not in full-time employment.
Yeah, it's not you don't have to go to an office from 8 to 5, but how much of your time is taken by this work of supervising and promoting the doctoral and master's students? So let's say in a month, how much time on average do you have to devote to that?
Yes, I will say, I think about 30 hours a week, just shy of a person who's going to work full time.
Yeah.
But the work is sort of, can we say, seasonal, because you've got pressure points,
Yeah.
but you also have then a lot of time in your hands at a particular point, depending on the schedule that you would have developed for your students and so forth.
Yes.
But maybe I should just rectify to say that I'm not in full-time employment,
Yes.
but there is a lot of time that
Yeah.
I'm putting into
Yes.
this fixed contract.
And your preference would be to be appointed on a full-time basis to the commission? Because there is full-time and part-time. Your preference would be full-time.
My preference would be full-time, Chief
Yeah,
Justice.
but you can take part-time as well if that's what is available.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay, all right. Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Dr. Dintra.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
As part of the elements of oversight, you flagged independence. Would you please take us through the concept of independence in the context of the IEC and its impact on the electoral system?
Thank you. Now, I spent about 3 years trying to explain what independence is, and I was always being misunderstood because maybe it's how I explain it. And maybe I should start by, or I should preface this by saying that independence doesn't mean non-reporting to anybody. So, when we talk about independence, people will think that we do not even want to account at all. But that's not the whole issue here. Independence means that you are able to insulate the institution from any other influence from elsewhere. Now, that could be a political influence, it could be an administrative influence, or otherwise. So the commission does not exist in a vacuum, so it's also not omnipotent. In other words, it's not above God. So there will be somebody somewhere. Now, let's look at this particular model. The model of oversight with regard to the commission, with regard to the public protector, with regard to the office where I'm coming from, the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence, is that you've got somebody somewhere that you are proffering reports to. And the commission itself, for instance, could be seen within the context of the Home Affairs Department. Now, that's where this issue of independence kicks in. To what extent does the commission see itself as existing within the realm or within the Ministry of Home Affairs? Is that the Ministry of Home Affairs only becomes a conduit in terms of the resources that are being given to the commission, but it does not really tell the commission what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. But it will basically take interest because the vote itself, as and when they are doing their budgetary processes, will still reside within the budget vote of the Department of Home Affairs. Hence, I'm saying that independence should not be seen as not reporting at all. So, apart from what I talked about, the issue of isolating yourself, not isolating, in fact, insulating yourself against those particular things. The other elements, obviously, deal with the issue of understanding the direction of communication between any other institution that you'll be connected to. It's an elusive process, Advocate Galeka. It's very elusive, it's very difficult, but it is achievable.
Well, the question that you partially answered previously on the recent developments in the electoral system, would you kindly take us through them? You can obviously exclude the part that you've already related to, but kindly reflect to the legislative amendments as well as case law that have influenced same.
Am I allowed, the chairperson, and maybe that's not a question, that's how I start my sentence. I hope that I'm allowed to go as back as 2009. And I just want to say that the electoral process and the elections are very much dynamic. So I'm not a lawyer, I'm a student of law. But when you look at the legislation itself, you can see numerous amendments, which shows that the process of elections is a moving target, if you like. Now, in 2009, we had a gentleman called, Advocate Mukhal, I hope I'll be pronouncing this name, but it's Mr. Rechter. It's written R-I-C-H-T-E-R, who was a teacher in the United Kingdom. And he wanted to vote. And back then, the Electoral Commission was saying that if you are not on the soil of South Africa, you cannot vote. And then he went to court. And that led to an amendment to say that you can actually vote not on the soil of South Africa. So those are the kinds of development that I was actually, referring to. So I just wanted to go a little bit back into history. But let's look at the new nation as well, the application by the new nation, which basically deals with the issue of independent candidates. And I don't know, Advocate Kalek, I don't know why are we struggling with that particular issue, because when you go down to the local government elections, we already have that infrastructure, and it was not really present at the provincial and the national level. I don't know what comes first, but I think that one of the other developments that we are seeing today is that not logistics, not the budget, not the feelings or the perceptions can actually precede legislation or electoral legislation itself. So it's starting to show, to say that whether we are worried about how long a particular ballot paper is going to be, because we will be having Dintwe who will be coming as an independent candidate at the national level and so forth, that does not matter. What matters is whether we are prescribing to the constitutional imperatives as and when it comes to elections. So I think that is one of the most important developments. We could be worried now as to how is that going to influence the 2024 elections, because I mean, if you read around, you can already sense that there are certain quarters of the society who are not satisfied about that particular legislation. So that will be one development. There were other, that is one most important development. The other development, and I don't know how am I going to address this without really looking at the case law and the law itself. But I think it's a most important issue. It's an issue of transparency. Let me call it that, and shy away from the law. The issue of knowing who is funding which political party is very much important for our elections and the electoral process, but it is also very much important for the integrity of the country itself. And as the former Chief Justice would normally say, there is no free lunch, whether you like it or not. So, who gives me bread today? Everyone will want to know who that person is and how do we relate as and when I occupy a position of power. So I think that is one of the most important developments in the electoral space, which will then ensure that there is transparency, there is integrity as well. I don't know if I could also add the issue of, it also deals with the issue of openness in the electoral processes. That whilst we never worried about the numbers of people who are voting, but now I think there is a serious sentiment about the reasons behind what they call voter apathy. I don't want to call it voter apathy, but I want to call it one of the challenges which are facing the Electoral Commission, is that you get very minimal number of youth, especially, who are actually partaking or taking part in our elections, and the level of service delivery. Now, are we able to teach? And now I'm using the word education, vote education. Are we able to differentiate between a decision to not vote and a decision to not participate in the voting system? And at what point are we going to be able, as the Commission, and this is a new development, to tell the voters that if you are residing in a place called Kagiso Township in the West Rand, and it was only 10 citizens, for heaven's sake, for example's sake, who can vote. Out of those 10 people, are we aware as the citizens that if only 3 people vote, it does not make those elections illegal or unlawful, and that the decision, if 2 vote for party A, then party A will win, irrespective of whether one could talk about whether they were correcting, because the quorum doesn't really play a role in that. So voter apathy, those are the new developments as far as electoral system is concerned.
Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. I would like to give you 2 minutes now, Dr. Tintwe, which you can use to share with us whatever we might not have asked you, which you believe would support your candidature. If there is anything, we may have asked you everything you wanted us to know. But in case you do have something that we didn't ask you that you want to share with us, to say the following things also support my candidature.
Chief Justice, honorable panelists, everyone who's forming part of this, I would like to declare without any fear of ambiguity, without being unequivocal, that I am not a member of any political party, but I've got a working knowledge of politics. So we are political beings. I exercise my right to vote, and which makes it obvious that I vote for a particular party. When I was studying towards my honors degree, in this instance, I was funded by a bursary scheme called JB Max, and it was administered by the National Union of Mine Workers. So somewhere, Advocate Mokhali, in my life, I worked as a shop steward for the National Union of Mine Workers in a small-scale mine in the Northwest called Kalahari Gold-Rich Mining Company. But I've since desisted and resigned from all my political activities. And the reason was that I worked mostly in the investigation fraternity, and then I came into the intelligence space as well. So I just wanted to sort of avoid that particular thing. So as it is now, I do not hold any office, but I am not a card-carrying member of any political party. And I'm not intending to join any in the near future, especially if I get appointed. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tintwe. We have come to the end of this interview. I once again want to thank you for availing yourself. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course. But for now, you are excused. Thank you.
My first degree is a science degree, and I'm sure you'll be interested where I ended up from science degree to ICT and all that. But my postgraduate degree was in ICT, Telecoms and Information Policy. And then the executive development programs and all the other complementary kind of certificates. So that's in the main, the academic side.
The IT qualification, was it a diploma or a degree postgraduate?
It's a postgraduate diploma,
Yes.
which was equivalent to honors degree.
Okay. I see there is a reference to a 3-day MBA. What is that? 3-day MBA leadership.
It's all those complementary courses that you find interesting. I developed interest in corporate governance because at my young age, I happened to be appointed into a leadership position that required me to understand governance at that level. So I was looking for anything that complements that aspect of my career.
When it says 3-day MBA, do you attend a course for 3 days or what?
Yes. It's a certificate course that's for 3 days. Yes.
Yeah, well, I noticed that when you were mentioning your qualifications, you did not mention it.
Yes. Yes. It's like the executive development programs, which would be 1 week or 2 weeks. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Now, the Act requires us to consider your experience as well, apart from qualifications. Can you tell the panel what part of your experience is relevant for the job which you would like to be appointed to do?
Thank you, CJ. I think my entire life, career-wise, equips me to qualify in a role like this one. For example, I have been for more than 15 years leading institutions that are subject to the Constitution and the law, acting without fear, favor, or prejudice. I was a councillor of the IBA and ICASA, which are scheduled under Chapter 9 institutions, derived from Section 192 of the Constitution. So that is very much equivalent to the IEC Commission role. Except that that is sector-specific roles, but also I've been very much involved in. At my early career, I was leading NPOs. They were NGOs at the time, and I've also been very much involved in policy development as a public servant, which makes me have a macro understanding of South Africa and the globe, which led to my final full-time role was as a special advisor in the presidency. So broadly, Chief Justice, I would say I've been involved from operational to policy development, regulation, governance, leadership, and therefore do meet the expectations in terms of requirements for a commissioner in the IEC.
Yes, and what is the mandate of the IEC? Tell us the important features of its mandate.
The nutshell mandate is, of course, implementing the Electoral Act, presiding over the Electoral Act, and therefore the national elections, national, provincial, and local, and creating an enabling environment. The objects of the Act, there is a range of objects which range from creating an enabling environment for elections, to running elections, and to ensuring that elections are fair, free, and therefore represent the will of the people of South Africa.
Thank you. I will now allow Advocate Majola to put his questions to you. Your mic.
First of all, welcome to the interview, and thank you for responding to our invitation. You have just spoken about the mandate of the IEC, but I wondered whether you can go on and perhaps tell us what are the things that, you know, the operational side of things in the IEC. You've spoken about creating a conducive environment for elections and run elections. What else?
I again have an advantage. Thank you, Advocate. And I had an advantage of when I was regulating both the broadcasting and the telecoms industry, of working directly with the IEC at the early stages of our democracy, wherein as the rating, we had a responsibility jointly to prescribe regulations for broadcasters during election period. So that's one of the roles that I happen to be directly involved in. But coming back to the overall, as per the question from you, Advocate, I think the objects of the Electoral Act enlist several roles that, of course, would include being able to ensure that all parties are registered and are enabled to participate in the process. Of course, now with the new amendment, I suppose once enacted, we should include individuals. So there would be all the regulations that regulate parties, that regulate the processes. Operationally, the mandate would include then ensuring that all citizens are able to participate in the process, so that to the extent reasonable possible, the process is able to represent an outcome that represents the will of the people. There would be, of course, a whole lot of practical work that is done day to day, and within the framework of the objects of the Act and the regulations that are enacted in terms of the Electoral Act.
Thank you. My last question is, I'd just like to know what is the importance of integrity to the work of the IEC?
importance of integrity is one which I would say is one of the key for a commissioner, because elections by their very nature require public participation. And for that to happen, trust in the process, trust in the system is critical. And hence, the prescribed mandate that the Commission must be independent and must act without fear, favor, or prejudice. I recall during those early years when there was even a case between the Home Affairs Department and the Commission about independency, taking that discussion into to what extent can the process, if not regulated well, of the relationship between the state and the Commission could compromise independence. And I think there's jurisprudence to that effect, talking to questions of funding and so forth. So integrity is therefore so key so that the electorate is able to have confidence in the system and participate thereof. You can mitigate it by making sure the process, for example, is able to encourage that participation. With my experience from the ICT sector, I would promote what I think many countries in the world are moving towards, which is digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation of the processes, because that not only improves efficiencies, but it also promotes trust, of course, assuming that the cybersecurity elements are embedded in the system so that it doesn't get manipulated. So you can mitigate that with that, but at the end of the day, the principle is we must ensure at all times that integrity is key in the entire process, from commission to operations and the system thereof.
Yeah, thank you. Just on integrity and talking now about you, are there any incidents in your own experience which you could give us that demonstrate that you are a person of integrity?
Yes, without any doubt and any question. Hence, I've been able to serve the country as a councillor of IBA, 2 full terms, and as a councillor of ICASA, I completed my terms with no question. And even though at the appointment stage there were questions about my historical youth role as a member and a leader of the student movement and an activist in the ANC, there were doubts that I would not be as independent as required in terms of the law, but I completed all my terms without any compromise to independence, and my integrity was never questioned. Subsequently, I led as the CEO of another entity that is also subject to the law and the Constitution, which is the Media Development and Diversity Agency, which also I completed 2 terms of office without any question of my integrity. The only instance where perhaps one could say there were questions to my integrity was when I was the CEO of another entity, which was USASA, where I had a dispute between myself and the board, but that was adjudicated to a point where the board was disbanded and I was reinstated after suspension, and the institution had to formally apologize to me, and I completed my term. That's the only instance where a little bit of what could closely go to that was questioned, but I passed that and went on to also serve in the presidency. So other than that, there is none of any instance that would question my integrity.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. Before I allow Advocate Mogale to put her questions, just repeat the name of the entity from where they had to apologize to you. What was the name?
That is Universal Service and Access Agency, USASA.
Okay, I just had SASA at the end.
No, this
Okay.
one is more on the broadband rollout and digital
Okay.
migration.
Okay, Advocate Mogale.
Thank you, CJ. Mr. Mtimde, I can see on your CV, you actually are currently involved in two entities, if one may borrow that. One seems to be your own Mtimde Holdings, which is fairly new, started last year. And then there's the strategy lead, Centec, where you are providing an advisory role to the CEO. I just want to understand if you were, number one, what were you looking for here in terms of your time? Is it part-time or full-time? That's the first thing. But secondly, if you were to be appointed either part-time or full-time, how then would you manage your time in relation to this? But particularly against the backdrop of a possible difficult period for the IEC, where for the first time they'll be testing out the issue of independence, where the party funding model is actually also at a difficult stage where it is being tested out. We still don't know how it's going to roll out with independence. You know, all of those challenges that are new, not only to the IEC, but to the democracy environment as a whole. How do you see yourself participating meaningfully, impactfully with this also as part of your responsibilities?
Thank you, Advocate. When I was nominated, the response to the initial advert, I said no, because I had told myself after I completed my term of office in the presidency that I'm retiring. So I went to my village, and as I was in my village, then my experience and services were sought. That's when I established the company to be able to provide that service. So since then, what I do is largely short-term services or contracts, which when I then this time accepted the nomination, I even if it's part-time, a commission or full-time, my understanding is that I will then have to refocus. Fortunately, what I do at Centec is a short-term contract. And of course, my business, I would not have time for activating and running those services. So I would definitely have to avail myself full-time to the IEC, more so because my passion to the IEC in this era is those three things I spoke to: digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. And I think we need to ready ourselves to join the Estonias of this world, the 34 countries that are already creating an effective or efficient system to be able to tap on the new voters, which is the youth, who I don't believe they will be able to stand those long queues that we usually have. And the only way to get them to participate is if we consider those three things. And that's my passion, and that's what would, and demand that I add value to the Commission through at least sharing that experience, which is to me my passion.
Thank you. And my last question would then be about your passion for democracy. You have spoken quite extensively about your passion for IT and anything technology. How then what is your passion in relation to democracy, where you have participated in or influenced or been an agent of democracy in this instance? Whether it's IT democracy, I don't know if that ever exists, but
it is advocate IT for development.
Okay,
But I expected that question earlier on when I said my change from science to ICT space and policy space. When I was at university, I developed a passion for community communication. Before democracy, I then led the establishment of the first community broadcasting initiative in South Africa, which is Bush Radio, driven by the passion for democracy, community participation, the voice of the people being heard, and believing strongly that no democracy will be democratic if people are not participating. That, in my early years of my life, was my passion. And if you look at my career development, even as I was in the other areas or sectors, this remained following me, that even now, as we celebrate 100 years of radio in South Africa, I've been writing a number of papers about the democratization of the medium of communication and the role, therefore, of communities in that space. So that one I can speak for 2 hours on. That's my number one passion. Technology became just a means to enhance things and make sure that we improve in our efficiencies in whatever we do.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Thanks for your response.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon once more, Mr. Mtinde.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Mine, basically, I'll touch on the issue of independence. Would you kindly give us your understanding of independence within the context of the IEC as a constitutional institution?
Yes, thank you, Advocate. My understanding is clearly as prescribed in the law. The Chapter 9 institutions are clearly defined in terms of what role they should play in supporting democracy. And they are subject to the Constitution and the law, which therefore means you have to act without fear, favor, or prejudice. No party political influence, no commercial influence whatsoever. You are just subject to the law and the Constitution. The Commission is therefore, like all the other Chapter 9 institutions, have to always guard that, because to the Commission that is even more, in as much as you have all those institutions that support democracy, but the Commission is a make or break. For example, it should not satisfy us as a country that we have, maybe by way of example, 35% of people voting from the registered pool. We should at all times encourage more participation to add value to democracy. But that can only be achieved if people believe that the Commission is independent and that it acts without fear, favor, or prejudice, and therefore it is not going to, it must not be perceived as going to ensure that Party X continues to lead or becomes the new lead. Hence, my mitigating proposals that I think we need to make sure that the systems give that trust, and technology does create that environment, as long as you understand that it must also be protected from interceptors, because it does get intercepted as well.
If you were to be appointed as a commissioner, how would you contribute to ensuring that independence?
My contribution, first and foremost, the key that has helped me right from my young age to now was most of the responsibilities I have been tasked to required that independence. So I therefore never been an official of any political party. That's then the first to me as a person. Therefore, it enables me to be able to subject my role and responsibility to the law and the Constitution in every work that I've done before. And that does not mean you don't listen to what parties would be saying. You have to listen to all what parties, be it organized or informal, present to you as a commission, but without being compromised in terms of then being seen to be favoring a particular party or the other. Key then is to always interpret the law, always take whatever is submitted in the context of the intentions of the legislature, what the law provides, and in that way it always helps, because you lessen because all of us as individuals would have opinions that would therefore fall into the compromise. But if you always focus on interpreting the law in terms of the intentions of the legislature and what is provided in the law, it then helps to make sure that the commission at all times is seen as independent, to the extent that there is a subject matter that requires to be tested in terms of debate and so forth. You need to provide a system that will enable all participants to give opinions, and then you look at those again in the context of the Constitution and the law. That's how I would contribute to, at all times, insist to commissioners that we must have less influence of opinions, but we must always be in line with the law and the regulations related thereof.
The electoral system has seen some recent developments. Would you kindly take us through those in terms of both legislative and those developed by case law? And what impact does this have on the system?
Thank you, Advocate. I will do so as a layperson, not as an advocate like yourself. There's been quite a lot of developments in terms of case law that enhanced our democracy in respect of the Commission. The first one is the one I referred to earlier, which helped us when I was regulating the broadcasting and telecoms industry. That question of independence, that jurisprudence helped not only IEC, but it also helped all the other Chapter 9 institutions. The two recent ones I would speak to off my head is the one where in IEC there was a challenge against IEC and the Speaker of Parliament that spoke to registration of all South Africans and creating an enabling environment thereof. That led to that in the voters' roll, every citizen's address must be captured and all that. And that to me also spoke to my passion for democracy, Advocate Spenya, because coming from a rural area where addresses are secondary, that to me was a good judgment, because it then began to create this enabling environment, which with technology, again, is easy to geolocate each and every household and capture, therefore, the addresses of every citizen into the voters' roll. So that was, to me, a very, again, enabling judgment that enhances our democracy. The last one is the recent one in terms of the...
That was the Togwe one, the one that you were talking about.
Yes, Chief Justice, definitely. Yes, that was the one. As I said, I would not remember them in terms of...
Yeah, no.
Yes, yes. The recent one is the one on the participation of individuals, which is a subject matter that is possibly not yet settled, and it's the worry as we go into the 2024 election, because if the bill is challenged, my worry is therefore how we're going to resolve if then the date has to be proclaimed, and that process, which is different to the then judicial process, may work against each other. That's to me the difficulty in terms of the current judgment. But of course, I think it's a good judgment which should have come earlier than recent, because now it is impacting, it's likely to impact negatively on this coming election. But if, of course, the judgment becomes reasonable, if it's challenged, maybe the likelihood is that it would add to the enhancement of our democracy, maybe impacting the next election or even this one. I am not sure. It will depend on the lawmakers and the courts. But it's a very interesting one, this current one. Those three are what, in my mind, come as strong cases that enhances our democracy.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Over to you.
Thank you. The last one you were referring to is called the New Nation.
Yes, the New Nation movement, yes.
Okay, you don't remember any one that happened in 2021 involving the IEC that went to the Constitutional Court?
That's the one with COCTA.
I don't want to say anything. I just want to find out if you remember.
Yes,
I
I do. I think that's the one. It also related to independence of the commission.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that part. Okay, I'll give you now 2 minutes, which you may use to bring to our attention anything that we might not have asked you that you believe would support your candidature. But of course, if you feel we have covered everything, that's fine. But just in case there is something you think has been left out, that's important.
Yes. No, thank you, CJ. I think largely we have covered. Suffice to sum it up by saying what brings me back from my retirement would be to add value into the work of the country, like in the commission, given all my experience that relates to almost every challenge in the ecosystem of the commission that could arise, including even at the institutional level, because of my experience in leadership, governance, executive management. So I should be able to assist the commission from a leadership point of view as an institution to be able to meet its task in pursuit of its mandate. So overall, I think that would be my last contribution to the country before I go back to my village, Mbenyane.
And you are available to take the job on a full-time basis only, or whether it's full-time or part-time, you would take it?
CJ, I would be available either way because, as I indicated earlier, anything I do now is more is gorobo, to put it in the township language. So any full-time responsibility I can take.
Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you. Yes. Yes, please, sure.
Thank you very
Yes.
much. I hear you are involved in all of these things, but this is a 7-year contract that if you were appointed, you'd enter into. Would you then still be focused on it for 7 years? I'm just worried, Mauti, you're involved in Skrop or Tuesday. I hope you're not looking for something and then once you settle down, you jump back into what you love.
No, advocate. To put it blunt, I've almost completed my working life cycle. So this responsibility, if I was to be appointed, would be my last focus. And it would take me 3 years to 60 and 4 years after 60. And then after 65, I will not accept. I'll go back home. Yes.
But it sounds like it's well thought out. Okay, thank you very much. We once again thank you for availing yourself and for coming to this interview. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course, but for now you are excused.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Siyabonga.
Okay. Please, you must tell me if I don't pronounce your surname correctly. Dabidin. Is that correct? Did I pronounce it correctly?
Correct, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Chief Justice.
How are you this afternoon?
Well, thank you.
Have you been waiting for a long time?
Yes, I have been, but I understand that
We
there was,
apologize. There were many candidates.
I understand that it's perfectly
Yes.
justifiable. Thank you.
Yes. But did they look after you in terms of tea and lunch?
They did. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let me thank you on behalf of the panel for availing yourself for this interview. We appreciate that very much. And let me introduce the panel. On my extreme right, it's Advocate Majola, the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. On my immediate right, it's Advocate Mohale. She is the chairperson of the Gender Commission. And on my left, it's Advocate Galega, who is the acting public protector. Okay. I will ask you a few questions, and thereafter I will allow members of the panel to ask you questions. Okay. Would you please share with the panel what your academic and other qualifications are?
Thank you. I see my CV is here. I have a BProc degree from the UKZN University. I've gone on to do various corporate degrees.
Please speak up a bit. We want to hear what you are telling us.
All right, thank you. I have various other diplomas in the commercial field, namely a diploma in insolvency law from the University of Pretoria, an advanced diploma in insolvency law also from the University of Pretoria, then a business rescue from UNISA, and I'm not sure whether you do have a course in mediation from the institute that is a UK-based institute, but I have a qualification in mediation law. So those are my qualifications.
I don't see a reference to mediation, but I do see a reference to conflict resolution. Would that be the one, or are they two different things?
I don't think it is here.
Okay. Oh, no, there is a reference to mediation, ADR UK accreditation.
Yes.
Yeah. But your conflict resolution one, did it not also include mediation?
That was also mediation, but it's different.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. And then what experience do you have that you can share with us that you would say is relevant to this job that you are being considered for?
Okay. I am an admitted attorney. I have been in practice for the past 29 years. I have a background of having been on various tribunals. I then have also been with various boards as a non-executive director. So in terms of corporate governance, I have specialization in that department. I have also had exposure as a board member to a constitutional entity, being the Pan-South African Languages Board, which is an institution supporting democracy like the IEC. I was appointed to this board. I am still a member of the board, and I was appointed in 2019. And for a period of time, I served as the chair and deputy chair, respectively, of this board. In terms of our legislation, we are appointed to the board by the legislator. The Act allows for our appointment, and once we are appointed, the board itself elects the chair chair and the deputy, and we are elected as chair and deputy for a period of 2 years. And there's a rotation system. So during my period of appointment as the chair, acting chair for a period, I interacted with the IEC and worked in terms of the Institute supporting democracy, in terms of developing knowledge, sharing skills, etc., and regularly attended meetings, etc., with various institutes, being the Human Rights Commission, the institutes of ICASA, the Public Protector, the Gender Commission, the Auditor General, etc.
Okay. And what would you say makes you suitable for appointment to this position?
Well, I believe that I bring to the institution a level of skill. Also, the fact that I have a level of independence. I am able to act independently. I have had experience over the years, and
You said you have experience of
acting as a director, and in terms of acting as a director ethically, acting as an administrator in terms of applying my skills to boards, applying the directions in terms of corporate governance, etc. I believe that those skills will hold me in good stead in terms of the necessary skills needed as a member of the commission.
what are the main features or important features of the IEC's mandate that you can tell us?
All right. The IEC is a Chapter 9 institution. It is an institution that supports democracy. It's responsible for the country's democratic right to vote. So it has a duty to manage elections. It has a duty to control and elicit a voter's roll, to ensure that it registers parties. It must also ensure that it conducts research in terms of electoral trends and rules. It must ensure that it performs a liaison function for political parties. It must also assist in terms of dispute functions. And most importantly, it must assist in terms of voter education.
Okay, I will now allow Advocate Majola to put his questions to you.
Good morning, Mrs. Dabadine. Welcome. Sorry that we have kept you waiting on this time. Sometime in 2016, I was made to wait until 2 a.m. before the interview started. So these are the job hazards of applying for things. But yes, you have actually answered part of the question that I wanted to ask, because I wanted to ask you about the operational mandate of the IEC, and you've mentioned voter education and registration of voters and so on. Wonder whether there is anything else that you can add to what you have already said, if you can remember what you said.
I'm not sure what it is you wanting me to answer.
Well, the operational mandate of the IEC. As I said, that you mentioned some of them, like voter education. What else does it do?
Okay, the IEC is responsible for trying to think now. I gave you quite a few.
All right, let's leave that then. Let's go to something else. Integrity is I think it's important in the work of the IEC, and I would like just to know whether there are any incidents in your experience which demonstrate that you are a person of integrity.
Well,
if you can quote one, maybe.
Okay. I think at the cornerstone, the fact that I don't know whether I can say the fact.
Please speak up.
I think for me, being an attorney is something, ethics and integrity is integral to my profession, and I guard that very closely. I'm not sure whether I did say this, but I've been in the profession now for 29 years. And beyond anything, that's something I guard very closely. So it's not something that I will forego for anything. And so to me, being a non-executive director over the years, one has very close calls in terms of your integrity being questioned. Not that, I've had anyone question me personally, but there's obviously opportunities where people would want to try to tempt you. And you would have to look at it and say to yourself that perception per se is everything. You've got to step outside and you've got to look at it and say, what is the perception that you are creating in the mind of people when you act in a certain manner? And in particular, when you look at the IEC Act itself, there's particular emphasis placed on the commissioners who have a duty to ensure that at all times they demonstrate a level of independence. They must demonstrate that they are acting impartially, etc. And at all times they must act above reproach. So for me, I'm a team player, but I would not hesitate to call someone out if I find that they are acting against my values. So, as I said, I've sat on many boards, and the issue of the state capture report, for instance, that came out, I took to many of the boards, one of which I sit as the chairperson of ethics, the Ethics and Governance Committee, and I made sure that I literally drummed the impact of some of the findings of the report on the directors and the impact of the report on the professional findings made against some directors by their professional committees, those were the issues that became warnings for me to take to my fellow directors as things that we should be mindful of. And I think that no compromise should be made on our integrity at any time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you very much. Advocate Mohale.
Thank you, CJ. Just before I ask my questions, I just want clarity on your position as tutor of Private Law 3 at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. When was this?
Sorry?
At the period when you were a tutor for private law. It's not current.
Sorry? No.
Oh, okay.
I was.
No, that's fine. If it's not current, it's okay.
No, it was correct. Post
You
admission.
are not hearing her. She says if it's not a current appointment, you don't have to worry.
Oh, okay. No, it's
If
not
it's in
current.
the past.
Yeah, it's in the past.
Yeah.
It's in the past.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, CJ. Okay, I also just want to ask you about your 29 years in a law firm that you started. I can imagine how you feel about it. It is actually, I'm sure, even more valuable than your kids when they are naughty sometimes, to actually think, you know what, I've got another baby. That does not answer back.
Yes.
Now, I just want you to tell us, if you were to be appointed, how would you manage, both on a full-time and a part-time basis? How would you manage to manage your time? Obviously, full-time would expect you to relinquish, but even on a part-time basis, how would you focus some of your time so that it is impactful to the IEC, whilst you, considering that you have a practice and you most probably may not want to close it just for a few years and then open?
Right. Firstly, in terms of part-time, I've always done various boards, and that's always been part-time. So it's like you service various clients over the years. So in terms of full-time, it is something that I would consider. I think I've reached that point in my career now, and I do have an ability to have people continue the practice without me. I have a succession plan in place.
What did you apply for, full-time or part-time?
I did not make a commitment.
You did not make a commitment. No. Okay. I wish you could tell us your succession plan. I'll tell you why I'm probing further. Some of the institutions of the state and of government, especially governance institutions, governance roles suffer because people take it as a side hustle.
Okay.
And never ever go in to the running of the organization. And when things fall apart, people resign or they didn't understand what happened, etc., because there have been more of check collectors than actually agents of change and agents of assuring good governance. That is why I'm asking, if you could tell us that succession plan that you have so that we are assured that this is not going to be one of your many side hustles. You are on the board of Pencil.
Yes.
It's at a critical stage with sign language and all sorts of other things that should be happening. So is the IEC in terms of all the case law and every other changes and other changes that have been proposed by the courts. How would you then manage?
Okay. I think in terms
Maybe
of...
before you say, I just mention for your benefit that in case you don't want to mention names in your succession plan, please feel free not to mention names or any information that you think you'd rather not mention because it might not be the right time for certain people to know. Okay, go ahead.
No. Thank you, Chair, for that bailout. In terms of, for instance, Pansal, our term of office comes to an end next year. So that is not an issue at all. Also, in terms of practice, perhaps, Chief Justice, you could actually bail me out here. Very often, attorneys actually go to the bench. And it is something that is done where, you know, we have professional assistants, etc., that actually do take over the practices and are able to run with it. So it's not something that's not done.
And then in terms of, obviously the IEC is one of those settings that have been established to enhance democracy. Can you tell us a bit more about your passion for democracy, where you have participated either as an agent, as an activist, or as just a community member? Let me put it that way.
Right. I can go back to, I can't remember the years now, but maybe I'm that old. I think it was, yes. I sat with the Rental Housing Tribunal, and with those issues we had to preside in matters where tenants were being treated very unfairly in something akin to a squatter camp situation. And whilst we were sitting and listening to this matter, we could really not fathom what the tenant was. You know, there were a group of tenants, and we were trying to understand what the tenants were actually describing to us, because there were two versions that were actually coming across. And so we actually had to stand the matter down and go across to the squatter camp and try and do a physical inspection in loco and see the site of what was transpiring in this matter, because the version that the landlord was giving us was a glorified version, and what we saw was another version altogether. And so we got into a situation where we were able to bring the municipality in and actually bring some relief to those tenants in terms of getting them water and certain other relief that went on. And, you know, there was exploitation that was going on, and the circumstances were very sad. It's something that has stayed with me over the years, and I think that's something that I was proud of. It was a tribunal, a team of 3 of us that managed to deal with that matter, and I was happy with that decision. So that was one of them. And then more recently, there was the issue of coming to Pansal, where we found that having been appointed, we recognized that when we got there in 2019, there was great movement having been done for the advancement of the 11 languages, and also sign language was at an advanced stage in development. But the language that was being neglected was the language of the Khoi sign and Nama. And what we did was we discovered that this was a language that was being largely neglected. And immediately we went out. I think we were appointed in about March of 2019, And in September of 2019, we managed to get out to Kimberley and met with an 86-year-old individual who was one of the last speakers. She still is around, named Oma Katrina. And what we did was we met with her and we realized that at the time she was one of the last 3 speakers that were going to be left for this particular language. And once we lost her, this language would literally die. So we had to do something and had to do something very quickly. This was a community that didn't even have a school. And nothing much was being done to promote it. And so we had to get in there and try to do something to uplift this language. So we managed to hold our first Heritage Day for this community in that area, and to see the joy that the community actually felt, to have us there was something. To see the radio station that they had was really remarkable. And that year, I know that the president went out and actually did meet with her. And then we also got a dictionary that was started for her to actually do a little bit of words, because it was important to capture something before something happened to her. And thankfully, she still is around. And now our CEO has actually gotten UCT to give her an honorary degree. And so there has been significant progress towards her. So our current chairperson also has secured some great accolades for our great lady, and there's been some progress as well. So as a team, I think, we are very proud that we're going to leave the organization in a better space than what we found it. So those are the things that I can think of, yeah.
Great. In fact, Kat Blanche was covering something, CJ, a few weeks ago on Oma Katrina and the language thing.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon. Once more, Mrs. Davidin. Mine really is to ask you to explain to us your understanding of independence in the context of a constitutional institution such as the IEC, and what impact does that have to the constitutional democracy?
Thank you. I think embedded in the Electoral Act, it is stipulated that the IEC remains independent, and it is answerable only to the Constitution and the law. So it is very evident that we must remain independent of any outside influence. So we must ensure that at all times we are seen to be unbiased. We must remain impartial, and create this approach of being transparent, so that we are above reproach. That for me would, in essence, be our integrity again. So we have a duty to manage our reputation. Independence goes with management of our reputational risk.
And why is this important for the constitutional democracy?
Because when it comes to the election and the election results, people must accept the results that have been released. if, for instance, there is any indication that those results may have been tainted, then, or the IEC appears to be biased in any way, then those results will not be palatable to the people.
The electoral system has recently experienced some form of reform or development. Would you kindly take us through both the legislative and the case law?
Right. So there's been various case law that has happened. I think we'd start with the one with, I think, the voters' roll. That was, I think it was I might get the pronunciations wrong. Tlhophe, Mlophe, and Tlokwe. That was the case where I think it was 2016, where they said that the IEC has a duty to release the elections list, and they must do so. The voters' roll. They must make it available to people. And I saw in the strat plan or the annual plan of the IEC recently that they are still updating those voters' rolls currently. It's something that is almost like a moving target, that they never seem to be able to actually do it still. So that was the 2016 decision. And then in 2020, there was the New Nation judgment. That was the judgment of the independent candidates, where the Constitutional Court found that the Electoral Act was unconstitutional because they were not allowing independent candidates to be allowed to stand for election. And that then brought about the Electoral Amendment Act. And that Electoral Amendment Act is also now also being subjected to further litigation. And I believe that that act is possibly going to bring about a delay, not a delay, but it's going to bring about a delay in the preparation by the IEC for the upcoming election next year. So I believe the IEC is always anticipated the Electoral Amendment Act, but the outcomes of how the courts are going to decide on the deliberation of the determination of this Electoral Amendment Act would decide that. Then there's also, the other one was, the legislation was the Political Party Funding Act. In terms of that act, the parties were obliged to disclose any funding that they received above 100,000. And and I think they also are are required to disclose any funding above 15 million, or they're not allowed to receive anything above 15 million. And there's some also contestation over that act. And that too is going to be another dilemma for the courts to decide. And that also might cause some issue for the IEC's preparation in terms of the preparation for the forthcoming elections. And then I think the other one was the issue that arose during the COVID time. I think the Moseneke inquiry that was done, where the IEC was attempting to delay the elections. And then I think the Constitutional Court was requested by the IEC, and the political parties intervened and asked for direction from the court to not postpone the elections. And I think the IEC wanted to reopen the candidate lists. And they also were then ordered to hold a voting registration period as soon as possible, and also hold the election, I think, within a short period of time. So those were the judgments and the legislation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Did you say when it comes to results, the people must accept the results that have been released?
Sorry?
Is that what you said? I seem to understand you to say when it comes to results, the people must accept the results that have been released.
No,
Did I understand you correctly?
What I meant was that the perception that the IEC must create is that they are not biased and that they are not tainted in any way, so that when the results are released, people do not feel that there is any...
Oh, yes. Okay, no, thank you. I will now give you 2 minutes within which you can share with us whatever we might not have asked you that you believe supports your candidature, if there is anything that you think you haven't said. But if you feel that you have said all the important things, then that's fine as well.
No, I think I've said everything. I think I'm also tired at the end of the day. But I think it was, with all said and done, a very pleasant experience. And I want to thank everybody for shortlisting me and giving me the opportunity to be here. And thank you. And I know that you also have a long afternoon still ahead of you.
No,
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course. You are
so
excused.
Much. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
the one before her because she was not immediately available, but she'll come after her. So this one is Ms. Mabuza, is that correct?
No, Chair, it's Dr. Munyai.
Oh, okay. There's miscommunication. My staff haven't told me that because the last time they spoke to me, I said they must bring the one who is available in the meantime. So when they bring you, they don't tell me, no, we are bringing you the one who was supposed to come. Okay. It's Dr. Munyai. Is that right?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. On behalf of the panel, I just want to thank you for availing yourself for this interview. You have been waiting for a long time.
Not really.
Oh,
I
is
arrived
that so?
around lunchtime, 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay, okay, no, that's fine.
Not
Well,
that-
I guess that also gave you time to just relax and
You can't relax.
read more about the commission and so on.
You can't relax. You can't relax, Chair.
Okay, no, that's all right. Well, let me introduce to you the panel. On my far right, I've got Advocate Majola, who is Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. And then on my immediate right is Advocate Mokhale, she is Chairperson of the Gender Commission. And on my left, I've got Advocate Talega, she is the Acting Public Protector.
Thanks.
Okay, I will ask you a few questions and then thereafter I will allow my members of the panel to put questions to you. Do you need anything?
Yes, Chair, I was just checking my pen.
Your
And-
pen?
Yeah. and
Somebody stole it?
No, there was not.
Oh,
I
okay.
just-
Yeah, I'll give you a chance to find your pen. Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Let's start with this one. Can you please share with the panel what your academic and other qualifications are?
Thanks, Chair. I started primary school in Venda, where
You can skip the primary school.
You said the qualification,
You've got a doctorate.
one of matric.
You have got a doctorate. You can skip primary.
I obtained my matric from Venda, and then I moved to the University of Fort Hare, where I've done my BSc in agriculture. And while I was there, I managed to pass nicely, and I was admitted to do my Bachelor of Science in Agriculture honors. Thereafter, I moved back to the University of Pretoria, and then I've done my Master's in Science in Agriculture. Some few years down the line, there was a scholarship which was sponsored by the late President Madiba, who was honoring the women. And he was saying, because he was in prison, he wanted to honor some few women, and it was advertised to the whole of South Africa. And I happened to be one of that women. It's just unfortunate I couldn't give him the certificate, because one thing which makes me very emotional is that when I ask somebody, they say Madiba himself, he come and pick it up from other women. So that's something which I really appreciate throughout my life. So after finishing my PhD, I went for because I realized I was working, and then more now the environment at work, it needs business. I've done my master's in business administration. Thereafter, there was a call again for nomination for women in South Africa, and that call was South Africa. By then it was 2014, around 2014, by the late Minister Tavete. She sent out an invite for every woman in South Africa to do to apply for, so that they can be trained in corporate governance, because the problem statement was there are few women in corporate government on the serving on the board. And I was one of those women, and I was trained, and I really appreciate that. So after that, I think basically that's all my achievement, which I've done to date, and thanks for that.
Yes, okay, thank you. And you did your PhD at the University of the Free State?
Correct, Chair.
Yes. At the moment, what do you work as and where?
Chair, currently now I'm working to the Department of Agriculture, and I'm overseeing 6 public entities which report to the minister. I oversee their reports, non-financial performance reports, and also do their shareholding compact. I develop that, and also the 6 provincial Department of Agriculture. So I usually communicate with the chief executives of those 6 public entities, and also the head of departments of those 9 provincial departments of agriculture, which are 9. And currently now, I'm sitting at the board of Water Board Lipele, and also recently I finished an assignment. I was appointed by the Premier of the Northwest as panel of experts to look at the provincial growth development strategy, which we finish around February this year.
But what is the position that you hold in the Department of Agriculture?
Oh, the position now, I'm a senior manager in the Department of Agriculture.
Oh, okay. No, that's fine. And what experience do you have that is relevant to the job that you are being considered for?
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of experience as a senior manager, I've accumulated a lot. The first, I'm a strategic leader. In that, I'm the person who can communicate the strategy and also develop the strategy. During 2014-19, I was the person who was in charge as at an acting capacity as a chief director, and then I have to come with a strategy. 2014 to 2019, it was done under my supervision. And the other issue is that I'm bringing in people management skill. Throughout in my work, it needs a lot of people management, where you mentor people, where you have to liaise with people, and I think that's one of the skills which I'm bringing in. The other skills which I'm bringing in is the problem-solving skill. I'm a researcher by my own. I've done a lot of research. If you look at my CV, you can also see where I was a coordinator researcher for the Limpopo province under the Agricultural Research Council. Even the work I'm doing, it needs a lot of research in terms of looking at the reports for the 9 public institutes and also the provincial departments. Because what we do, they bring their reports, I do the analysis, and then send the comments to the chief executive officers, and if they agree, before they table it to the minister, and thereafter they take it on a quarterly basis to the portfolio committee. So that's one of my job. And also, I'm a person who's very creative. During the course of developing this shareholder compact, there was a time where before I think I started there in June 2020. In each and every year they were required to do a shareholder compact, but because of my creative, I realized, but it's the same one strategic plan. Why do we have to do it now and then? Because the same issues which are going to report. So I try to negotiate that we can do once for all, and then we do it for the next 4 years. And all the chief executive officers were very happy because of that. So in many times, also in terms of financial capability, why I'm bringing that chair to you is that I also share with you that I'm a board member for Lipele Water Board. Things were not happening there. I'm sure the public protector, she have seen some of the report there. They are not looking good. We started 2021, and our image, I won't talk much because it's a career limited. You can't, I don't have that mandate to divulge that. But the image was not good. and everything was falling apart. The structure, we came on board where we don't even have a chief executive officer. By then, chief executive officer, we didn't have also the the executives in the water board, and I happened to be appointed to do the HR, human resource and ethics, and that's where I was in charge of trying to appoint the chief executive officer of Lepelle and all those other positions, because you can't do anything when the structure is like that through chair. We have done that, and I'm very happy. Last night, our chief executive officer was giving us a good report, which I commended. And the other issue in terms of finance, I don't want to say much, but I'm happy everyone in the media, they are aware about the finances was not doing well. And there was a big project, I won't mention it, which was not, but if you want it, I can diverge, but now I don't have that mandate, which was not doing well at all. I'm sure you are aware. Everyone was talking about that project. I think it started at very low, and then up to now it was going to billions of rand, but since we get on board, it wasn't an easy task. We have to look at how best can we do that. And I'm very happy to say that our president last year, he made a turn there. And I think even although we're not yet up there, we're trying something more, especially because things were revolving around supply chain management and financial. So it needs those skills of financial management. And the other skill which I'm bringing here is customer focus. I'm very good in terms of networking, and that one is started throughout my career. I think the way I was doing well is when I was attached to the Department of Science and Technology. Department of Science and Technology, when I was appointed there, they said, when we started with this democratic government, we were saying the people that don't have, the people livelihoods must have to be improved. And then the Department of Science and Technology said, yes, we're getting on that call for the government, but we are going to do through the promotion of technology. And that's a very, very, it needs a lot of thinking in terms of research. So I happened to be there, and I was liaising with big institutions like CSR, HSR, and when I look at this job, we also have to do some survey with HSR. So most of the people I've worked with them.
Yes, okay, all
and
right.
Can I stop?
Yeah, okay. Try and be succinct in your answers. Then some of the things you have said to us already might go into the question of your suitability. But if there are others that you would like to share with us that show why you are suitable for this position, please tell us.
Thank you, Chair.
2 minutes.
I've been as a board member for South African Veterinary Service. The South African Veterinary Service, what they do, it's registration. So this is more aligned to the job I've applied for.
Okay, all right. I will now allow Advocate Machola to put his questions to you. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I've left one. Tell us, what is the mandate of the IEC? Just tell us the important features of the mandate of the IEC.
Thank you, Chair. I think the important one is the strengthening the constitutional democracy and also to the democratic elections. I think that's the best. Just repeat them. To strengthen the constitutional democracy and also but let me stop there. To strengthen the constitutional democracy, Chair.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can give you a minute to say if there's something else important that you want to say. I'm just feeling you may be restricting yourself because.
I've got to be okay.
Yeah.
The other ones is to manage the elections,
Yeah.
and the other one is to ensure that the elections are free and fair, and also to try to provide a conducive environment for free and fair elections, and also to maintain the voters' roll. And the other one is also to the registration of the parties, and also the cooperation with other institutions. And should I go on? You say 2 minutes.
Well, I will. Okay, all right. Now I will allow Advocate Majola to put his questions to you.
Thank you, Dr. Munyai, and welcome and good afternoon. I just wanted to take you back to your answer to the Chief Justice. You have mentioned that you would bring people management skills. You would also bring problem-solving skills. Problem-solving skills, I do understand. But the people management skills, I'm not sure how you will use them in the commission, because the structure there has got a CEO who employs the staff and manages the staff, and you would be the oversight body. How do you figure that you would bring these skills to bear on the commission?
Oh, thank you so much. I think it's not people management, possible, it's just slip my tongue, it's people empowerment.
People empowerment. And how would you then do that?
Oh, thank you so much. I think in terms of people empowerment, when you look at the IEC, and if I happen to get this position, I will be operating under the executive authority, which is a chairperson. But the issue is, within any empowerment, it means a lot of things to people, because you will be there as a commissioner, but how do we do that? Because we have to maintain the voters' roll, and then there's a lot of training which has to be done. And how am I going to do that? As one of the commissioner, I think we work through our structures, and one of the structures will be dealing with the HR and ethics, governance, and also in those areas, one of the commissioner, I think, has to sit there for that particular. For that particular sitting. And empowerment, it differs in a lot of, it can be skills, it can be the manner in which they do things. So I will be there influencing that, but through those HR committees, because that's where the voice of the commissioner is heard within the administrative, which is headed by the Chief Electoral Officer.
Okay.
Because we operate at the policy level.
I get you. So through participation in the committees, perhaps hopefully joint committees between the CEO people and the commission.
Not necessarily like that. I don't participate on that. What we do as a commissioner, if I happen to have this position, we will be sitting at the policy level, because we are overseeing the strategic implementation. So the people who are under the administrative, who are under the Chief Electoral Officer, those are the people who are going to have within that. It's one of the commission governance structure. They are going to have their own commissions. Those commissions, most of them, in fact, all of them, I think there are 7 or 8. It will be headed or chaired by one of a commissioner. That's where now we'll interact with them. That's where we'll even see in terms of voters' role that there's a problem. There's a voters' education. How best can we do that? So I'll be having that exchange of information at that level. And also know how best can you do that with that skill of people empowerment.
Okay. My other question actually was to ask you to tell us a little bit about the operational mandate of the IEC. You've given us the main mandate as making sure the they run free and fair elections and so on. But you mentioned some of the operational things when the Chief Justice was discussing with you. So perhaps I will skip that question because you kind of gave me the impression that you are aware of the operational mandate of the Commission. However, there is the issue of integrity. It's a double-barreled question. What is the importance of integrity to the work of the IEC? That's the one part. The other part is whether you could give us any incident in your experience which could demonstrate that you are a person of integrity.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of integrity, when you look at integrity, it's more, I think it's one of the value of the Commission, of the IEC. In terms of integrity, while I'm looking at it, it's more like a glue which hold the organization together, and it's more like a compass which give the direction to the organization. Why I'm saying that? Because that integrity is more, it's honesty, and you have to walk the talk. Because you can't impart that if you don't have a sense of honesty. And some people say honesty is very expensive. But how do you do that? It's also in terms of when you interact with your people, with your other fellow commissioners, how you carry yourself, and also to adhere to because the IEC it's got a constitutional mandate, and they also have some legislative which also control which they also draw their mandate. So this other, let me just say this, the Election Commission Act, which appoint us, which we draw the mandate as a commissioner, and also there's an Electoral Act, which I also like to bring it to the integrity, because that's where there's a lot of issues. There's a code of conduct in that. So if you don't understand, and also the other beauty of it, the beauty part of it is that the IEC commissioners, they are also allowed to also try to put something in the code of conduct, because that's where you have a lot of problems in terms of the reputation of the organization. And many things which you do, we do have processing systems in place. So those processing systems in place, some of them are the laws which are there. So you can't go out of that. That's how the integrity, that's how you see it. Because once you're a commissioner and you started doing things which are out of the legal, the legislative mandates, you are doing something which you are no longer having that integrity. You are susceptible to anything, even the reputation. People will no longer, there are so small, salient things you can think, small things you can think they don't matter, but the way even yourself, you carry yourself and understand the legislative mandate. And why I'm saying that, I've been through a lot in these boards, I've seen a lot, and I think I'm surfacing, because it's not an easy thing, it's because of my integrity and always trying to be adhering to the principles, and moreover the values of that particular institution. Like our IC, I think in scanning, there's there's a value in terms of being transparent, and also the value being accountable. So all these things are intertwined. You can't separate them. But at the end of the day, as a commissioner, you must adhere, because a lot of things can happen.
Yes, can you go to the second part of my question, whether you can give us an incident in your experience which could demonstrate that you're a person of integrity?
Thank you. I've got a lot of them. It's just sometimes you are not having a mandate to divulge, but let me just quickly take one. When I started at the Department of Rural Development, I started in Rural Development. I didn't start at Department
Well,
of...
you shouldn't mention people's names.
But most of the people, they know me and they will understand, but it's fine because the truth is the truth. That's in my integrity. While I was at the Department of Rural Development, there was a time when I was appointed, I was told that my responsibility was going to look at the departmental project. That was my task, which was given. And when I sit alone in my office, I realized there's not even a single database. I don't even know where to start, but that position is there and I have to do it. So I sit down and try to get the structure. And they said, Pumran, where are you going to get money for this structure? And that it couldn't. So I said, okay, let's try to call the service provider. I managed to do the submission until they accepted it, and we were given a lot of money to do that. And I was the person who was driving that. And it's a good thing that one I'm taking, because also I see it's project driven. So I started to implement that project. I interviewed the service provider. Everything was moving fine. I see the people who are there, and I understand these people are
Try and go to the real point.
Okay. The thing is, at the end of the day, they were not delivering, and they started now for me to deviate or to try to get some bribe from them, which I didn't, and I end up even trying to cancel which they were not happy, and I was happy because I'd sleep well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Advocate Mohammed.
Thank you, Chief Justice. When you were responding to the Chief Justice about your qualifications and experience, you actually mentioned that you are a senior manager. I have checked here, which is correct, but I want to know, how is it that with someone so highly qualified, you are still a director and you have been one for 13 years? But again, the other side of it is that it's a stable job. Why then would you want to leave that and take a 7-year contract?
Thank you. I've done a lot of, I usually take a calculated risk, but this one I looked at it. And the reason why I'm still there, it's not, you know, the department, they were having this moratorium most of the time that they are not going to appoint. And it started some time, and we're also part of, I can't say it's a victim, but it's something which has to happen by the government, and I have to comply with that. But if you look at my CV, I've been acting chief director for different components, ranging from rural development, rural enterprise, monitoring and evaluation. But in many cases, when you do that act, you find that the very same person, you know, the corruption grid, this particular person possibly has been suspended, he went to court, he won the case, and he came back, and then you left without a job. So basically, even my performance is very high. If you need that, I can show you also my performance at my annual assessment. They look good. And but now, why I wanted to leave is that I've reached a stage where I said, where I am now with my profession, I think I have to plow back to the community. And also, the other thing which worries me so much is when I was awarded that bursary. By the way, I didn't have much in terms of when I grew up. So when I get that bursary from Mandela, I said, let me do something. This Mandela Day, I have to do something. And really, I realized this is the place where, after I've been trained, because everything is just falling into place. The Department of Trade and Industry, they appointed me to do to get the skills how to behave in a board, which I really appreciate. And the other thing now, I don't know how they get my name. I'm also part of an institution of directors of South Africa, where all the directors on the board are getting. So I was just nominated to be there. So these things that just fall into pieces. So I think
Please succinct.
Thanks. I just get carried away because this is who I am.
Listen carefully to the question and then just give an answer that answers that question.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Noted, Chair.
I think your passion for doing certain things is coming through, obviously, without any doubt. I just want to know how you would hone in that passion towards the mandate and the work of the IEC, if you were to be appointed, or maybe where you could demonstrate how you have used that in your personal life as an agent of change, as an agent of democracy, and yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I think on that one, I will demonstrate when I was serving as a board of South African Veterinary Council. I'm not a veterinarian. I don't even know what is happening there, but I was one, I think we were 9 councillors. There were 8, and then I was appointed the 9th one as a 9th veterinarian who doesn't even have a skill in veterinarian. And because of my perseverance and really I've seen what is happening, thereafter I was elected to chair the education of veterinary and also to chair the heritage and transformation. And if I can say, I've done a lot of work there in terms of transforming the institution. We also held some conference, which I gave papers, and also in the media all over, because why? If you look at the veterinarians, I'm sure even Chair, where you are coming from, if you look back, you don't even recall a veterinarian next to you. So we were trying to say this is one-sided a profession. So why can't all people get into that? And that's where I am. And I was very happy when my term comes to an end. The Deputy Minister, Buti Manamela, launched our project, which I think is going to do well in trying to get people from the remote area, from the disadvantaged blacks to get on board. So coming back to the IEC, I think in terms also we were doing the registration, and my passion is to see everyone enjoying this South Africa. And how do I do that? Because it's a constitutional mandate that everyone must vote. And while you vote, you also have your rights. So I think while I'm here, just for me to be there and make things happen, because that's a cornerstone of a democracy, to make everybody vote.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Oh, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Advocate Galega, you have a PhD in agriculture. There aren't too many women, particularly black women, that have got PhD in agriculture that I know. If you get this job and you took it on a full-time basis, it would mean you would be lost to agriculture, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
How would you not be lost if you would take it full-time?
Let me just answer in this, Chair. You are right to say who are very few women of that. In fact, PhD in agricultural science. I think you anchored it was Minister Blade Zimande, I think 4 or 5 years. He was also saying that is a skill, and it's worse when it's to women. But wherever you are, you still have to, you can still contribute, because for me, if I'm contributing to the other side where people, I mean, if all people do in terms of protecting their democracy, that's the huge mandate I will be doing. So it's not like I'm lost. You got the skill, you can do, where I am now, I can do anything strategic level. So I'm not lost. That's why I even try to do the Masters in Business Administration.
Okay, thank you. Advocate Galega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon or good evening, Dr. Manyai. The IEC as an institution is a constitutional institution, and therefore independence is at the core of its existence. How would you conceptualize independence in the context of the IEC?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's constitutional mandate that these are independent institutions which act without favor or fear. So basically, I'll adhere to that, and it reports directly to the parliament. So I think in terms of its independence, we also have our own electoral, our own legislative mandate. So basically, I think that's it's constitutionally mandated that we have to be independent, and we have to act without fear or favor for anything, and no one or organ of state must interfere with our job.
Why is that crucial? Why is that crucial for the IEC?
Can you repeat?
Why is it important for the IEC?
It's important because, as I already indicated through Chair, that this is the cornerstone of a democracy. Because once you succumb and you don't do the right thing as by constitution, by the way, it's also the founding values of the voting, and also to try to get a voters roll, common voters roll for the whole South Africans. So once you don't do that, you know there's a lot of things through you, Chair. Let me just quickly go to the political party funding, which I think it came into existence in 2021. And in that, there are still some lot of issues which are happening there. So let's say if you're like the multi-party democracy funding, where you find that other private sectors have to fund the IEC, and also where you find the private donor have to find the parties, and there's a threshold, 100,000, and the other one, the one donor must not pay more than 15 million. So I just wanted to illustrate that independence. So if now you are a person sitting there at IEC, and you already seen some of these issues that are playing on the media, if the political funding is not also well received. Recently now we got we call it Electoral Act Amendment, which is going to be effective on the 19th of June, and which is also including the nomination of the independent candidates. So in that already, if you are not independent, you just go with the flow, you are going to have a serious problem, although I don't know what kind of problems. But already there are civil organizations and even some parties who are very much against it. So you have to be very independent. You have to be a person who understands yourself. And I think it goes back also to that integrity.
Okay. You've partially answered the next question, where I would like you to then take us through the recent developments in the electoral system.
Thanks, Chair. I think, as I indicated now, is the issue now is in fact, when I look at the strategic plan, they were saying one of their priorities for 2025, Chair, is to look at the Electoral Act, and also to look at the political party funding. Those were the two major things, apart from having a free and fair election, local government 2021, and also local government, which is coming now 2024. That's some of the issues which I see. And I think I can commend the IEC so far, what they've done, because they pushed through the Electoral Act amendment, which the President signed, and it's going to be in effect in 2021. Sorry, 19 June 2023, and the Electoral Act, the political party funding is already exempted in 2021. So I think those are some of the issues which are there, and it's also affect us as an IEC if I happen to be there, because there's a lot of resistance from political parties and also civil societies. So I think if I happen to get this position, I have to hit the ground running, trying to get things right, but not necessarily right, because I don't have the mandate in terms of this. We also have an electoral court, which also look at some of the review from us, because we deals with the administrative in terms of the court. It's more like
I remember the question relates to recent developments.
those are two things in terms of the Electoral Act. Thank you, Chair. I get carried away.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. That will be all from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I'm just slightly intrigued. You keep saying, when you have a mandate, I don't have a mandate, I didn't have a mandate. How do you juxtapose the issue of mandate against independence? Because sometimes mandate does not have to be written, it can be implied, but then it has got an impact on independence. How then would you navigate that space?
Oh, I think, thanks, Chair. In terms of the mandate, already the Electoral Act, Commission Act, it has given me the mandate and it spelled it rightfully so that it should be independent. So the mandate I'm referring to, it's because the IC is more on the administrative issue. And when it comes to issues of a law, but it also try to review the acts, like the Electoral Act. It's one of their priorities which they wanted to. That's why I said I've already seen a big achievement for them. But the mandate is there. Once the act is there, it's giving that mandate.
Okay, thanks.
I'll give you, thank you. I'll give you 2 minutes to mention anything that you haven't mentioned, which you think is important and would support your candidature. It may be that you have covered everything, but in case you have something else that you want to say, 2 minutes.
I'm loyal, flexible, and a person who's always embrace change.
Okay, thank you very much. We've come to the end of this interview. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course. But once again, thank you for availing yourself. You are now excused.
Thank you so much also to have time to give me this opportunity. I really appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Mabuza.
Good evening, Chair, and how are you?
We are fine. How are you?
I am fine, just a little bit tired.
You don't sound tired at all.
Oh my God,
You sound very enthusiastic. You sound very fresh and energized. So we think that you probably will just answer these questions very quickly without any problem.
As long as you promise, Chair, that they won't be difficult.
No, the questions would be easy.
All right.
Yeah. We don't ask difficult questions.
All right, I'm glad.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mabuza, for availing yourself for consideration for appointment to this position, and for availing yourself today. And if you have waited for a long time, we apologize. There were many candidates, but at least here you are now. I will introduce the members of the panel. On my far right is Advocate Majola. Why do you look to my left when my right?
I'm like, the far right. I'm just trying to check dancing and which one. Okay,
are you one of those people who have to do this to see whether it's right or left?
No, because I'm sitting here, the mirror version.
Okay, all right. It's Advocate Majola. He's chairperson of the Human Rights Commission.
Nice to meet you, sir.
And then on my immediate right, it's Advocate Mohale. She is chairperson of the Gender Commission.
Nice
and then
to
on
meet
my
you.
left, it's Advocate Galega. She is the acting public protector.
Nice to meet
Okay.
you.
I will ask you some questions. Thereafter, I will allow members of the panel to ask you questions. Please share with us your academic and other qualifications.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. My academic qualification, I've got a master's in public policy and administration, and my minor was in criminal justice. And I've got also, that's the master's. And then I am also a qualified teacher with an honors in school management, which is a BEd in school management, which is an honors. And then in terms of other qualifications, which is a Bachelor of Arts, and I'm also a school teacher in terms of my diplomas with a specialization in physical education. And also in professional qualifications, I've got a 1-year qualification from the University of Pretoria in terms of project management. And I've done also your executive development program from Wits Business School.
Thank you. Which part of your experience would you say is relevant to the job that you are being considered for?
The experience that I think it would be relevant in this case, it would be, first of all, in terms of administration. Understanding that there would be the executive, the accounting officer. And I think that the position that I'm holding right now as the acting commissioner of the National Consumer Commission, I am the accounting authority. And because we don't have a board, and that would mean that given their experience that I have as the accounting authority now for almost 4 years acting, is that I would be able to kind of like bring in issues of accountability when it comes to issues of corporate governance, but as well is that I am a regulator as such. Though the commission as a Section 9 institution, you would see that, yes, it reports directly to Parliament, but I think in terms of also the reporting, though you would have the accounting officer, the executive authority in terms of the oversight that would be the experience that I would be bringing in terms of the tabling of those reports, that even if the accounting officer will bring forth that you have to look through, even if you would have your own audit and risk committees, you have to satisfy yourself in terms of issues of governance, but also on issues of oversight, because though you have your accounting officer that appoints the staff as well, is that it has to be in concurrence with the member of the commission, which is the commissioners as well. So I will be bringing that experience that would be relevant, that I'm in the position that I'm occupying now. But then also when it comes to issues of oversight, wherein there would be matters of dispute, wherein when maybe political parties and all that will be having disputes with the electoral officer, wherein as the commissioners, you would actually have to adjudicate. And I think that is a role that I have actually in terms of now also even taking matters to the tribunal, that I think I would be bringing in a lot of experience to the commission when it comes to those issues of administration and also referral of matters that will be going to the tribunal, though would not be referring matters. But when those matters would appear and then we are cited, I think in terms of looking at those and saying, how do we then as a commission present ourselves? I think I'll be bringing that part of experience to the commission.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Advocate Mokhale.
Sorry, I just wanted clarity. You say you're the accounting officer or the commissioner?
In this case now, in terms of the IEC.
No. Currently where you are at.
Currently, yes, I am the acting commissioner, which makes me the accounting authority, because we do not have a board.
Okay, I thought you were saying officer. Okay,
no,
all right.
The accounting authority.
Yes.
Okay. Part of what you have said already may also be relevant to whether you are suitable for appointment to this position. But there may be other things that go to suitability that you might wish to say. So I give you the chance to tell us why you are suitable for appointment to this position.
Chair, I think I am upright in terms of my integrity and my honesty. I think I would not be bringing the House into dispute, especially the commission itself. And I think that I am fair, level-headed in terms of taking my decisions, because at this point, wherein I think the past 10 years, it will be 10 years at the commission, I think in the next year, I think that you get tested in terms of the decision that you make out there in the public. Sometimes some of them would not be those that will be favored, but then I have learned to be resolute, use the facts that I have before me to make those decisions. Sometimes they would not be going the way in which maybe the majority would expect them to be, but stand firm and make sure that whenever I take decisions, even sometimes if they have to be rushed, but use the information before me to really reach there and be able to defend that position. Thanks.
Yes.
Like a bit of a nuisance,
Yeah.
because I'm keep seeking clarity.
Yes.
Your CV says from February 2014 to May 2019, you were deputy commissioner.
Yes.
And then it says from June 2019 to date, you are acting commissioner. What can you just clarify that? What is a deputy commissioner? Acting commissioner, don't worry. I think I'm not even sure I understand actually.
As the deputy commissioner, I was the head of mostly responsible for operations. At the commission, you would have a deputy commissioner that's responsible for operations. That would be more like your accounting officer. And then you have the commissioner who is the accounting authority most of the time. So that's how you would be saying it.
So the accounting officer is the deputy commissioner.
Yes, I was responsible for the operations.
Yeah, but the accounting officer in the institution? Who is it?
In essence, at the commission, you don't have the separation of the two. Then because we were two, it was the commissioner and myself as the deputy commissioner, I took over the operations, and then making the commissioner, both of us were the accounting authority, but then we separated the roles, where in the commissioner before, he would be responsible for issues in governance, while the deputy commissioner would be responsible for your day-to-day operations of the commission.
Oh, it's
Yes, it's
Advocate Machola.
Chair, perhaps you could explain a little bit to me. You know, the PFMA talks about among others, the accounting officer, which I hear the chair mentioning, but you are consistent in talking about the accounting authority. Are they different entities, or is it the same?
It is, in essence, with institutions with the board and the minister, you would find that the accounting authority would be your board, and then you will have your accounting officer that will be your CEO.
But in the is it called
In the
National
commission, yes, in the National Commission, we don't have a board. So you are the authority yourself, then supported by your executives.
But does the PFMA apply to you?
Yes, we are a 3A institution. It applies to us.
And in terms of the PFMA, the commissioner is the accounting authority.
Yes.
And is there somebody else who is the accounting officer?
In this case, I am by myself.
Yes. So there is no, but in terms of the structure, in terms of structure of the commission, there is nobody who would fall within the definition of accounting officer in terms of the PFMA.
No, it becomes the commissioner as well. So you do everything, you are the one that accounts, and you are only supported by the executive.
So the commissioner, being the accounting authority, bears the responsibility of oversight over the
finances
of the over whom, over himself or herself, about the responsibilities of accounting officer.
Yes, you account, yes, for everything you report to the minister. That's it. So we only have the commissioner and the minister.
Okay, I guess we'll leave it at that. If there are deficiencies, it's not your fault, I guess.
No, it's...
Okay, all right. Now on suitability, you had satisfied yourself that you have answered. You have told us everything that you wanted to tell us, the important things about suitability that you might not have mentioned.
Okay, it will be the qualification, it will be the
You talked about integrity.
Yes.
You are a fair-minded person, you are level-headed.
I'm upright, yes.
Okay,
yes,
all right.
I think I've done that.
Okay, all right. Now, what is the mandate of what are the important features of the mandate of the IEC?
I think what you would be really, when you think of the IEC, you would be thinking of an entity that manages your elections, ensuring that they are free and fair, ensuring that they would also announce the results within a particular period, I think the 7 days. But most importantly, I think the issues that are important is around your voters' role and the registration of the parties. So that for me is what will stand out. But also what is also standing out in terms of the functions, it's also looking at the rules and regulations, the review of the legislation itself, and making sure that they remain current in terms of the technology and the expertise when it comes to the management of the elections, making sure that the public is educated, and making sure that there is expertise. And also when you look at the administration within the provinces, whenever there would be elections, is making sure that there is proper capacity in terms of the administration when elections are being conducted.
Thank you. I give the opportunity to Advocate Majola to put his questions to you.
Yes, good evening, Ms. Mabuza. One of the questions that I wanted to ask you was actually about the operational mandate of the IEC, but I hear you have mentioned some of those, and I would like then to assume that you are aware of those. What I would like to ask is a two-pronged question. It goes as follows to say, what is the importance of integrity to the work of the IEC? That's the one prong. The other prong is to check on your own experiences, because I would like you to say whether there are any incidents, or even if you can mention one in your experience, which can demonstrate that you are a person of integrity.
For the Electoral Commission, I think the integrity is the basis on which any South African would actually base the fairness on. Because now, if you would be if you're looking at the fairness, it's yes, to a person would be, being treated fairly, having that opportunity to know that the vote that I'm casting is going to be counted, and then it's going to be treated with honesty, and as well as now with the members, especially the commissioners, whether being seen or not, making sure that you are principled, that integrity, even if you are not seen, to make sure that you are upright. And I think that that importance comes in when even a person would approach you in whatever manner or form, you should be able to say that this is what it is, whether in darkness or whatever. So if you would be standing by what is right, even if you are not being seen, and you know that you would just be holding that institution, the commission, actually in that light, because now the commission is not only the building, it's the people, the commissioners and the staff. So you expect that it is something that should permeate. It's a value that should permeate, and anything that will be tainted, that will taint the commission, especially in terms of the uprightness and the integrity of the person, would actually be tarnishing the entire process, especially if you would find that that integrity will be questioned in the process of the elections and so forth. Then it puts the entire system or the fairness of those elections into jeopardy. That is what I would actually see as important. But then in terms of the my experience in terms of integrity wherein, yes, I would maybe go back to one of the institutions. I think by then I was serving in one of the sitters. And in this case, it was an issue of one of the members. I was part of the secretariat, the head of the administration. What I had members of one of the institutions that I was working at. By that time, I think I was working for Correctional Services, and I joined the sitter. And what I had, it was members that were double dipping. You have by then directors that should not be claiming. And then they will come to the sitter, do their work, and then they will go back, because by that time we still had a ceiling of the 500 Rand wherein you can claim. What I ended up with ex-colleagues that wanted to claim over and above what they were claiming at the department. I had to try and deal with that within the board itself in saying, but this can't be right. And I ended up really being suspended because of the situation that we had. But I stood my ground and I said that I am not going to approve that. And that's how it ended, with a suspension, served a suspension for 6 months, and then it did not go in far. And then I had to go back to work. But
what were you suspended for?
For refusing actually to pay for travel allowance for some of the directors.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Thank you. And were you never subjected to a disciplinary hearing?
There was a disciplinary hearing, Chair. We started that disciplinary hearing, but what was interesting is that my employer came in with attorneys, and then we had to make the playing field equal. And then I requested that if they bring in attorneys, I would also request that they would appoint some for me, because it was an issue of insubordination, because I did not want to sign the document. And then we ended up where in the matter was kind of like the chairperson must dismiss, because he actually stood by my side to say that it has to be an equal playing field. They appointed another chairperson, and also that chairperson found themselves in a very same predicament, and then it ended up going nowhere. And then after 6 months, I was called back. So it never was finalized.
And the payments of traveling allowance or whatever to those directors, did it ultimately happen, or did it happen while you were on suspension?
I really don't know, but I know that the following year, the institution had a qualified audit.
Yes. Okay, but you don't know whether it's connected with that or not?
Yes, because by that time I left the employment.
Yes. Okay, all right. Thank you. Advocate Mokhale.
Thank you very much, CJ. If you could tell us about your experience of passion for democracy, basically where you have been an agent of democracy, either in your community, profession, work, or any place where you can demonstrate your passion for democracy.
Chair, in the first, Advocate Mokhale, in the first elections that we had in, the first elections that we have, I think it was in 1994, I was part of the elections wherein I was one of the presiding officers, the deputy presiding officer, and also in the next one, the local government one, I was also the heading the electoral station. And in my community by then, because I was a teacher by then, So we were some of the people that had to go about in terms of the education of the voters and all that, and making sure that we assist the elderly, because it was the first elections. And I think as some of us, as teachers within that field, we really had to take in a role. But what is also mostly of my passion as well when it comes to issues wherein there is fairness and issues of making sure that there is justice. I think where I find myself at as well in the commission, though it is not, I would not say that it is mostly a democratic process, but then it's an issue of fairness wherein you are really looking at the downtrodden, wherein you want to make sure that those people that don't have a voice, at least they can stand for themselves. You have to educate them as much as you can. And then sometimes even some of the cases, you would see that within the space of the social justice, sometimes there's not much that you can write home about in terms of even the amounts that people would get. But then you would find that you would have to stand up and even go to the tribunal for something like a mere 4,000 or so, because you find that it was not fair on the consumer to endure such pain. So that is wherein I see that, yes, our democratic institutions, yes, besides the IEC in terms of the fairness of the election, but in terms of the fairness, in terms of the processes themselves, it's what I really hold dear.
Sorry, if you were to be offered the position, would you be available for either full-time or part-time? And what were you looking at? What did you apply for?
I would make myself available either way. Advocate, if I were to be appointed full-time, I would definitely leave the commission, because this is an area that I would be interested in, especially on my twilight years, because I think it's wherein I really want to be. And if I were to be appointed part-time, I will still take that and I would leave the commission, because it would allow me to also serve in other areas, especially around issues that I have passion with, working with the elderly. That is wherein I would like to be. I would waste my time there, especially within institutions like your Red Cross and all that, wherein I would definitely go in and serve.
And this would not affect your time that you put into the commission? Because sometimes it's one thing to say, okay, I'm part-time, I can do other things, only to find that you actually you have overcommitted yourself, all because everything else seems to be part-time and therefore it's not too serious, and then there isn't that impact. And you end up with, because commissioners in this instance will be your board, you end up with board members coming to endorse stuff that they do not know, not reading reports timelessly, and therefore not contributing efficiently to what's the strategic leadership of the organization.
That is a firm view, Advocate. But I think that the passion wherein one would like to be, depending on, as I said, that if it would still be part-time, I would definitely take it, and I would not overcommit. And for me is that being where you are, wherein you are only supported, in this instance like myself, you are only being supported by the Audit and Risk Committee. You understand the role that a person that will come in terms of oversight, and also in terms of the commissioners, the role that they would have to play, reading and also making sure that you add value. Because every person that you bring in the commission, even if you have 5 commissioners, you would expect them to come in with a specific expertise. If their expertise will be in governance, normally when you are chairing such meetings, you would be like saying to so-and-so, especially if maybe somebody's a chair, to say, member so-and-so, would you please make sure that either maybe to assist us in this, maybe do this research on this and all that. And then when you come to sit in meetings, you will come in wearing a cap wherein you will be saying, I read this, I researched this, and this is my view. And the other members would normally add, because each person in the commission should have a particular area of expertise wherein they can add value.
Thank you. Advocate Kalega.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good evening.
Good evening, Advocate.
Ms. Mabuza. On my side, really, I would like to establish your understanding of independence in the context of the IEC as a Chapter 9 constitutional institution.
There's a concept sometimes in paper that looks a little bit easier when you look at it, that yes, I am independent, and you expect that in terms of the independency, even if you would be reporting to a ministry, maybe within a ministry, the independence in this case, it will come in on issues of the role that you play, wherein you would be expected to put in a little bit of some blinkers in this instance, that when it comes to issues of a decision making, that your guiding document will be the regulations, the law, and the legislation that governs the institution that has established the commission, and then as well as the decisions that you have to take. They have to be embedded in the Act and in the law. And the issues now, irrespective of whatever party or whoever that will be the complainant or that will be bringing matters before the commission, you have to be, you know, sometimes you would say that if you have a problem with either a name or a person, it will be nicer just to put a sticker on top of the name and make those decisions, so that you do not see or you do not remind yourself who the complainant is or who are the parties involved. So you expect to have a clear vision when it comes to the application of the law, to be fair, but most importantly is the issues of consistency when you make decisions. When it is party A, you have to apply the same principles in terms of fairness, in terms of integrity, deal with the facts that are before you, irrespective of who is involved or who are the parties involved. And sometimes when pressure is too much, it is important that sometimes you kind of like take a back step and ask yourself what is at stake and really remain true. That is the independence that you can really, you know, think of, but it is not an easy thing.
The electoral system has experienced quite a few developments recently in terms of the case law that influenced the amendments to the legislation. Would you take us through those?
Can you repeat that so that I understand what you're looking for?
The electoral system has experienced a few developments in recent times. Would you take us through those amendments to the Act and the case law that has influenced them?
Yeah, I'll have to tap deeper in terms of my reading and all that and just think of which ones. I am not really going to be able to give them to you in terms of the changes, but I know that in terms of the reviews, in terms of the electoral laws, I think the one area it was around the issue of the voters' roll in terms of the ID numbers and the place of residence. And I would think that that was around maybe, recently, was it in 2014, 2013, somewhere there? And I know that there was also the issues, those in terms of the addresses, people's addresses, their domiciles and all that. I think that is the one that I can think of. I think the issues as well in relation to the membership when it comes to memberships when it comes to issues of the municipalities and all that. I don't recall what were the issues there, Advocate. I am sorry on that area. But I know that what I can remember when it was around the issues of the addresses and that was bringing in the issue of the issues of the voters' roll and the addresses. So that way, those are the issues that I can think of.
Recently, it's also been of public interest. You haven't heard of anything.
Interest that has to do with the Electoral Act. Trying to tap into my mind, Advocate.
It's fine.
I'll see if I can remember that. I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. That would be all from my side, Chief Justice. Thank you.
Thank you. The one you referred to that related to the voters' roll and ID numbers was related to Tlokwe. And you don't remember any other case that happened in 2021 involving the IEC that was very important, everybody was talking about in the whole country, that went to the Constitutional Court?
Wow.
You don't remember?
It just went blank. It just went blank.
Okay, no, it's okay. I will give you now 2 minutes, which you may use to share with us anything that we haven't asked you, which you think is important and would support your candidature, that you have not covered so far. But if you feel that you have covered everything that is important, that's okay.
I think I have covered everything in relation to supporting my appointment.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We've come to the end of this interview. Once again, I want to thank you on behalf of the panel for availing yourself for the interview. You will be informed of the outcome of this process in due course, and you are now excused.
Thank you. But you didn't keep your promise in terms of the questions.
The questions were easy.
The last one just
No, your memory failed you. We had no control on your memory. Thank you.